Productions present street topics, and you don't want to get caught slipping. You don't know what topics they're going to serve you, from current events to politics, for topics that they don't even want to talk about. From old school
When we run out
remedies.
of medicine, grandma have our remedies. But I'm not gonna lie. One remedy that I wish I could remember exactly what she had, but she mixed them together. And when by the time I got through with that, I must have been the most drunk. I felt drunk. I know I didn't understand what drunk, but now that I look back,
Heated topics causing disagreements.
Negative, because that's what all of y'all like. It's just very heavy and negative.
Well,
so
you
we're
need to go
all
get
saying
on
have
another
emotional
show.
conversations when we're just bashing each other.
Yourself on another show. We ain't negative, woman, girl.
No matter how heated the conversation may get, these gentlemen always come back together with solutions.
Better than this. You got to learn how to respect each other, respect each other's differences. We're not supposed to all think alike.
Tune in every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Subscribe so you can stay connected to Soul Productions and Street Topics.
Yes, we're back live again, and you know what today is in America. It is Election Day. It's a day where people voice their opinions and see how they feel and who they want to support. And of course, we got my guest, the dog. Wait, let me switch it up real quick. I know you hear them horns. Here he is. He's trying to smile right. He's feeling good right there. Got the books in the background. He's about to throw some heavy gems. He's being modest right now, but you know we want to throw some haymakers when we start talking about this, especially this live stream. Look, he over here warming up for you. It's the one and only Donald Baker. How you feeling?
I'm good in the neighborhood.
Good in the neighborhood.
What a powerful night. What a very interesting night it's going to be. And people, you have to bear with us because we got guests that's supposed to tip in, tip out.
Yeah, I'm trying to like I said, I'm gonna be dropping these comments every once in a while. Like, if you want to speak your opinion on the show, this is the one for his election. Like, even if you want to speak for 2 or 3 minutes, whatever, voice your opinion for America and share it to your friends. Like, I'm inviting anybody for a guest to be on here, so this is your time to shine.
Yeah, it's your 15 minutes of fame because we're going to be very clear about what's happening. And we're coming to the close. And I have to be honest to you, Chris.
How you feeling?
Is that all day long I've been filled with anxiety and anxiousness.
Anxiety?
About this.
Feeling anxiety?
About this. I'm watching, so if my head go left, right, up, down, to
Wait a minute, don't be transforming over there. What you talking about, man? Look, wait a
left,
minute.
if I go left, right.
Uh-oh.
But if I go down, we got a problem.
Houston, we got a problem, y'all. We can't be having you just falling out like that.
And I'm watching so many different screens. I mean, more screens than a movie theater has.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we are going to see and hear some very dynamic and truthful things. The polls are getting ready to close here now in Texas.
Right. You can see I got my little sticker right here. I pointed around the rest of the I placed my little vote. You know, he took advantage.
I got my little sticker.
He got his sticker too. He put it on his nose, y'all. You ain't got no kind of sense. You ain't got no kind of sense at all. So let's go ahead and give him like a little piece of this live stream. We're going to be cutting back and forth with our commentary. And again, like I'm posting a comment, if you want to hop on the show, don't be afraid. I'm trying to tell y'all, this is your time.
Are we going to be able to pull Israel in tonight?
Yeah. You know, the situation he over there, like he said, negative.
So it's not gonna happen?
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier, so unfortunately, Sim's not gonna be able to hop on. Like, he's actually in the area, but like he's gonna be, supporting. But let's get to this real quick and see what they're talking about on this live stream of the election. All right, give me a few. Here we go. Share the screen.
Pennsylvania look like it's
1,000
going to.
registered Latino voters in the state of Pennsylvania, half of them Puerto Rican. There were those offensive comments that were made during Madison Square Garden during that rally. Look at this, the Hispanic vote, 57% going for Kamala Harris. Again, the preliminary, these numbers will change throughout the night, but significant portion of the Hispanic voters in Pennsylvania going for Kamala Harris compared to 42% for Donald Trump. Now, she is underperforming slightly. Biden won 15% of the Latino vote in 2020. But here's where she's overperforming. Look at this. For the union voters, now 19% of those voters in Pennsylvania identified as part of the union, or they have a household member who's part of the union. 56% going for Kamala Harris. Trump is actually down 8 points from where he was in 2020.
Really interesting, but that number on independents has got to be a little concerning. I know those are preliminary exit polls for the Harris campaign so far. Let's get right over to Rick Klein. Have any of the numbers come in on Pennsylvania yet?
Yeah, actually, we've heard from officials in Pittsburgh that they'd be fast, and they kept true to their word. A little bit of a surprise because we often wait for the big cities. It's not all the vote there, about a quarter of it, but as expected, you're seeing Kamala Harris open up a bit of a lead there. That's where she needs to win, and of course, this part of the vote right now is almost all early by mail vote. You'd expect her to be winning voters like this, so that's the first numbers we're seeing, and that accounts for all of the lead that we see right now. We're also seeing some very early numbers in Philadelphia, another place where Kamala Harris needs to run up big numbers, and of course, she's doing that so far tonight. This is an interesting one because Joe Biden actually did a little less well than Hillary Clinton did in the city of Philadelphia. Harris, again, very early, doing slightly better. And the story in Pennsylvania, a little different than in some other states. This is the share of the electorate that was Democrat versus Republican in 2024. You see it was a 20-point edge. It was bigger last time around, but that amounts to a huge margin, a couple 100,000 votes that the Democrats almost certainly banked before Election Day, a relatively smaller share of those unaffiliated voters in Pennsylvania. So early vote was more of a bright spot for Democrats. And in the
So,
Doing a good job. That's good. I like that, Chris.
I'm gonna keep it live and we'll go back and forth. But how you feeling so far as you see the numbers?
Well, I'm watching multiple units here, Chris, as well. And some of the votes are not in yet. Some are coming in.
Yes, still definitely very early.
Atlanta, Georgia has reported everything. I think they were done. And Atlanta looked like it's going to go to Trump. But just bear with me. And both, keep in mind, people, this is a historic election. And everybody is fighting.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Bear with us. So the polls are closing on the east.
I don't think we're going to get a decision till probably 9 or 10?
Possibly. But the polls are closing on the east.
Yeah, because they
East
further
Coast,
headed.
West Coast is still reporting in. Right now, the polls are projecting Kamala Harris at 54.9%. Trump is at 44.1%. 1 second. Pennsylvania is not reporting.
You know how that goes. Sometimes it takes someone a little long to see me start getting any kind of feedback.
Fulton County in Atlanta is showing 71% is going towards Harris. Again, Chris, I beg the difference on that.
So I want to throw you a random question. It's still relating to the election. Do you think this is going to be Ted Cruz's last year, or think he's going to win another election? Because they were saying this one's pretty tight this time. Ted Cruz.
I had a chance to meet with. I've met both of these candidates, to tell you the truth. I've met Ted Cruz, and I've met Coleman. And because of my persuasion, it's always been I'm a Ted Cruz guy. Coleman does not present to be a true for the people candidate. I know the mainstream media and the dominant culture and all the rest of them want him to be the lamb slain.
Right.
Ted Cruz is the man. And I think, people, if you're still out there voting and you're listening to Soul Production, you need to cast your vote for Ted Cruz. Colin Orange is not the man. He's too liberal, as his commercials say. He's too liberal for Texas.
All right, so I had a comment. I had a pretty much an insider. Said check out another news source from Africa, and this is pretty interesting. It's always interesting to see like what other people from different countries are thinking about the election. So I'm gonna get this live and rolling, and so we can see what they're saying as they watch from their country as well. All right, give me a second, y'all. Gonna get this aired up. And that's one important thing my professor said, like, take in mind everybody's opinion, even from different countries. And this is coming from, I think, here we go. I'm just going to go ahead. ADNC. Let's see what they're talking about.
Blue. I said, oh, is she going to get Georgia? I was just kind of interested in that. Now, 16% of the vote counted in Texas. And so far, you know, this is what it's showing so far. But also what was very interesting too, with Texas, and let me see if I can show you something else. The Senate race in Texas. Let me load this up real quick so y'all can see. So the Senate race in Texas, as of right now, just 14% counting, is showing like this. That's interesting. That's very interesting for right now. Okay. All right. So let's go back to president, ladies and gentlemen, and Oklahoma. It shows red, but it hasn't been fully counted, so I don't accept that until I see it mostly counted. Missouri, still haven't really counted anything. Mississippi, still having Alabama. Let me see. Go up here to, was it Michigan? Yeah, about 2%. Counted so far.
So they're from Houston. I got word about that.
And it's only like one county, Oakland County, so far. In Michigan,
slight correction.
We'll go down here to Ohio. That's been flipping back and forth. That's with 25% counted. And you can kind of see, you know, with the blue area where Kamala has these here. Then Trump has all the red. So you see a lot of counties that have not been counted as of yet. Florida. A lot of the news is trying to, you know, basically call, you know, Florida.
Well, Trump
already.
just took South Carolina.
South Carolina, they only have a 13% counted so far.
Trump took it.
Now that's interesting. Look at Lawrence County in South Carolina.
Trump took
Jill
it.
Stein got more votes.
Man,
that's okay.
So
but
far,
Trump is winning in South
of the
Carolina.
vote. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. I didn't see that coming. Of course, this is a blue county, Marlboro County here, but they 50% in. Let's go up. Let me see. What is this? Maryland. They haven't really started counting yet. New Jersey.
So
they
again, as we listen to this, if you
are
want to hop
only
on
3%
and voice
in.
your opinion,
And you know, I mean, I would expect her to win New
comments.
Jersey.
In fact, I'm gonna do that right
Just like
now.
I would expect her to win New York. I mean, that would be a given.
Look for the link that we post in the comments.
This is Connecticut, but they only like less than 1% in. So you know, we're not much about that.
Chris, you're doing a good job.
But we're still kind of waiting
on this
for
election
more results
night.
as they come in. These things will change every time. It's like it will keep updating itself. So now with 43% counted in so far, 43%, Trump is leading in Georgia.
That is correct.
Trump
is leading also.
Pennsylvania is one of the main contests that they're looking for.
Trump is ahead.
And a lot of your West Coast, of course, that's going to come up
bring it
about.
down real quick. Go ahead and say what you were saying earlier. I'm going to mute it real quick.
Let him roll. He's good. He's good.
He's good. All right, let me bring it back on screen.
I know that voice. I know who that is.
Okay. Yeah, let me bring it back up. There you go.
Divided a lot of people.
Yeah,
this election has got a lot of people angry and upset. I believe this election will, you know, permanently make a particular division in the black community, and that is good. That is good. That is good. It's going to make. You say Trump should win Georgia and Florida. Well, we'll see, my man. We'll see it. We'll see if he wins. We're gonna go back to it here in a minute. But after this election, you know, and where will people stand in the black community? Where will they stand with each other?
Damn good question.
Will they still let this election divide everybody, or will everybody go to Thanksgiving dinner and put that mess to the side and say, hey, okay, that's politics. It is what it is. Go ahead and pass on the macaroni and cheese. Go ahead and pass on that sweet potato pie. Go pass some real black American collard greens and mustard greens, not that Kamala Harris bathtub collard greens. We ain't talking about that. We talking about the real one. Are we
So
gonna
Harris
put this
is
mess to the
leading in
side?
North
Christmas come
Carolina.
up. Are we gonna put this mess to the side, or y'all still gonna be talking about this mess?
Of course, I'm bringing this up real, but I got a question for you, Baker, real quick. So, like, how do you feel about his comment? And I think that's something that we did dive in as well, like how this whole election either divided the country or just exposed some things to, like, I guess, split it more. So how do you feel about that? And I'll voice my opinion as well. You there, Baker?
Yeah, you cut out. Say it again.
I said, like, how do you feel about his comment when he was saying, like, how this election split the country, or basically it exposed some things where pretty much people having their own division?
Well, it is definitely split. Listen, if you watch what's going to happen tonight, there's going to be a shenanigan, which going to show Harris is in the head. But when all the numbers start coming in, it's going to show Trump is leading by a landslide. America is tired of this so-called fake democracy, fake lowering of tax, fake protection of the border. She didn't know what she agreed with on the border. I am very concerned. Right now, you're looking at numbers running 52 to 49.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me. 52-50. This is going to be one of the closest elections in history, Chris.
I just hope it doesn't do I think in the early 2000s where we had a clear winner by the popular vote, and then the electoral college went the other way, and you know how that upset a lot of people.
I don't think that's going to happen this time.
So you think both the popular and the electoral college are going to pretty much agree with each other this time?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a close margin.
It ain't that they need to agree; the numbers need to agree. Okay. Now, right now, what time is it here, Chris?
7:18 p.m.
7?
Yep, 7:18.
So the polls are closed on the East Coast if there's no problems and no delays.
Right.
And bear with me because I am trying to monitor our local elections as well.
Yeah, matter of fact, I can probably pull up on the screen because I got that website.
Say it again, Chris.
I said I have that website as well from the screen where
go ahead. Let's see. It's very important to me.
Let me pull it up.
This local election has put me under a lot of stress.
Let's see if I can get it real quick. I think here we go right here.
Okay, if you got it, pull it up, Chris.
And you want to go by state? See what's going on in Texas.
Put it on the big screen.
Yeah, you should see it right there.
Okay.
You see it?
1 second. I can't see it, Chris.
Should be, see, look at the main one.
Make it big.
Let's see. Probably as big as I can get it. Well, let me see. Hold on. Wait. There we go. That probably helps. That's as big as I can get it. And let me go to the state.
Okay,
right, so,
okay.
Let me see. As you look at the numbers, we have Ted Cruz, Colin Allred, and Ted Brown, which is a liberal.
Go to Ted Cruz.
It's still pretty early, but this is what they got for him. A lot of these areas, I don't think it's final.
Go to Ted Cruz.
Yeah, it's right here. And here's the other positions, but this is the main one for the Senate. Can you see it on the screen? It's right here.
Yeah, I'm looking.
You got Ted Cruz.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. Like a lot of these other different counties are not finished yet, but they're projecting as of right now, Ted Cruz ahead, 50.8%.
All right, good, good. Ted Cruz is looking good, people.
And then
That's where we need to train.
Colin at 47, but they said like 27 put Eastern reporting updated at 8:20 different times. So still a lot of time left, which we shall see. But let's go to the other ones too.
Yeah, it's still a lot of time left for counting. Now, I'm trying to get someone to give me over at one of the local media's outlets. I'm trying to get with them to tell me what time have the polls closed.
Here's some of the other polls from like Texas. We have the.
Can you go to Fort Bend County?
Fort Bend County. Let me see if I can find it.
You're doing good.
Type it up. Pull this load it up. I don't think Fort Bend County is.
Oh, good. Dan Crenshaw is a projected winner. That's looking good. Go back up. Go back to that criminal, Al Green.
There we go. This president.
Yeah, there you go. Go to Fort Bend.
I don't think it's up yet. I just
refresh.
Let me try again. I don't think it's finished just because it's.
No, go back. You're doing good. Go back to Fort Bend though.
Yeah, that's what's on. I think it's not tallied yet.
No, you're not. You're in the state. Go back to Fort Bend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's here. I already typed Fort Bend. See the screen? I don't think it's tallied in yet. Like it's.
But go back to it for me.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't think there are results of tallied in. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, because the polls are closed already. Been closed.
Yeah.
There you go. Go to Fort Bend.
Yeah, it's there. Just gotta just wait a little bit until it comes in. Here's the other ones.
Click on Harris County.
Harris County, we got this.
Showdown.
I think it's still pretty early for some of these other counties. We probably just gotta wait a little bit because it's not coming up. Let me drop onto, let's see what the other network is talking about real quick.
You're doing a good job. Dan Crenshaw.
And then we have, going back to ABC.
Yo, partner.
What up? A commercial. Let me switch to the other one. Thank you for the comment. Yeah, it should be at 7 p.m. Central that polling centers will be shut down. So yeah, going exactly what Baker was talking about. See what else we get real quick.
Rhode Island haven't started counting yet. Maine haven't. New York haven't got theirs started yet. But that's usually a solid blue. Illinois less than 1% in. Yeah, I saw it down here. Philadelphia right there. They haven't got theirs in yet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think it's still
okay.
early.
See how quick they pop up.
That's
okay,
right.
So you got Northampton at 15%, and Bucks right now 11%. So I'm telling y'all, this stuff is going to change as we talking.
Thank the gentleman
It's
for
gonna
the
change.
comment for the timing of the poll, Chris.
Oh yeah, most definitely. He knows.
So we'll keep looking at it. Texas at 34% counted. Florida, you might well say it's safe to say Trump won Florida. It's definitely safe to say that Trump won Florida.
That's out.
Let's watch Michigan and Pennsylvania.
You about what 95% on the reporting. You just got maybe what a couple of counties left. And you see what I'm talking about? Tallahassee. There's a lot of black people in Tallahassee though. Where's it's a Gadsden. Just looking at these different counties, so it's safe to say Trump got Florida. It's 95%. But that's I like how Florida counted theirs fast. Shout out to Florida, man.
Florida's usually quick anyway.
South Carolina's at 33%. Illinois is barely getting started. Michigan is at 5%.
105 to 31 as of now. Trump.
I guess Maine is about to get started. They starting to count theirs up.
Again, like it's still super early for everything.
Alabama is starting to count. Mississippi haven't started as of yet.
So
Mississippi, y'all need to come on. Give the program, Mississippi.
Mississippi sleep.
You say if Kamala wins, let make her a one-term president. If Kamala wins, let's make. Okay, let me tell you something.
Oh, what are you about to say?
In one term, let me get back up there. Y'all talking about a one-term president. Look, she can do a lot of. Let me get it on the screen. She can do a lot of damage. And do you see the damage Biden has done in one term? You don't want nobody to have a one term. Look at the damage Biden did in this term. Okay, flooded the country with a bunch of migrants, stacking on everybody in the cities, especially harming the black community. Look at the gas price. Look at everything you're complaining about now. That's one term. This Biden and Harris didn't get two. Now, that would be a second term for her because she's already served in this administration. Now she'd be at the head of it. Do you think she's going to do anything any better? What you mean one term? But I just want to see what America's temperature is at. I just want to see. Because if she wins this election, then it tells me, oh, y'all want to suffer more. Y'all haven't suffered enough, clearly. You know, you want to go through a depression. And one thing, these rich people, they're not gonna suffer with you, because these rich people got other passports. They'll get away from you before you go over there and say, "Oh, you got food. Let me get yours." You know what I'm saying? But let's see.
I know you got something to say after that. You hear me, Baker? I know you got something. I know you have something to say after that.
Well, he got a good point, and I'm going to agree with him because at the end of the day, it's like in the Bible when God sent the message to Pharaoh to tell the people to let my people go. Pharaoh he refused and said, "I'd rather spend one more night with the frogs." Okay, these Democrats that don't understand politics, economics, they want to spend one more night with the frogs. In this case, 4 more years with the frogs.
The frogs.
If
Passport bros.
Kamala Harris, if she's elected.
Bros.
But let's listen. I'm confident. Now, bear with me. I got help. I got 12 windows. 15 screens open. 1 big screen. It's a beautiful help. They're telling me this, I don't know if they do breaks. But here, my view is we need a change in America, people. Democrats, stop being weak. You weak punkish preachers.
Oh, yeah, you
punkish preachers.
Oh, man.
You sissified preachers. Let me handle this.
Oh, man. Let me get your gunfire ready.
That you want your homosexuals on display. You want the punks and the lesbian on display.
Oh, shit.
You want transgender in your church. You want transgender on the basketball team. You bunch of whores on parade. It's sick of that. And I'm going to start coming out. We got a new program coming. And I'm going to start smashing some of you lying preachers. You homosexual closet preachers.
Oh, Lord.
I'm sick of this.
You got any more?
Your church is sitting up there hurting, and you can't make a good statement. You a closet homosexual. Anytime you vote for a woman who agree on homosexual, transgender, LGBT, and XYZ community, damn them. I say damn them to hell.
So you big mad.
They're a bunch of bastards. Well. I'm sick of it, and I'm not pandering towards the homosexuals.
He said.
And all you sissies.
He said what he said.
From the potter's house to the lower house. But the sissies. And I'm going to start disclosing some of these nasty, foul, lying preachers. I'm getting mad now. Y'all better, let's go back to the polls.
You made him big mad. Oh, Lord.
Sick of it.
Ooh, all right, let me go ahead and unmute this. Oh, y'all made Baker mad. Let me see what they say.
Go back to the poll.
I'm about to bring it back
and
up.
These lying liberal media, CNN, don't do nothing but lie. And they fake news, and they bunch of Crips and Bloods. That's all they are. And David Moore, he's a sissy. I call him a sissy, allegedly. Because he's up here, they playing a game. They all playing. So,
Baker, I got to be devil's advocate. So, what about the woman's right? Because, that's a huge push in this campaign.
Look. What about the Bible rights?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now, if you can't talk
so you know you're
to
gonna
me,
get a lot
if you can't talk to me on Bible rights, don't tell me about no woman rights.
You know that's the huge campaign in this. And
that's all right. That's why it's not going to win. It's a bunch of hip lot. It's false. Damn woman, she been abusing her own body, her own self. What that don't be like the other people. What that comment say? Get her.
All right, so one of the comments, I'm gonna show some more. It is not about passport bros. It's about the option for survival for you and the family. He has some more. Yeah, we acting up. We silly.
What did he say?
I'll say in a minute. He was talking about my comment about the passport bros.
Okay,
but
get this next comment.
All right, so look, he said, he actually agreed with you. He said, I second the motion, preacher, let him cook. So he said, look, he's telling you, go ahead and cook.
Let me get some more. These sissified preachers, they walk up in the pulpit, they nice suits on, and they wives their clean clothes put on, and they're doing everything under the sun, picking up more money in the churches, and the people go home poor and straggling and ain't got nothing to eat, don't even have cab fares to wear pads.
Well,
we got to stop it. And you black people out there, yeah, I said it. You black people, you Cushites, you better stop all that old damn voting because somebody's black or white. You better vote politics in the right way, policies and your conviction.
Okay, so let me throw this out there because
let me handle these niggas.
Yeah, you
tonight.
cooking. I'm throwing you an alley-oop. So, like, for those who like to just vote straight card, you definitely disagree with that, and why? Because you got some people like.
Here's the thing. If your opinions go on the other side, contrary to what you believe, then you need to vote, and that's why they don't have straight ticket no more. Okay? So wake up. Wake up. You sleeping America. Let me handle it.
I'm letting you cook. I'm just letting you aware. You may be disturbing the beehive. You know, Beyonce endorsed.
Wake up, Fifth Ward. Wake up, Trinity Garden.
Oh God.
Wake up, Echoes Home.
H-Town.
Okay, I'm getting them. Wake up, Houston. You bunch of lazy, nasty, good-looking bunch of liberals. You bunch of sissy. Houston have more punks and lesbians than any other city. You're the homosexual capital of America. And you're voting for a woman who wants to push her homosexual, her witchcraft agenda. Damn you, Harris.
In case you didn't realize, my podcast is raw, and you just found out. So, yeah, we're talking election day, but this is a raw podcast.
I'm mad as hell. Come on, Donald. Come on, Trump. Bring it on in. Boy, he's at the front door.
Lord have mercy. I'm about to get some messages and phone calls
I'm
tonight.
sick of these liberals. I'm sick of these homosexuals
You still got
parading
something to
them
cook?
down Marshall with their
Oh, God.
agenda. You don't bring nothing to the community but a bunch of disease, infested disease. You homosexual, you two men loving demons, you two women loving. That's unorthodox. That's against nature. That's against God. And you can't show up at no damn church and talk like you're a God-fearing man or woman, and you hooked up in arms with a man and another woman. Come on, wake up.
What did
You
they do?
you's a demon.
What did they do to you?
You's a demon. You's a demon. Voting for Harris, you're a demon. Because she's a witch.
All right,
You
so
believe in witchcraft.
okay, so let me hop on the other.
Now come on in and try to hoodoo
I'm about
me.
to put the news, but I gotta say that. So you have a lot of women that feel like they don't, they're losing their rights to choose what they want to do with their body. So you keep in mind
God,
that.
look.
So
Man,
let me phrase the question. I'm gonna let you cook. But for those who believe that, let's say if they got molested or pretty much raped in a situation about to have a child, so you're trying to tell me that they don't have the right to abort the pregnancy, even though it went through basically not passionate at all, but pretty much.
I am partially at odds with this.
Okay.
Most women that are raped in the house want it to be.
Wait, we want to see men in dress. Hold up, wait a minute. Archie, you petty as hell for that.
What she say?
Hey, okay. Look, so you can see. Archie said we want to see men in dresses. I ain't putting on no damn dress. Hell
What?
no.
Well, that don't even make sense. That's nonsense. She's on her own show, whoever it is. That sounds like a little elementary kid.
She's just messing with you. Lord,
who said that?
You know who it is. She's messing with you, on your skin, Archie. All right, let me put some the more of this live newscast. Let me pull up ABC again. See what they talking about. What they talking about.
And I'm a guest tonight on In the Trenches. No. Soul production tonight.
Street topics on Soul
Street
production.
talk, straight up.
An event in Bucks County just a couple weeks ago where Harris was standing there on stage with over 100 Republican officials and aides to former Republican presidents, making the argument, echoing the argument that Liz Cheney has made to Republican women that you can come out, put country above party, and you don't have to tell anyone about your vote. And also, one other thing that Terry was pointing on, the ground operation in Pennsylvania is just massive, and it is something that the Harris campaign is eager to tout. But it's not just the size of their ground game, it is where it is. They have a lot of offices, 16 of them across the state in Republican counties that Donald Trump won by double digits last time. And they feel that that is that kind of mobilization effort that is going to make a big difference, especially when it comes to reaching those Republican voters and Republican women.
John Carl, there's been so much reporting on this. You heard the Julia Roberts voiced ad in recent days as well that basically encouraged women to go in there and to vote however they'd like, reminding them that their vote is sacred and also no one will ever know how you voted. Now, whether or not that actually bears out at the end of the night or end of these couple of days that we're covering this election, we'll see. But it got under Donald Trump's skin.
Yeah, and look, let's be clear. One reason why it got under Donald Trump's skin is he knows what we know, which is if Kamala Harris wins this election, it's going to be because of women voters. It's going to be because of that gender gap. And what's been striking to me in the final days of this campaign is the Trump campaign and his supporters have been explicit in their effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it. Stephen Miller, who of course is one of his closest advisors, was out today on Twitter saying, any men out there, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. I mean, I've never really seen that. They are trying to, what they are pointing to is the gender gap on the other side of the gender gap. They want to drive men up enough to compensate for the fact that they're going to lose women so much.
Is that a winning formula, Reince Priebus, to focus so heavily on the male gender gap?
Well, I mean, look, if that's what you have, if that's your best option, if that's what you've got going that's going to get you the most votes, then I would say you've got to go for it. I think one of the interesting things that we haven't talked about tonight was if you look at Osceola County in Florida, if you look at that county.
All right, so we got some comments going in. I want you to go ahead and answer, Baker. Let me go and mute this. So I'm going to start with this first comment. He actually I brought this up. So in the moment of rape, like have the child and give it up for adoption. What do you feel about that? Because a lot of women feel like they should have the right to do what they want with their body, but he gave an interesting response. He said like have the child, just give it for adoption if you don't want to be pretty much seeing the child's trauma or a minor of the event.
It's the lesser of the evil.
Lesser of the
Would
evil.
you rather, let me finish. Would you rather murder that child because you got it by accident, or give birth to it and donate it, or put it up for auction, or whatever they do? I am an opponent of this. That baby has a right and has a choice. And if you were interviewing it in the womb, it would say, I want to live. I don't care if it's my daddy's baby. I want to live. Because in order to get pregnant, it's a miracle that takes place. And for you medical doctors who believe that you can just kill it at any time. And see, what you people on this show don't talk about is what you call partial birth abortion. That's when the woman is giving birth and induced and the baby comes out and it crushes the skull. That is demonic. That's far from anything else. That is demonic. You give birth to that baby. I don't care if he come out with his hands like this.
All right, so look, there's another interesting, like I love these comments coming in. It is slick marketing. People need to read and study history. And then another one is the foster care system is one of the most oversaturated and unfunded systems we have. Any response from that? Oh, and then one more. Well, I'll let you respond on that, and I'll put the other one. So how you feel from those two comments?
What was the first one?
The first one is this. It is slick marketing. People need to read and study history. And then the other one, and I'll reveal the last one in a minute.
I agree.
You agree?
And I know what this person is going with that. I wish we had the time. Foster care system is one of the most
oversaturated,
underfunded. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's due to your crooked line, sneaky, snake-like politicians.
Uh-oh, he's back again.
And some of you that are making these comments, you're so damn intelligent, you ought to be running for some type of office because they got a lot of snakes down in Harris County. They got a lot of fraud in Harris County. They got fraud in their prison system. They got fraud in the welfare office. They got fraud in the food stamps office. It's a bunch of doggone fraud. And let me say this and go on record.
Uh-oh.
From Trump to Harris, from Cruz to Collin, none of these demons you're going to see after January the 1st.
It's going to be like Ghost.
And it's going to be all the promises. I've been documenting this, and I got it in my other little studio thing. None of them going, I got every comment that 100 million, Harris says she going to give 100 million. That woman is a liar.
Uh-oh.
Kamala Harris is going to be the worst thing that could have ever happened. Listen to me carefully. Not just to America, but to this world. You men who are treading on the line as being a sissy, she going to push you over to demasculate you to go ahead and be that punk you want to be. Because you want to be a punk.
So let me go and
put
I'm letting you cook. I'm just throwing you some more comments. So we have these two. So I'd rather abort an unwanted child than abuse it and make it a terrible human. And then we have one more that is murder. However, having another human give it love and raise the baby.
Don't do me that. Then you go to hell.
Oh, God.
Because that's where you're going, killing God's children. The Bible says children are inheritance of the Lord. You go ahead with your good abortion of doing self. This won't be your first abortion. Sound like you done had multiples. And it ain't got nothing to do with this. But one thing is this. No, let me handle this trash. It ain't got nothing to do with this. You just keep gapping your legs open, and any dick that can come in without a rubber,
it's not even a
pregnant,
woman.
And all of a sudden you want to kill the baby instead of hold the person accountable for responsibility.
it's not even a woman, it's a man.
Well, it
You
don't matter.
assume.
It goes to him. He got a wee-wee.
Oh, Lord.
And if he agreed with aborting, the rules apply the same. I'm mad as hell and I can't take it no more.
We had another comment. LOL, yeah, the Antichrist is also a baby that people want to kill.
Well, man, I don't know nothing about all no Antichrist. He's been here before you and I got here. Most of these women listening to this show, they don't have no man and they sexually driven and they go out and get pregnant and have a baby. And not because the man they want to abort. And that's some good, hard-working women out here wish they could give birth, but they can't. And God's going to curse your sack when you can't give birth when you want to. So,
how many clips did you bring with you, Baker?
I don't know, man. I'm mad tonight.
Clearly,
I told you.
you are.
I told you. It's 7:46. I'm the guest, and I'm going to be tonight at Function Facility celebrating win or lose some good old people that's running here in town, and then I'm going to run over and celebrate with some good friends on the other side. So I'm gonna stick my head in, win or lose. Okay. Let's run to the polls, Chris. You're doing a good job. I'm gonna tell Jasim we're gonna lay him off.
Let's see what ABC is talking about real quick.
The ABC is on break. Go to Fox News.
Nah, it's up right now. Let me show you. ABC's live. Look. Oh, they on. Let's see. Switch.
Hey, yeah. Look at it. Hey, yeah.
Ooh, that's a large margin, but it's still early.
Woo!
Ooh, that's a large.
I need
margin.
to see Pennsylvania.
Come
on, let's get the Lord a hand clap.
Let's see what the other broadcast is talking about.
I wouldn't want that. Look at that woman. That nose of a witch.
Oh, hey, we got another guest. Look, we got another guest. Look, again, I'll drop the comment below if you want to drop in this.
Hey, I need to go to commercial break. Bring the guests on. I'll be right back.
What up? How you feeling, Myron? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
What's up?
We doing good. How you feeling? I know you've been entertained. You know, Baker over here he's speaking his mind. Now you thought I spoke my mind.
Nah, we definitely tapping in, bro.
Entertained a couple laughs while in a few minutes earlier.
How's everything been going?
So it's going pretty good. You know, this is election day. You know, we got things going and doing pretty good. So and then I got the live broadcast from the other networks as well. And we got some comments coming in, greatly appreciated. Most definitely. And then I got minutes like humans hate the Lord does not hate us, do not make it to heaven. Good point. Wait a minute, I did not expect this. I'm an ungodly whore now.
Oh wow.
Oh man, so thank you for hopping in. But how you feeling about this election right now as the thing is going by?
Man, so I've been tapping in, man. I actually just seen in North Carolina, like Trump is leading. There's a few states where they got Harris like leading victory lap. That's going on. Overall, I mean, of course, we here in Texas. I kind of already assumed what color our state is voting.
Right, so
introduce yourself.
Real quick, let me introduce. I'm
yes,
sir.
sir.
Spiel, but this is my good friend. He's actually from my hometown.
Ain't nobody your friend. Keep that in mind.
So
Ain't
look,
no
Becky
friend.
ain't got no filter.
Friends doesn't exist. You just know him for a long time.
You just acquaintances for a time period.
Now, let's tell me who you are and where you're from.
Go ahead, because he gonna speak his mind.
Come on now.
Go ahead, man.
Good evening, Mr. Baker.
Good evening. This is election night, and we ain't got time for no BS. What you got?
No games.
Where you
from? I should have tapped in first and said, "Where you from, my brother?"
Where you from?
No, I'm from Huntsville, Texas.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hometown.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah, country boy. Good old country boy.
What's your beef tonight?
Nah, I ain't got no beef now. I ain't got no beef unless we serving them sirloins.
Why
come
you
on now?
Come on.
Well, I got to make sure we talking that right talk now.
Well,
we're getting ready for 2025.
State your opinion.
Now, here's the thing. And I know my opinion's going to ruffle a few feathers. And hopefully it's not your feather. But if it's your feather, a ruffle needs to be
I don't have no feathers for you to ruffle, sir. I'm a man.
But this is what we're looking at.
All right.
I honestly believe that right now, the election, we got two of the titans right now. You got Trump. You also got Kamala.
Okay.
The biggest question tonight is that I hear and what I've been hearing all day is, what is Kamala gonna do for the people? That's been the biggest question. I mean, overall, everyone's been asking that same question. Yeah, go ahead.
She gonna do what she did when she was a district attorney, when she was a prosecutor. Lock us up.
I was about to say, lock us up.
Lock us up. You never put a witch
hell, here he goes.
in position. You never put a slick hoe in position.
Hell.
Look, if she win this election, on the day they do the inauguration, she will be a whore and a witch to me. And she will be it until we run her out. I hope the Senate and Congress get together and have the papers drawn up to impeach this illegal woman. She will not last. She is wicked. She is against men. She is against minority women. She don't like black women. She liked him for the election. She's a pimp on skates.
Yo, you didn't just call.
Come on now.
Name slip back. All right, I gotta throw this comment in here too. So one of our comments like, "That's literally not true," but we're off, King. I love these comments. Bring it more
it's
life.
true. You just don't know the hoe.
Oh God! God damn!
I was here in her face in Houston, Texas.
So you was here.
What was you doing in her face?
How did you feel? How did you feel? Because I got mixed reactions. Because a lot of people was waiting for Beyonce to perform.
I've been washing my aspirations since.
Did you see why?
She's a
Bruh, everybody,
she's skating. She's skating, y'all.
And all of you black people who are voting for her, and all of you white liberals,
we
and
made
all
them mad
of you
again, y'all.
Let me handle these people.
Go ahead, I'll flip your ass.
You sissified white men.
Oh,
Now here's the thing. I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
A raisin in a bowl of a buttermilk.
What? Wait, what?
I felt like a turd in the toilet.
Hold on now. Wait a minute.
What you say? You swimming by yourself, brother?
No, I just felt dirty.
You felt dirty? I hope you're wiping your ass. Yeah, no fair skate. She's skating. She's skating in the comments now. She's skating in the comments.
She's fake. My friends always told me.
What did
Baker, don't always show your teeth because you can get them knocked out.
Oh Lord.
She always.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it.
Oh my God.
One great old time, and I shut up. Civil rights, MLK, or one of it'll come to me, but he said, Negroes need to stop laughing where they hadn't been tickled, and stop scratching where you don't itch.
Wait,
and quit smiling when something ain't made you happy.
Oh shit!
And she come out. They said to her the other night,
for that.
The most accurate thing you said.
Oh,
they say your mama stank.
I'm not about to play with
you. They say you gonna cut food. What's all that with that dumb laughing? So we gonna laugh, and the people in the Middle East gonna laugh and be shooting tomahawk missiles over here. Head up.
Exactly. Looking at a nuclear war on the edge right now.
And you want to put a mixed woman I ain't never understood a 12-bean soup. I ain't understood mixed nothing. Some stuff go together. Beans and rice, grits and eggs. But I ain't never heard of no Asian nigga woman, Jamaican, Middle East, all this mixed into one. We don't know what we got here.
Unidentified? Is that what you're trying to say?
She ain't black.
Oh,
She's
God.
conveniently
She's
black.
black. She's black. She's black during the election time.
Go on, talk. Now, is that Myron?
Yeah, it's Myron.
Yes, sir.
Talk, man. You all
So,
right
so
with
like,
me?
just to add on to what you were saying, man. Like, I agree with you, man. She's been black during election time, pandering to black women specifically, trying to get them to corral together and get everyone's vote. Uh, what I seen during the election poll was kind of disgusting. We've seen some of our best celebrity entertainers dance and frolic around
You know
like this
what?
is a celebration
Me,
or something.
me, Baker, and Sim talked about like how like during
You
the
got.
rallies was like seeing, for example, Megan Thee Stallion and those perform,
I
and
need
and we
Myron
were
in the trenches this Friday night.
by the Friday, but we were talking about like yes, we love entertainment, but for that kind of situation, we do not
It's
want to
not
expose
funny.
like that. It's not
Nah.
because we want to show. In my opinion, I want to showcase excellency, not that because I
Yeah.
guarantee you
Yeah.
they're gonna look at us and just like, oh, see, I told you, they don't know how to act. You see, look, we
Yeah.
put them in that kind of position, and I had colleagues text me, and some people in privately messaged me was like, "What the hell was that?" And I was like, "This is what I'm
Exactly.
talking about." They are laughing. They are
Exactly.
looking at us crazy. I mean, we think that that's cool, and they over there laughing in their face like, and they were like, and one other one was like, "I don't mean to sound offending, but what were y'all trying to prove during that?" I was like, "Oh Lord."
Woo!
Exactly.
Trump then took Georgia.
Uh-oh. And
Trump
then, of
then took
course,
DC.
wait, we got another great guest hopping on. I want to
Who?
make sure.
But Myron,
Mr. Dennis Ford. Look,
But
I take the
Georgia's
L
not
on
a
that.
surprise
Dennis
though.
Ford, the one and only. Yeah, I take the L on that. Dennis Ford. Let me correct myself. How you
oh,
feeling?
I talked to him before.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Ford.
Kamala
What's
over.
going on?
You got
What's going on, Mr.
Pennsylvania.
Baker? How you doing, sir?
Good. God bless you. Good to see you, Myra. Make sure that Josh, I'm in love. Now, the host of In the Trenches, he's out of the country. He's over in the Middle East. But I would love your mama. Somebody just said something bad about me. What they say?
No, actually, look.
What you say?
Say, man.
Look, you're pure comedy. That's what that.
She said, "Hey,
What?
Calvin, that's a compliment."
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a compliment. You entertaining us.
Oh,
What's
there
up,
he
Khaled?
is. That's
That Trump is
Khalid.
sliding.
Where have you been? In jail?
What the hell?
Khalid, come back.
Really? Hey,
Y'all
Khaled,
trying to
if you
look.
want to hop on, let me know.
Let
Just
me
let me
say
know.
this.
Let me know. Look, this is open to everybody. So if you want to hop on, just let me know.
Can I keep it
If you're able
100?
to, you can go ahead.
Mr. Ford?
Yeah,
Go
always.
ahead. Go
All
ahead,
right,
sir.
Mr. Martin. I done been out niggered twice
Yes,
this
sir.
week, last week. I ain't gonna be out niggered tonight. I went
So
out
what
niggered.
dictionary is that found in? I'm trying to find that one.
Out niggered. It's when another person
Urban
that is
Dictionary,
not of
good
your
Lord.
color out nigger you.
That's a new one for me. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I got to do a lot of research on that. I'm befuddled, preacher. I'm just befuddled.
Hey, salute to
What
you.
pride say?
Khaled
Who
said,
he
like, I
voted
loaded the
for?
car
Well,
8 deep. We voted
let's
red
poll
all the
these
way
people.
down. Appreciate you going ahead and exercise your American right. Let's go ahead and jump into ABC real quick and see what they're talking about, and then we're gonna get.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
Yeah. Pull ABC. There we go. That's our push the other one. Give me a second. But you can see the polls right now. We got 56.1 for Trump and then 42.9 by Kamala Harris. Let me switch to the other network real quick and see what they're saying real quick. And again, share, subscribe. And again, if you want to hop on the show, this is the time. I make this so you can have an opportunity to voice your opinion or be entertaining, crack your jokes. It's all about fun, but also just giving you the opportunity to share how you feel. All right, so let's hop on to, because I see he's talking. From here we go.
You know, 2.5 over here, 1.1. All right, so small lead still. So it's not solid. Still 63%. Trump still is where he at there. Tennessee is about 60% in. I would say at least when you get about 75% or so, 80%, you can definitely call it. But it's looking like Trump may definitely get Tennessee. That's what it's looking like so far because it's just about almost all red minus what, Nashville?
That's gone.
Right there.
He's incorrect. Is that
Haywood
delayed?
County.
Because Trump already snatched 105 electors.
It's
We gotta
128
get it
right
straight.
now.
Huh?
It's one. It was. Hold on. I think he said
Michigan
128.
saying is 9%.
I'm about to say it's 128.
In, and Vice President Kamala Harris is still leading that state.
pull
But
up
you know, a
on
lot of
mine, too,
northern
'cause I'm
states,
looking at it,
Democrats going to do very well in. And also, you know, the West Coast. Now, you know, the West Coast, their polls don't close at what time? You know, but you know, that's usually the blue wall there.
Yeah,
That's
we ain't worried
definitely
about
the
it.
blue wall.
Ain't
But what
nobody
everybody's paying
considering the West
attention to
Coast.
right now
That's
is Nevada.
garbage float.
Definitely Nevada. So let me see what time Nevada polls close. Let me see here.
We don't count them. They drunk
They
and
drunk.
they gambling.
What they got in the bottle?
They thugs. They ain't worried about that. They just say, whatever y'all do, let us know next day. California is full of dope. Nevada
Y'all know what time Nevada?
gambling.
Oh, they close at 8 p.m. as well?
Yeah,
okay.
the voting will
And
be
Nevada's
over, man.
what, 2 hours behind me?
Stop
Is
him.
Nevada
Stop
on
him.
the same
Stop
time as
the
California?
That's how you feel. Hold on.
Nevada is gambling. California is doped up.
Oh, let me get
Okay.
the audio. Give me a second. There we go.
Anytime you far that far behind in time, they doped up. They just waking up for breakfast.
They just waking up for breakfast. Pretty
So
late
they
at
ain't
night.
doing nothing but at the machines and peeing in diapers, sitting on them machines. In California, everybody out there is young
that's if they
yuppie
got
sleeping on the
machines out
streets full of that dope.
That part.
Exactly.
Myra.
I was about to say, have you seen California lately?
And San Francisco, homosexuals.
Oh, God.
And
San
Compton.
Francisco is worse, for sure.
I'm glad we got some real black men, brethren, good-looking brother men here and stuff. Wait a minute. ABC News project Trump win. We know Trump gonna win Texas. Go on, David Mills.
Bro, we ain't worried
You
about
must be
Texas.
on
We need
that
to see some
cocaine.
swing states.
On the cocaine.
But on a serious note, guys, so let's talk, let's look at this,
From Huntsville to Madisonville to
Mr. Baker. So let's look at this here. What do we think about when Trump takes over? What is the realistic expectations of things that he can do versus depending on how the seats turn out in the House and the Senate? How much pushback is he going to get from that side as well? How's that dynamic going to work? We need to kind of look at that as well in the election tonight, because depending on how the seats turn out in the Senate and in the House, that's going to also have a huge issue on what he can and cannot push through outside of him
That's
just doing
always a pushback,
presidential
too, so-
directions.
Let me answer that. Is it okay? Is that for me?
Yeah, come on, man. It's a free to go.
It's for
First of all,
everybody.
I want to say to this demon,
Here we go.
I love homosexuals. I have friends that are gay. I have family members. And for you to say I'm homophobic, then your mom is a hobo.
Really, Baker? Come on now.
No, I got to handle it. But because of my Christianity and my Christian morals drive me in a different direction, opposite of what you believe. And since this is not your night, we may give you a night where we can co-sign and let you come on and tell us why you feel it's righteous for you
Oh my God! I
to
gotta
be
put this-
sucking on another woman
Callie,
or sucking on another man.
You wild for this, but this is funny.
Let me
as hell.
handle it, Doc.
No, this actually had me rolling. Callie, you a fool for this one. I guess all that booty, I'm gonna make it.
So you're spreading disease, you're spreading AIDS, you're spreading the HIVP virus. You're a walking pack of disease. Now, let me handle the Trump question. Thank you. And give my regards to Broadway and your mama.
This guy right here.
Back to y'all. Here's the thing. Trump is going to be the president that we longed for many years. From that long-legged black Obama, Hussein, Barack Obama, Hussein, or whatever, from that trash, who made a lot of promises, came in trying to act like he was with us. So in love
I'm
with you.
gonna play devil's advocate real quick because you have some people.
I'm playing it now.
No, gotta go ahead and say it because you got some people that feel like Trump is the farthest from Christian moral values and actually is a dictator that likes to use his power to his advantage, and is a convicted felon. And people are saying that how you gonna allow someone like that run the country?
Well, Chris, I will answer that
because it's
if
legal.
Nobody else won't. You got to understand something. We got innocent people in prison. Now, well, I'm going to get in trouble.
Man, if you don't say what your mind is.
Well, sometime at some point in life, slavery was damn good.
Ooh.
Because the people ate, they had nice clothes.
He said it.
And if you promoted, you became a house nickel. Okay? So when it comes to dictatorship,
you pulled the shotgun on that one.
America has always been a dictator. She dictates to people who has no support, foreign countries that need us.
And if you
We
question
dictated
that,
how
ask
much money
anyone
we
that's
gave
not
to
from here.
Ukraine. We dictate how we handle, and I'm against these demons that don't take care of Israel, how we handle Israel. We dictate how we are not fair to the foreign country, and we give them, we are dictator. But America, you so nasty, and you so low down, and you so dirty, and you so wrong, and you so damn crooked. Pfizer has not done America right, but they did. Producing all these drugs, and they take them and they put them on the market for a high price. That's dictatorship. So Trump, come on in and dictate us. I'm ready for somebody.
Let me give him some feedback.
I'm ready for somebody to make everybody shut the hell up when they ain't doing nothing.
You man. All right, let's see what he's talking about real quick. You got back on the air.
And keep up with y'all talking about him on the screen.
Oh, nigga, go on.
I hate my little screen because I normally have my big. You know what?
Make up. You
what
just
am I talking about?
stuff.
I got my big tablet. Hello, hold on,
Whatever.
y'all. I got to switch tablets real quick so I can keep up with y'all talking about. You say Illinois is surprising. You say, but I don't doubt that
Trump
they found a way for them
51%.
to migrants to vote. And what's this thing? Is this thing out too?
Oh, you having technical difficulties, brother?
Oh, there we go.
Right,
no, you just don't know
what
you said.
Hey, I don't know. I can't. I will not make accusations I don't have proof of. I can't do that in my position. Only thing I can say, if it's proof of it, then it needs to come out. Okay, cool. I got 89% here. All right, awesome. Give me a second, y'all, so I can switch. And then
we're going to switch, all right?
Come on.
We're going to switch you off.
Let's check out what ABC is talking about
Let's
real
go.
quick. Give me a second. Let me kill that. If I have to fail that.
Get your laptops together.
He came in unprepared.
Trying to be like the liberals. Call this election. Trump got 154 electoral votes. Harris got 33.
Ooh, let's see what y'all talking about real quick.
For the Trump campaign.
Am I mistaken?
Western North Carolina has been reliably Trump country, and he has to do well here, and he is doing well here. The voting is high. There are parts of the western part of the state where they've had to vote in tents. We talked to one voter, a pastor, who called the response here in Western North Carolina, he calls it the miracle in the mountains. This is a man, consider this. He had to drive 1 hour and 45 minutes to vote. He had to leave his house, drive into Tennessee, circle a mountain, come back to his community, cross a river before he could vote. And it speaks to not just the resilience of the people in this part of the country, but also their commitment to democracy. David, I talked to a member of the Trump campaign here in North Carolina. He said the race in North Carolina tonight is as tight as a facelift. And so while they're doing well in North Carolina, there are other areas of the state that look favorable for Kamala Harris. 55.4% of the early vote in North Carolina that went to women, and that's a record in the state. 24% of the of the uncommitted voters were first-time voters, which is an indication that young people are voting in high numbers here. There are people standing in line still in Charlotte in some of the university areas, likely young voters, also potentially a good sign for the Harris campaign. I know earlier you and Lindsay were talking about black voters in North Carolina. I want to mention to you the central part of the state and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU in the country. Aggie pride runs deep in this state.
Oh, yeah.
And so expect Harris to do well in that state, that part of the state, and also in eastern North Carolina, where A&T has one of its largest alumni chapters. So there's a lot going on in North Carolina, still tight, and both camps see reason to be optimistic at this point.
Byron Pitt's on the ground in Asheville. You can see they still have so much work ahead of them in the cleanup of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Rick, let's pull up North Carolina since we've heard so much from Byron on this, and let's visit a couple more of these areas one more time. Can you get to Wake County, obviously the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham County right around there. Let's just see how both
talking in front of a dump site. Can we take a second to see how they had that brother talking in front of a dump site out there in South Carolina?
Yeah,
that was wild behavior.
Yeah,
Bruh,
listen to me, people, because I have to apologize that locally, leave that running because I have to go and celebrate. But I want to say something, and it's good to see it's Ford and Myron on. Guys, you guys are phenomenal men. I really celebrate you. And Chris, thank you for allowing me to be on Soul Productions. And I know we're going to be together Friday night on In the Trenches broadcast. And who said it that way? That's another show I'm going to be on. But let's talk for a moment. Black America has been listening to the wrong voices for a long time.
Uh-oh.
We've listened to voices that haven't died physically, but had their mouth stopped. Jesse Jackson was one of the greatest poverty pimp preaching politicians it was. He can't talk now. All right? And I give you warning to you preachers who stood up the other day and said why certain things shouldn't happen a certain way. For one, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to hit both sides real quick.
Oh, go ahead. 1, 2.
Jamal Bryant Harris, you don't have a more fiber in your body to do that. Your private part is the only thing you think and use to manipulate the women in your church to seduce them and keep them under your spell. That's why you have a woman by your side that you've not married yet. If you're a man like me, I know you're stabbing it before you're grabbing it.
Oh, shit.
Now, how do your church, if y'all so holy and right, let you stand up there and let that woman pretend to be your wife and you ain't married her yet, and you know you're smashing?
Oh, you went there?
You smashing her. And you were so into yourself with your pink shoes and suit wearing self to the point where you walked in with her in the back and Kamala Harris in the front, and you endorsed this homosexual loving woman. So are you, Jamal Bryant Harris? Are you a homosexual? Reach out to the people on this show. I think you're a punk. Be careful. My mama used to say birds of the feather, and grandmother and people I grew up with, birds of the feather flock together. Now, your leader, who you took over, was molesting and raping boys, allegedly, and that's what was said, and he died quick. He died, and I told people, don't play with God. When they put that demon in that chair and made him king, you don't make no man king, Nichols. He died, and you took and stepped right in them shoes. Over at New Birth, you got a lot of secret closet, private homosexual, and I wouldn't doubt if you one yourself.
Oh, goddamn.
All right? And y'all condemn Clarence McClendon for speaking the truth.
Uh-oh.
He spoke the truth. Now, you got these old sorry, good, nothing black. Now, let me say this. Now, I'm going to take a bow and pass the mic and come off, and because I got to go to these events, and I done got old and slow, but I'm just going there hoping I can see some pretty women. All right.
See, that's the bank I
Let
know.
me
See,
say this
I
to you.
knew it. I
Let me
knew it.
say this, Donnie Swagger, boy, listen to me. You were nothing. Your dad is nothing. And your other family members is nothing. Y'all have been mistreating black folks. And how in the hell you lily white piece of bread gonna stand up and say, chastise black people? Yeah, y'all did that. See, it comes from you. You did that back in slavery. This is a new generation, sir. We are a generation that fight back. I'm surprised that you don't have a bunch of Black Panthers standing at your front door on any Sunday morning. I hope they're getting ready to come that way. Because, see, your daddy was a horse. Remember that. Your daddy got caught one time, but remember, your daddy was caught with prostitution. Forgive me. He cried with tears. The cracker didn't cry because he was hurt. He was crying because he got caught. Now he done got too old to do anything, and he probably not getting up down there. Lazarus ain't getting up. But you gonna ever talk about, I wish somebody ever come to me talking about chastising my people. That's what you're accustomed to do. Now you can call me Donnie Swagger. Now, let's go back to Trump. Harris is, boy, Trump is putting it on him, man. I'm telling y'all. Look like God hear my prayers.
Nah, not too fast. Not too fast. He just went down in Pennsylvania now.
It's still pretty early.
I'm gonna give my seat up in heaven, and I'll let you have it.
Wait a boy, watch what you say. Watch
We
what you
getting
say.
spanked in some of these places now.
That's what I said.
Well, I ain't gonna give up my seat. I want my stuff. I don't care which one of these niggas get in. Come on, let's go. It's for the good show.
It look like ABC on the break right now. Let me see what.
What's on your mind, Ford?
Well, one thing I do know, there was confirmed pictures that I've seen on some other channels that I watch closely and monitor, that they had some ballots that was pre-filled in for one of the other teams. I won't say which one. So that way, if you didn't catch it, you would inadvertently, out of ignorance, be voting for a party that you may not wanted to vote for. So that was going on in some of the states here.
So you trying to tell me, like, when you, of course, you do your little vote, when you pull it out, of course you got to put it in a machine, like it was already predetermined. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So some of the ballot cards that was issued out for you to go to your little private, table area to fill out the ballot, they had a mark in one of the presidential slots for one of the political parties that particular polling center in that county in this particular state had already pre-filled. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on there to try to, keep the scales closer. Also, there were, as we know, in the West Coast, they had some sabotage going on for some of the ballots that was mailed in. We also know that there's some possible sabotage or nefarious persuasion going on with our men and women that's active duty and how they vote, because they have to mail it in because they're all over the world,
Trump
no matter the
was
state.
arguing that too, like saying the issue
So
with that.
yeah, they trust me. I was in the Marine Corps, so I can see how that can happen.
But wasn't this like a big issue like a few years ago, like when we had the last election?
It's been.
Called out?
I mean, pick an election, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff been going on for decades. I mean, as far as I know, it's been going on a long time. I would say well past Bush daddy, Bush number one, back in the right around 90 time. A lot of stuff has been going on behind the scenes. I would say the last 3 or 4 elections for presidential, that is, it's just been coming more to light.
Hold that thought, Ford.
Go ahead. What you got?
I know it's early. It's 8:20.
What we got?
Me being an expert that I am, I'm going to call this election early.
Oh, you confident?
Trump will be our new president of the United States of America.
Right now, Trump is
Harris
up
got a lot of
194
catching. Look, in order for her to
194,
win,
95.
I'm going to tell you how she must win.
There's a lot of red.
I know the liberal media monitor soul production and in the trenches. So
Tell
listen
them
to me,
subscribe.
liberal media. You guys got to pull a scam out the box. You got to shoot somebody. You got to do something. Because Trump is winning. He will win. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm happy. I'm going to leave here happy. Yes, it's looking good. It's looking good. America, sound like you're speaking. You're tired of these transgenders and
tired of the foolishness.
Tired of it. Now, wait a minute. They just obeyed me. I need doggone. They done pulled the scale.
What'd you just see, Baker?
Go to local news. Come on, man.
Which one you talking about? You know, they all like which one we talking about, so I can try to catch it, stream it.
Go to ABC. Them thugs.
Like the ABC.
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Political thugs.
Wow.
ABC,
Political mercenaries, huh? Okay.
Here we go, ABC.
That's what we doing.
Haven't found many places yet where he isn't hitting where he wants to be in terms of the 538 benchmarks or in terms of the history. The turnout machine, even if it wasn't on the ground the same way it was for the Democrats, seems to have been working, at least in these initial numbers in Michigan and elsewhere.
Let's get right to Juju Chang. She's in Detroit for us. And Juju, President Biden won. This was his biggest win of the swing states, about 54,000 votes. And obviously considered part of this blue wall that Kamala Harris is trying to keep.
That's what
And they're trying to shore up the cracks in the blue wall, David, absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State was here just moments ago telling us that she believes the votes here will be tabulated between midnight and 6 a.m. throughout Michigan. Now, we spoke earlier to the Macomb County clerk, and he believes it's a big night for Team Trump. That said, we spoke earlier to the COO of the Detroit Board of Elections, and he said, look, we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election official says there's been no chaos, no pandemonium, no banging on the windows like there was 4 years ago. He says he jokingly said he thought he heard them singing Kumbaya in the hall.
All right,
David?
Juju Chang in Michigan. We'll be checking back in with you, Juju. I'm looking at North Carolina, less than 100,000 votes, about a 70,000 vote margin between the two candidates. Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting interesting. Your local news standing by, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes here. Don't go away.
You feel good, huh? You feel good?
Well, you don't want me to be happy?
I didn't say that. I was saying you're feeling good. You can see the numbers going in your favor.
Well, the people are speaking. I don't have but one vote, unlike most Democrats who vote multiple times. Did I get y'all?
We heard you loud and clear.
Mr. Myron, let's hear something from you before I go. Sir, thank you so much. I believe you're a good man. Now, you look like you're all equipped up and stuff, and I know you got a show.
You talking about Myron? Yeah, you got one coming.
Yeah, got one coming. Yes, sir.
Okay. I may not be your cup of tea, but I.
Oh no, you right up that alley, brother.
Don't make an old man. Don't make an old man blush, Myron.
Come on now.
I just speak.
I ain't trying to get fresh on you now.
I speak the truth. I speak facts. I have had the opportunity to be in the presence of most people that I consider to be of high echelon, and I see how they play this game, and we're all being played.
Absolutely.
The powers that be, and I didn't want to discourage anybody on the previous show to tell them now I say, you have 14% of the population, which black people make up. That's not enough to elect a president. Black people, listen.
Statistically makes
Old long-legged Mac Daddy Obama, it wasn't enough black people to get him elected. We make up 14%. Oh.
Well, you just
Cruz, okay, go to ABC 13. Cruz is putting a whooping on Colin colon. He
shit.
ought to be a colon. Cruz got him by 51%. He's most of the votes are counted. Is projected to win.
Yeah, he gonna win it because the other
Man,
guy. Yeah, because
come on,
Colin.
Cooper. That's how it
Yeah,
was.
Colin was way too liberal.
See,
Yeah,
Beyonce
yeah,
should have.
a lot of them politicians he
Beyonce
voted
should
for
have
just
dropped
was
that
crazy.
petition.
Oh, let me show you this real quick.
Hey,
She should have
hey,
came
Hold
through and
Beyonce was
did a
at that
two-step
event.
for
She should have dropped the petition.
him.
You see this number, y'all? Right to
Because
abortion.
that's exactly what
Y'all
he
see
needed.
that?
Yeah, bro, like that is
Directly to
crazy.
voters and failed. Let's get to our Deputy Political
Wow!
Director,
Say
Avery
that now.
Harper. Avery, exit poll numbers starting to come in as well as voters begin to fill in their ballots. What are some of the key concerns?
Right, when we look at some of this preliminary exit poll data, what we see is that the state of democracy has actually edged out the economy as the #1 issue that voters care about as they consider who to vote for, followed by the economy. Abortion, you see there in the middle with 14% of voters saying that. Immigration, which has been an issue that the Trump
that's
campaign has
interesting
really
because
leaned
the
into,
rally
falling
made
there
it
at
seem
the
like
fourth
abortion was
slot
the
at
biggest thing,
11%, and foreign
and majority
policy
of the
at the
people
end.
thinking the state of
Wow.
democracy
All
is
right,
the
Avery
biggest
Harper,
issue.
thank you so much. We'll talk through the night. Let's head to Arizona now, where we find ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Elizabeth, you're in Phoenix, which is in Maricopa County, the most populous county in the state. The polls there have now closed. What can you tell us about early voting there so far?
So, Kara, it was record voting across the state of Arizona. And here in Maricopa County, now that the polls have closed, they will start to tabulate those ballots. About 60% of all of Arizona's ballots will be counted here. We asked the Secretary of State today how long he expects that process will take. He said this could take 10 to 13 days. So these results could still take some time, Kira. A reminder that President Biden just narrowly won this state by 10,000 votes back in 2020. That was the first time that a Democrat won Arizona since 1996. So this is
yes. Let's see what he's talking.
All right, Gary. See what we get.
Chris, while you're looking for that, Myron, are you available Friday night?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chris, get him on the show Friday night.
Most definitely. Let me.
Ford show up, we'll handle him too. But get Myron as a
God.
special guest. Let's open the mic up.
All right, hold on. Let me get the right.
Nah, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And so just to go back just a little bit on that Colin conversation.
Go ahead. You got the mic.
I know a lot of you guys seen the ad as far as the policies that he voted for, but he had a rebuttal ad that came out pretty much downplaying the ads that Cruz ran, stating he never really voted for those policies. In fact, he voted for, I guess, a sub policy that was put inside of a bunch of different policies that he really was trying to push, and he didn't really acknowledge what he voted for in regards to some of the transgender laws, some of the transgender things that they want to put into effect. That's what I seen, and I don't know if it was degenerate or it was something that was,
No, you're on point, brother.
From his thing,
Man, you're on point.
So I
when these
want to get y'all
laws and
thoughts
bills are
on that.
written, if I give you this book and say just sign it, but you ain't got time to read all it, and they plug all kind of other stuff in that most of these senators don't know what's being plugged in, and they think they're voting, and they don't have time to read the bills.
Right.
And what is out there?
To read.
Yeah. Okay. Now.
So do you still hold him accountable for those things that he may have, looked over?
Well,
because that was his whole entire rebuttal.
Well, listen, man. He knew something was funny. And what you got to do, it's going to be stuff thrown into these papers. Read them. He should have did his due diligence. Both parties, all parties.
Right.
Colin, he's not my cup of tea. I think he was responsible for letting too many criminals out that killed too many people. I'm not for these guys. Listen, you may not like Cruz. but I ain't in the mood. I'm too old to be trying something new.
Nah, I get that.
Let's see what he's talking about real quick.
I get that.
Now,
completely.
the liberal media, this is why I don't like them. And every time, now they done cut me off. Special report, go to ABC. Okay, they were bringing on, go to ABC.
Let me see what I can
Switch
get.
over, run there. Chris.
I got
they,
you.
they break in the report, man.
Here we go.
270.
ABC.
Go to ABC. They was finna show the weather. That's
There
what I
you
was
go.
finna fuss about.
Percent to 43%. Again, we have to look at the counties and what we're talking about when we're looking at that vote still very early. In Michigan, you can see Kamala Harris taking an early lead in Michigan, and in Wisconsin tonight, Donald Trump with the early lead. We're going to dive into where these numbers are actually coming from in just a moment. We're also tracking Georgia. We're tracking North Carolina and Arizona at this hour. No numbers from Arizona, though the polls have now closed. In Georgia, Donald Trump holding on to that lead. Looks like it's now just about
brought that up
more than
too,
100,000
Myron.
votes now,
Remember we talked
widening his
about
lead and holding firm. In North Carolina, still a close race. And again, there's some outstanding vote in some of the Democratic areas.
Georgia
We'll
ain't
dig
close.
deeper into that in just a moment. New York, we can now project,
not
ABC
close.
News projecting that the state of New York, 28 electoral votes, Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. In Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes, Vice President Harris wins the 4 votes there. Former President Donald Trump winning the state of Louisiana, 8 electoral votes. He picks up from Louisiana. Let's go right to the map, the race to 270. Kamala Harris winning 6 states in Washington, D.C., 62 electoral votes. Donald Trump winning 15 states, 162 electoral
Still a
votes
huge margin.
in the march to 270. We do have a Senate projection. ABC News can report that in the state of New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will serve a 3rd term. She was seeking the 3rd term. She wins it handily tonight. She'll return to the Senate. Let's get right to the team here. Rick, what are you seeing there in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is one we have our eyes on because it seems like every serve is being met with a volley as we get into the numbers here. To look at Raleigh, Wake County, that's a place where Kamala Harris needs to be doing very well. She's doing almost exactly what she needs to be doing, and of course, very well in the bluer parts of the Research Triangle area. But when you get out into Trump country, it looks like Trump numbers, and it's really remarkable to see these numbers tracking how close they are, within a 1/10 of percentage point of our 538 numbers. And just around within a percentage point or so of what we've seen in the past with past Democrats. We've been talking a little bit about Nash County. We're up to almost 90% reporting there in what's something of a bellwether county, a potential swing county. Biden was able to eke out a victory here. Trump is now on the other side of a potential win in that part of the state. So it's really interesting because you can see the candidate strategies in action with Harris seemingly effectively driving up the vote in some more liberal areas. We're waiting on a lot of vote right here in Mecklenburg County. That is Charlotte, only about 10% in right now. Too early to really draw too much into what is a big part of the state, but an area where Democrats have had turnout problems in the past.
Yeah, only 10% of the vote in. And what's the benchmark she needs to be hitting there?
Yeah, she needs to be getting about 6. Let's look at the number. She gets to be at 67%. She's at 63. Again, it depends on the vote type right now.
Right.
But we don't really have a lot to say about it yet. But that's going to be key if she's going to overcome that deficit of now 115,000 votes with about a little more than half of the vote in.
Let's look at Georgia. What do we see?
Yeah, so Georgia's trending a little bit worse, at least in our numbers right now for Harris. 210,000. Trump seems to be in a pretty good position right now, but we're still waiting on so much vote. But just to take you around a little bit, the Atlanta metro area, we've seen a significant amount of vote in Fulton County. It's a place where Harris has to be winning big, and she is winning big, almost exactly hitting her benchmark. DeKalb County, again, almost exactly at that number. Places where she's racking up big numbers because she's then bleeding support elsewhere in the state, including in some of the outlying suburbs of Atlanta. Donald Trump doing very well in a lot of these places and just bringing up these 19, 20,000, 40,000 votes in all these different counties across the state. And that's why you see now this edge beginning to emerge of 211,000 votes. Gwinnett County is going to be very important here. It's about 8-9% of the entire state. Right now, Harris up about 60-40 there with only about 16% of the vote in. We're going to look at this all night. These are where we think the votes are. Those big blue dots seem to suggest there's a lot there, but all those red dots add up as well. So there's still a good amount amount of Republican vote. And again,
Just explain
Trump
that,
has
if you
an
will,
edge right
again,
now.
for the audience looking. The size of those dots actually is proportional to the amount of vote that we believe is still outstanding.
Yeah, for every county, some of them are blue counties, some of them are red counties, some are more purple. And so if it's a 50-50 county, you're not going to get a lot of vote edge one way or the other. But this is really Atlanta and the suburbs. Some of these overlapping dots are so big because the vote share is so large in that area. Some of the smaller blue dots, all of it adds up to a lot of vote that is still out. But we're edging up to about 3/4 of the vote in, and we've seen nights like this develop where it gets harder and harder to make up a gap.
Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of what you just showed us shows Kamala Harris hitting her benchmark or actually surpassing it marginally, but then Donald Trump actually doing even better than what he had to do in some of these rural counties in Georgia. Ryan, what are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
I'm hearing that they're still very excited about what they're seeing.
I'm gonna get the live broadcast rolling, but like, do you think some of these other states and some of the swing states gonna pretty much bring this a little bit closer? Because right now it seems like we're pretty much a landslide, and breaking it in piece by piece.
Well, Chris, I think it's almost a tie now. Does anybody call? I'm reading another site here, and I'm trying to get some information from a buddy of mine. You know him. We had him on the show, so I'm reading some stuff he sent over. But go ahead with your show.
Yeah, I'm basically like adding on to that. So like as these other results slowly come in and they wrap things up, I was basically about you to say like things should get a lot more closer, and it's gonna get really interesting as we get close to the end of the night of where we at. That's why I was saying earlier, like it's still way too early as they try to finalize a lot of these different things. So it's very interesting how this is gonna go.
It's a toss-up between Ted Cruz and Colin Steele.
Right.
You still think so though? You don't think?
Yeah.
You don't think?
Yeah, we got 137,967 reported on Ted Cruz side. We got 156,556,000. 51% is Colin, 45 is Ted, with 80% reporting. Of course, this old beaten down man, Hal Green, is at 100%. He has no opponent.
Yeah. And just let me switch because I got it pulled up as well on my screen when it comes to the battle with Ted Cruz. Let me share the screen. Give me a second. As you can see, just look at the
guys. This is a good show.
Cruz.
So good to have you guys joining us tonight. Did Ford go to sleep?
Probably got a little busy. I'm dying.
Myron, it's good to have you, man. It's good.
So we have Ted Cruz pretty much leading by 52.5% and Colin Alfred by 45.6%. We still got a good amount of areas, but of course Ted Cruz has the lead as of right now. Because I know you mentioned that earlier.
Damn!
Now these major cities like going blue. This doesn't surprise me at all.
Common is at 41%.
Oh, you talking about Houston?
Please
and
hold.
then we have Dallas.
Yeah, bro. You know, and I try to tell a lot
Paso.
of people that are in Houston. You know, you got a lot of transplants that really aren't from Texas. They don't really know Texas outside of Houston, Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio. And so, like, their idea of changing this state blue is definitely skewed. And I always give them advice, like, hey, if you really want to get to know Texas and the people that live in Texas, take a trip to some of these rural towns. And you'll definitely get to know Texas in the first 30 minutes. You'll know, let me go ahead and get back to Houston.
Yeah, we know because we've been like we started heading towards east. Like so many people are used to seeing like Houston and all that. As soon as you start heading East Texas, it's a whole different element. I guarantee a lot of people who are not from this area gonna be like, "Are we in the same state? Oh yeah, you still in the same state, but now you're getting that country feel. You getting that real country area, and then you have correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like was it Vader, yeah. They go over there, they're gonna be like, I done came to the wrong spot.
And you know what's crazy? Like the last 3 months, they've been running like commercial ads in Vida, trying to get people to move to Vida, places to
Are you
live.
dead
So
serious?
they're
I
trying
know
to
you.
abandon the
Are you
historical,
serious?
racist,
Out of
stereotype
all
that
the
this city
counties,
has built.
Vida,
Yes. And they've reached out to
Vida.
Houston. I've looked at the ads. I watched the videos. They have pretty much a
Holy
whole
shit.
commercial breakdown on trying to advertise people to move out to Vida, Texas. I think the city's dying. It is a sundown city,
Yeah.
So it's a sundown city. You know, historically, it still has a reputation. I
I
mean,
shouldn't
I
be
just
I
graduated
shouldn't
high
be too
school.
surprised either because like even when we pointed out shown like these major cities are changing, so some of these other areas are slowly changing. I think that also kind of aiding to your point, like as more people from outside of Texas start coming in, the culture and the mentality is slowly changing. It's not going to be like real quick, but like when you have a good swarm of people trying to take advantage, because we know like land is cheap here and they're trying to see new opportunities and much more. The atmosphere and the personality is gonna slowly change over due time.
But I don't think it's gonna change as a whole though, because like
Just
majority of people who are coming from out of state, they're coming to like those major cities, right? And
yeah,
so the likelihood of them getting comfortable outside of those major cities are
it's not.
slim to none.
I was talking about the more the major city. Let me correct myself. You are correct. But them small town areas, they're gonna be like, oh, let me go back to the city.
It's
I
not
didn't
happening.
expect that. Yeah, they don't even know
No,
how to act.
I had a client in California. About last year, I sold her a house out there in Montgomery County. She called me just about 2 weeks ago. She's like, "Myron, I did not know how Republican Texas was or Montgomery County was
What?
until I got
Wait.
online and seen
Wait.
everybody with
Well, okay,
Trump
that makes
shirts
sense.
on."
Especially, look, for those who are viewing the live and those who will see this after the recording, Montgomery is the most like I put it like this: you don't want to get a ticket in Montgomery, Conroe, Texas. They don't care who you are. They will
It's a
throw
bunch
you
of
in the.
Klansmen. It's a bunch of KKK out there.
They will throw you in the jailhouse without hesitation. You can be like,
Anytime
"Hey,
you live
I'm a
in a
big celebrity."
neighborhood called
They're gonna be like,
Cut
"I'm
and
gonna throw you in
Shoot,
jail."
Cut and shoot.
that's
Yeah.
Cut and Shoot. You explain that one to me.
They just ran out of names.
Everybody's gonna throw
What did
that
we do to
together.
that nag yesterday? Well, we cut it and shoot them. That's what we named the time.
I know we're gonna make some people mad with that, but look,
Boy,
that's what's
this
going
is
on in
an
the
election day.
Lord have mercy.
Seriously. No, but I found it like interesting.
The
Just
Republicans
because
are
we have so
holding
many
their way.
transplants moving down here, right? And
Mhm.
so a lot of people are looking at that as far as, oh, this may change Texas blue within the next 10 to 12 years. And I always encourage them, like, if you really feel like that, please just take a trip about 45 minutes north of Houston. Walk around, talk to a bunch of different people with the same beliefs, and watch how many people watch you walk to your car. Make sure you get up out of this town.
That part. That said enough by itself already.
Just being honest. And then, of course, major cities, man. Here's another thing people have to pay attention to. A lot of these major blue cities, look at how they're ran. Look at the number of homelessness in these cities. Look at the rampant amount of illegal immigrants that are in these cities that are causing havoc, and the crimes that are increasing. I mean, you're talking about personal. I mean, harmful crime. You're talking about murder. I mean, just in the last few months, we've seen some of the craziest things where I'm not sure if a lot of these people who are from another country are going to be held liable because they're going to get shipped back to their home country. And a lot of these countries, they don't want them either. So guess what they're going to do? Pack their bags, walk on back across the border.
That's true.
So imagine if you had a green card saying, hey, I can go commit a crime over here to make a life better for myself. They're going to send me back, but that's nothing but a 6-month hiatus. I'll be back with no penalty.
Yep.
And then on top of that, us as the people who are actually living here and homeowners, and we pay property taxes to make sure.
Does anybody out there need a battery?
You said a battery?
Yeah.
Who need a battery?
In the smoke detector.
You ain't got no damn sense.
Nah, I just changed my batteries. I ain't gonna lie. I had
They
to empty all
lying.
the batteries out on the cart in Dollar General just about a month ago. You know, they don't sell them type of batteries no more.
You ain't never cried. Oh man. Let's see what they talking about on his show real quick. If he's still live. Let's see. What he talking about?
Haven't been counted yet. So that's the deal. That is the deal. Harrisburg, Philadelphia. Well, look at how Philly voted. Overwhelmingly for Vice President Kamala Harris. All right. Now Trump's starting to pull away now. Well, there we go.
We already knew about Florida.
77% reported out of Georgia. And Trump got 2.1 million votes. Vice President Kamala Harris at 1.9 million. Is Trump gonna win Georgia?
He
You
won.
mean the booty shaking didn't work in Georgia? All right, black people, you may have redeemed yourself.
Let's see what ABC's talking about real quick.
Chris, run the local news too.
Which one? Because we got we got several.
Go to Fox.
Let me see if I can find Fox real quick.
Or Channel 2. I need to see something.
Let me see if Fox should have a live stream on YouTube. Let me see if I got one going.
Troy Nails. You remember we did a investigative reporting.
Mm-hmm.
And whew.
I'm about to throw Fox News.
See if they're talking about Fort Bend County.
All right, loading up now.
Damn.
All right, here we go, Fox. We getting sound.
I'm finna call one. Hold on.
I think Fox is on commercial break right now. Ain't getting no kind of sound from them. Let me go to ABC. What up, ABC? Everybody on break right now. But here's some of the numbers.
Turn it down. Hold on.
You got someone on the phone?
You can.
Hello?
I want to say congratulations. Even though you didn't have an opponent, you still bad to the ball. I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm praying. I got my prayer team on the floor right here with me at my house praying for Carmen.
Yeah.
Ooh, they neck and neck.
Early voting numbers are what we're looking at, but we haven't seen the final precincts.
Right.
Everybody from today. So I think they all pull it after today because it was nothing but strong Democrats in the polls today.
Yeah.
I mean, there were others, but
yeah.
It was a lot of Democrats.
But she's running neck and neck right now.
Yes, with Jason Joseph. Yeah.
I don't like her. I know them both, but after this is over, I really need to sit down with you and talk with you and stuff. Because you got to come up now next 4 years.
Yes.
And we're going to be ahead of the game, and you will win.
Yes, I pray so.
I said, let me call my girl. Yeah. So I'm here on a show broadcast. They're on commercial break right now. But I said to them, let me call because I see Bridget. You gone. You down the street. You already celebrating. Girl, go get you some rest. You have worked so hard for many years in these campaigns.
You're right. You're right. I've never stopped. So.
Never stop. I'll come see you one day after this all settled down, okay? Okay, love you. Appreciate you.
Love you too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. You know who that was?
Go ahead and tell us the good news.
That's one that I got elected. That's the Fort Bend County District Attorney, one of the first ever county attorneys. I say we need to talk.
And so she pretty much got her victory on election time. That's good to hear.
Doc, she done blow this nigga out. She blew it out.
It's good to hear.
But I got one more sister that I did that interview. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ask Jashim, can he send you that video?
I can. I know, like, dude, that he's like, you know, overseas. It may be kind of hard
He
for him to
ain't
sit
dead.
it right now. I know he ain't
He
dead, but he
watching
has. I mean, he just said like they have trouble with Wi-Fi. You know, he in the battle zone. He
He
ain't
ain't
like in the
fighting
rest.
nothing. He ain't fighting the damn thing.
Well, when I messaged him, he said like he in the war zone. And
Tell
so,
the
like,
nigga to click his phone on. Hold on.
Baker gonna get us all killed. They're gonna be like, no Wi-Fi. Baker gonna, what you say? Well, let's see. I'm trying to wait for see if ABC. I know right now they're on commercial break. But Myron, how you feeling right now as slowly the numbers come in and much more? Matter of fact, how you feel about some of the issues that they were pushing?
I ain't gonna lie, like, because I'm here in Texas, of course, the immigration thing is gonna hit home a lot. I mean, outside of that, I mean, Texas specifically, if we're just going back to even just
Y'all, let
calling
me
them
tell these
food.
politicians. Watch this.
Oh, you got somebody else on the phone you about to call?
I'm home.
You know, he
We got a
connect.
celebration call.
You got one person he's celebrating that one from Fort Bend. You got to contact now.
Hold on. Listen to this.
Ring, ring, ring.
Watch the screen.
Yeah, I'm watching on my other screen.
No, you're not.
I got two screens, so he ain't in this out. Oh, this guy.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Doctor, this is Donald Baker and In the Trenches broadcast show, and also with Soul Production. Congratulations. I am going to call this election for you. You're a God-fearing man, and you're where you need to be. So if you can, give me a call back. We want to make this year a great year. All right? Call me back, 713-545-6053.
Baker, I hope you realize you just said that on live.
Yeah, Doc. See what that say?
Yeah.
Oh, move to the left. Look like a tax assessor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Come on now.
Yeah, they sent that to Has better win. I'm gonna call that nigga again. I'm gonna call this nigga again.
I know you ain't trying to hit up Jasim.
About to dispute some probate taxes.
See if he's gonna answer. Maybe busy.
Wouldn't be busy if it wasn't for me.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
He better get his ass on the phone or we're gonna pull him out of office.
Let's see what ABC is talking about real quick.
Go to ABC.
They got Trump 50,
Harris is
Kamala
losing.
48%.
ABC.
Roberts in Madison, Deborah, appreciated. 28% of the vote in. Kamala Harris up by about 41,000 votes. Ryan's got about a minute before we have to hit a break here. What do you make of what you saw? I saw Donald Trump surpassing his benchmarks that he needed to ever so slightly, but in each one of those counties Rick showed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rick showed Kenosha, Wisconsin, where I grew up. That always was a Democrat town. It's where Chrysler American Motors was. 57% is huge. He was at 50% in 2020. 20, about 47% in 2016.
Yeah,
The
he's
key
at
for
55.
Wisconsin right now, though, is Madison, Dane County, that blue in the middle. If Donald Trump can stay above 24%, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a tough time. The difference in 2016 and 2020 was about 80,000 votes, which was a difference. It was 1 percentage point, and he's running 2% higher.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there.
You ain't paying me no advertising money.
You get no free plays over there.
It's like, let's see what payment. No.
Hold on, this the Fort Bend County. Hold on.
On air live.
Is it over, Baker?
It's almost over, girl. You gonna get this.
I'm down by 9:09.
That ain't over. It ain't over.
Yeah, like today's votes gotta come in.
Yeah, it ain't over. Y'all neck and neck. I'm watching it.
Man, I can't believe this fool is that close.
Yeah, I'm surprised he that close, but that don't mean nothing. It's gonna be a turn.
You're the praying man and I'm a praying woman, so let's start praying.
We're gonna keep praying, okay? Okay, baby.
Time to change again.
Okay. Let's bow our head. Father, we thank you for opportunity that we get to do what we do. Now, you heard our sister, Carmen P. Turner. We pray and ask that you bless her, to anoint her for a second term of this election. She has done good thus far, and I can see no wrong she can do. But bringing in a novice and a man that is ignorant to the facts will be damage to the community. Amen.
Amen.
They waiting on me to call them, Doc. I'm finna call Cruz now.
Oh, I got CNN going.
You got CNN?
Yeah, let's see what they talking about.
Okay, go ahead. Let me get Cruz.
Voters in those early votes and also in the in-person votes that we saw from earlier today, the undecided, or rather the nonpartisan group, is so large that it's really hard to arrive at any conclusion from that. We expect to start seeing those numbers, but the results might not come for hours, is what we're hearing.
CBS, I mean. Oh, we having a little itch. Come on, internet. Don't buffer with me now.
CBS News, America Decides.
CBS. Are you on commercial break? So yeah, remind the people who you had on the phone again, because I know we said a quick prayer so they can know, the audience back at home. Baker. Who we had on the phone earlier so the audience can know?
I had Carmen Turner, which is a Fort Bend County tax assessor. I have had Dr. Lanani. He's serving District 76. And now I'm trying to get on here. Actually, that's what I'm trying to get. I've had Carmen on and Bridget. Now I'm trying to get Dr. Lange. I got his number. Just bear with me.
Gotcha. All right, as he goes through, I'm on. Let's see. Everybody on commercial break right now. They like it's getting late at night. They probably trying to get some wine or something. Like it's getting late at night. Where the wine at?
They've been sipping on that wine.
Mm-hmm. There we go. That's what he talking about.
Maine. Trump has a slight lead there in Maine.
In Maine?
Mm-hmm.
We keep checking Georgia. They still at 79% reported. Mississippi is 35% reported. Trump has the lead there in Mississippi. Colorado, we'll go back to them again. And Vice President Kamala Harris has a commanding lead in Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. Commanding lead. With 49% reported.
I'm trying to remember, like, what was the other swing states they were talking about earlier? I'm trying to keep up.
Okay, hold on. Dylan says, a Georgia resident here, and I voted early for Trump. I was shamed by an older woman for not voting Kamala. Well, hey, do what you want. That older woman ain't gonna be living in America, and that woman doing different things.
Oh,
she ain't gonna be here as
hell.
long as you practice.
I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Well, he trying to write this woman off?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just can't ignore that. I like
23% so far. Okay, well, yeah, 23%. More votes than came in. Trump is leading by some votes there. That's Missouri. Montana is starting to tabulate now. They didn't came on the screen. I'm taking my home in so long. Utah also then came on the screen.
Discuss this real quick, kind of outside from him.
And Nevada should be coming up shortly.
When it comes to the economy, especially for our entrepreneurs, matter of fact, Myron, I want you to go ahead and start off because, like, you're pretty much new on the show, but I know you will acknowledge. How did the taxes affect when we went from Trump to, of course, Joe Biden? Because I feel like a lot of people misunderstand this when it comes down to that for business owners.
Well, here's the main thing that really took presidents once Biden got into office. All the tax tariffs were risen that he placed on a lot of foreign countries who were ripping off a lot of Americans for their hard work. And what I mean by that is, let's take this for example. This is the best example that I hope that everyone listens to, because when you hear a lot of entrepreneurs say they're going to get into business, this is the first country that they want to visit to get their products made. And this is China. China will take your idea and you have to partner with a Chinese company to get your product manufactured in that company. So of course, you're going to have a reduction of getting your goods made in that country, but you need to partner with someone that's actually from China or not American, but China, raised, right? So
yeah, I
what
think a
they
lot of people
have,
miss that you have to actually be a resident in that country to sometimes do business.
Exactly.
And a lot of people miss that.
And honestly, outside of even being a resident, because it's not like you can just uproot yourself and say, hey, I'm going to go live in China for the rest of my life. You actually have to, deal with someone that's actually from that country in itself. A lot of times what happens to a lot of, American entrepreneurs is their ideas, their layout of their product is being stolen or sold to another manufacturer, likely someone that you're partnering with. Exactly. Likely someone that you're partnering with.
Sure do.
They have some type of ownership in that other company that they sold your business and your plans to. And so then you have websites like Temu or TikTok Shop where they sell your product back to Americans. for 50% less than what you're currently selling your products for. So
Yep.
it generally runs you
Yep.
out of business while they sell off into the sky, making money from your business and your ideas.
And with
And
that
how
said,
does
who
that
you think
protect
gonna
you?
win? And who you think gonna win that battle? Like you try to charge $15, and they're like, "Oh, we started
Come on,
selling
man.
for 4."
It's no
Come on, now.
competition. It's no
Every
competition. And
time,
then
like,
people are
and even
going
when
broke
you
behind this.
and I will use this for example. I was looking at some things on Amazon, and then I said, "Let me go and compare for Temu." And I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna go for Temu.
Yeah.
I'll wait a little longer."
Easier. It's night and day. And that, I mean, it's honestly, that's what anybody would do. They would say, hey, am I getting the same product? Who cares about the name on the product? Just give me the
And
same
to
product, right?
and and to add on to that, a lot of people don't realize like a lot of stuff and products that we have is not from America. We
Not at
trade,
all.
and they have a way bigger comparative advantage when it comes to these things, and that's why we trade with them all the time. Because if we made a lot of these things here, it would be a lot more expensive. And so to try to keep certain expenses down, we say like, hey, you're more of an expert or efficient with this, so we'll trade with you instead of trying to make it here locally. And a lot of Americans
Exactly.
get mad at that, but if you just look at the basic and fundamental of business, that is the common sense decision every time, despite of how you feel.
Exactly. And so I know you've seen in recent news, you see different manufacturing companies here in the States shutting down, firing dozens of workers. You got to ask yourself,
Expenses.
there's no shortage. There's no shortage of getting those products there. They just would rather outsource these products to other countries. And a lot of countries are moving
And it's
towards
cheaper.
Mexico because of the
And
tariffs that were placed on China, right?
yep.
It made it more expensive for Chinese companies to make $1 in America. So what they're doing is funneling these same products to Mexico to be made. And so they're still
Now,
making their money and they're going through Mexico as kind of like the backpacker to
now,
bring those products over to America to make their money that way.
Now I'm going to say this gonna make people mad, but I've been saying this for the longest. Of course, we both understand business. Like, and I made a post about this earlier. I was like, I don't understand, especially if you're a business owner, how you can't stand big corporations. And I know Kamala pretty much in her whole campaign said that, but I'm like, how can you say that when if you look at majority of the workforce in America, who do you think is giving people jobs? Now, I
It's
support
not the
small business.
mom and pop companies.
I love my small businesses. I'm not gonna lie about that. But by percentages and by numbers, majority of the jobs are coming from these major corporations. They are providing it. And so like when I hear statements like that, I say that's so contradicting because you need big corporations, especially in America, the way our economy is structured, because they are the labor force that pushes everything. They are providing jobs. They are pretty much the ones that are making it opportunities for you to invest a percentage into stocks and much more. If you didn't have these big corporations, what do you think America would look like today? And I don't think people realize that. And then I made an
If
additional
we
statement. I was
outsource
like,
everything, right?
and then I made an additional comment. I was like, so if you don't dislike big corporations, are you going to hate your local, person that started off in a small neighborhood or county and all of a sudden becomes big and now he's own a corporation? Or you start hating that individual, he or she, because they're a corporation now? Shouldn't you support or be happy for growth from someone personally you know? So these are some of the kind of questions that go through my head when people make those statements. I'm like, like that's so contradicting. But let's see what I think ABC's off.
What do we got?
Yeah, I'm about to pull them up now. Let's see what ABC talking about. Let's stop this broadcast on here.
ABC got her up.
Oh, you want to see her, huh? You can't fool nobody.
Yeah, that's fake news.
Large amount of election day vote as well as early by mail vote as well. And then again, right here, David, he's already performing really well here. While he was campaigning here in Reading,
Vice President Kamala Harris was in Allentown. This is Lehigh County. You can see just how well she's doing here. Right now, she's ahead by 6,000 votes or so, but still a lot of vote left to be counted, 43% in right now.
Thanks, Rachel. Rick, one of the things that's very telling is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows you where the vote still remains. Can you just show us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied? I want to take this over to Donna and Reince, the one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah, you can see that's Philadelphia and the suburbs.
Gives you
a good amount of vote in Pittsburgh as well. When you see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably not going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republican votes still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania,
Yes,
Donna.
ma'am.
What do you make of it?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late.
CNN.
They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And
Let me see what they
No,
got
that is CNN. Go to Fox News.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me kill the audio. See what CNN talking about.
And just to go back, because I just did a little quick search, Google don't hurt the soul. So just to add to what we were just talking about as far as the business, right? Just for example, just a few months ago, back in September, you had one of the main steel manufacturing companies shut down out here in Chicago. The reason behind that was really due to the steel company in Mexico with the overhaul of steel provided and funneled through America with the low prices, and then we don't have strong enough tariffs to go against what Mexico is providing, and when they're making their trades here, it pretty much put a company out of business. And it's not stating the numbers of, it says over nearly, and this is just only counting everyone else on books, not the ones who are working part-time. It's nearly over 250 layoffs, just literally less than 2 months ago. American citizens. And so a lot of people are, a lot of times, and this is what my experience is, when you're talking about tariffs, and you're talking about tariffs on different countries, that's going over a lot of people's heads. A lot of people don't even understand what a tariff is and what that means to the American dollar.
It's a tax, basically. Yeah, go ahead.
And like you said, it's a tax against trades and goods provided outside of the country, right? If we don't have those properly set up, or if, Trump has set tariffs in place to make sure that the American dollar is made stronger, is bringing a lot of those countries back over into America.
It weakens our dollar.
Exactly.
It weakens our dollar so much.
It weakens the dollar.
And I'm glad that you pretty much
And then comes inflation.
confirming of what I'm saying, because, I had those that be like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, I studied in this. So to have you on pretty much confirm what I'm saying, like, when it comes to the economics of this, especially in that, yes, tariffs and that much more keep a balance of certain different things. Because let's think about this. Let's say you have your own product, and you can ask absolutely, if you wanted to, if there was no tariffs in existence, take advantage of another country and, like, for cheaper labor and charge whatever the hell you want to if you didn't have these things in place. And I don't think people realize and understand that. So there's a reason why we have different taxes, tariffs, and much more, especially when you go on shipments and overseas, to kind of keep that kind of balance within things. Because if not, it'd be like the Wild Wild West.
Exactly.
So let me get CNN going. I think I got the connection going pretty good. Let me go ahead and stream this video. Give me a second.
Silent here. People are watching the screens. They're checking their phones. They're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. No, that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess.
Come on, internet.
Wow, that's buffering right now. I'm about to see.
He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this.
Yeah, go ahead and speak what you're about to say. as I try to get this thing.
I said, while that's buffering, I'm gonna send you the video. Something I just looked at, man. It's crazy. Just reacting to the election.
Of what Biden did. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given
So they nervous.
up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cortez, thank you, and stand by because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow, quote unquote, cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
All right, so he made a statement about the violence. So do you really think people are that unsettled, or is this pretty much just gaslighting right now? Because do you think we're really so much of a risk, like depending on how this election goes, that we're gonna have something violent, pretty much uproar, or this is another thing just to kind of like start rumors as usual with the media? What's y'all's take?
Say it again, Chris.
I said, like, how you just made that statement, how like the people, they're concerned about the result and how people are going to react to it, and basically they were saying like it's going to get violent, and I'm saying like this is basically like them gaslighting the media again, pretty much just for attention, like last time, because I'm pretty sure they did something or said something similar like this.
You want to get people unhappy on both sides, and I don't think here in town there's going to be any rioting and anything like that, because your local elections pretty much run clean.
Yeah.
But when you get on the big level, you have more people to participate and have a voice and want to see their man in office. So yes, on the local level, we're going to be fine. But on the mainstream, it's going to be some problems.
Yeah, some people are probably gonna not take this so kindly, so I guess I can see from that.
As up tonight.
Let's see see what ABC talking about. We get them back live and running.
Yeah. Boy, they running neck and neck calming. Yeah. They project Trump the winner.
For y'all listening, thank y'all for pretty much staying on with us. You know, this is pretty much a good extended show. I know most of my shows are a little bit shorter, but you know, this is a special night. We have the election going on, so appreciate all the comments and much more coming in. You know what? Well, before I get that ready. So anything that y'all want to shout out, like your business or something you got coming up, since we got some of these videos so the audience can know. Myron, I'm gonna let you go ahead and go because you're basically like the new guest on. You have anything you want to shout out? You still muted. Unmute your mic. Let me see if I can get you. There you go.
My bad, my bad. Yeah, man. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Chris, and I want to thank Soul Productions. I want to say also it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Baker. I
Yes,
definitely
sir.
look forward to speaking with you again this Friday. Yeah, keep looking forward to new content. We're gonna have a new show rolling out real soon, just elevating and pushing the conversation to move forward. I love what we're doing here because we're shedding light on a lot of important things, a lot of details that a lot of people are, either looking over or just quite honestly never heard of. Because of course, where it comes with knowledge comes power, and then
Oh yeah.
after that, it's our responsibility to make sure that we maintain that power and use it in the right way. And so I'm thankful for the opportunity and I'm thankful for what we're doing here. But definitely look forward to more content. Got a lot of great things in store.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Baker, anything you want to shout out for your little commercial ad or something you got going on for the audience because you got a good amount of eyes watching.
They can always find me minding my business.
And lost, I should have expected that. You know, I always mind my business. So my quick thing too, of course, especially for y'all in Houston and from Houston, actually from Huntsville, Houston. If you ever need photography or video services, make sure to holler at your boys so I can help you capture memories or help you create some great content for your needs and much more. And then of course, subscribe to the show. This is what it's all about, giving y'all a voice to speak your mind on street topics, or if you want to have, or if you have an encouraging story, you can hop on my inspirational podcast, Next Level Thinking, get things going, and tell others about your story, because we all learn from each other and much more. And this is what it's all about. Like, I create these platforms for a reason, give people a voice, share their stories. If you agree or disagree, you can get mad at me or not, but either way, I'm helping you tell your story because I know when it comes to the territory. So let's, as we get the show going, let's see what ABC is talking about. And again, I greatly appreciate it. I know it's going to be a long night, but I just want to make sure I give the audience the roses as well, and an opportunity for the guests to give a shout out. So let's see what ABC is talking about. Switching over.
Now they're red. You could see just how well Moreno is doing here. He's ahead by 4,000 votes. Sherrod Brown underperforming where he was in 2018. And you could see Vice President Kamala Harris at 41%. This is obviously a red state here. Sherrod Brown, the last remaining Democrat, if he is able to carve this one out, it would be pretty remarkable here. We're still waiting for a good number of votes here in Franklin County, which is home to Columbus.
What does it say, John, about the shifting nature of not only Ohio, but you're looking at Florida as well? And Sherrod Brown, very popular in that state, obviously not enough to win tonight, but the margin became smaller and smaller each time he ran.
Yeah, and look, this show's really tough night it's shaping up to be for Democrats in the Senate. I mean, the Democrats talked about two seats that they thought they really had a chance, a chance to pick up. Florida, Texas, neither one of those looks good. Sherrod Brown, they thought they were going to keep. Looks like he's in real trouble. Tough for Democrats in the Senate.
All right, John, thanks. When we come back here, your local news is standing by, and we have new reporting from Donald Trump's campaign headquarters. Who's with Donald Trump tonight?
Okay,
what they make
brothers,
of what they're
peace
seeing on
and
the board
blessing.
so far. And then we'll focus right back on
Great,
that.
appreciate you being on the show, Baker. I know you got to attend some of the events
Yes, sir.
for the election, but we won't
Absolutely, it's a pleasure.
So yeah, you got opportunities to meet Baker. You know, he's gonna come with his raw action, much more. So, hey, expect that fire on Friday. Of course, we have.
No, we're gonna get it going.
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, most definitely. Of course, we have the other guest. He's a host of the show, Sim. Right now, he's overseas. I actually got to find out if I'm going to be one hosting that, because I know, like, with him basically in the battlefield, I don't know if he's going to be able to host that show, but we'll see how we're going to go for that. But appreciate it. We'll be here ready for the Friday as well. Got to keep the show going, keep the voices of the, like I said, it's about giving y'all a voice. That's what it's all about. So, the spike up some stuff as well. Like, it's always been spiked as well, but I'm be a little contradicting. So what do you say to the people? Because a lot of people like to throw color when it comes to voting. Oh yeah, I'm bringing this topic up because no, this is a raw podcast. Oh yeah, we going there. Like, Chris, you going out? Oh yeah, we going there. So there's a lot of people that like to say, like, if you vote Republican, you like the majority. You ain't black. But if you vote for Democrats, you are black. So what do you have to say about that? Because every time I hear that, I was like, that's the most ignorant thing. Because history has noted that has definitely been some black Republicans that have done some great things in history as well.
Quite a
Just
few
saying.
black Republicans. Just to add note that if they actually knew history, they know 60 years ago, a little bit over 60 years ago, we were never Democrats. We were all Republicans. Majority of black
Douglas.
people. Yeah.
Douglas. My bad.
Just a little bit, we had a little splash there, but the majority, and that's why I always would encourage others, look into who you voted for, look into, and more so, look at the policies that are being passed and apply them to your life. How do these things affect your life? If I put up a list of policies that are approved from one party and another list of policies that are approved by another, while they both have, because they look at both candidates, they both have 4 years to show us what they stand for, right or wrong. They both have policies that they've all voted for or put their name on these policies to sign.
I agree.
I would agree that if we had a full list of those policies without putting a picture or a name or a color that would align with those policies, I mean, if you had no idealing factors that could, point you into which one of these parties that these align with, a lot of people would pick a party that they would be surprised to know who actually represents that. But because it always goes back to the messenger, it's always
Exactly.
about the messenger. And so if you got a messenger who's a little bit too honest, a little bit too brash, or a
Too honest.
little, you know, those things. And we live in that generation now. Honesty, as much as people ask for honesty,
They
we live
can't
in a
handle it
generation where honesty hurts people's feelings. You know what I
because
mean? You cannot
you
be
want to know
honest.
why people don't like to face the reality. More, no, let me correct myself. People don't like to take accountability. Now let me go ahead and
At
load up
all.
my clip on this one. So like a lot of times when it comes to, especially in politics, people like to say like, I want the truth, like you were saying, but if it hurts my feelings, I'm going to cancel everything that person has something to do with, regardless if they have done a tremendous amount of things in my community, regardless if they have
Exactly.
done things in history, regardless of that, because of how I feel, I don't think this should happen. Last time I checked, and let's just be real. Oh, I make it to a basic principle. A lot of times in our parent, well, I'll speak for myself. My parents' household, it was like, look, I'm gonna say this in I'm paraphrasing. It's like I don't care how you feel. I'm telling you what's right. It was right is this. And I think a lot of
Exactly.
times, especially now, it's like we're going and acting like a child because we're so used to everybody catering to our feelings that life does not really work like that, y'all. You're going to have to do some things that you don't really like. You got to do some things and make the actual best decision that goes against what your emotions feel. You have to make the mature decision. And I think nowadays, like, and this is why Bacon went off, Willie way off before he got here, because he was like, I'm getting sick and tired of all these sissies. Now, a lot of people ain't going to take it, but he's telling the truth. Because he was like,
Yeah.
I'm sick of this damn shit. You can't tell him nothing. All that. It's hurting their feelings. Because we became a pacified country. Yeah, I know I'm part of
Exactly.
business. Yeah, we so used to being nice to people's feelings. But when it comes to something that's very serious happening, you ain't gonna have time to pretty much cater to the feeling. Like if I'm in a burning building and I need you to make a move right now, I ain't gonna be like, hey Tom, I know you're hurt, but do you mind getting up so we can get out the building? I'm not gonna be nice. I'm gonna be like, Tom, get your ass up. We gotta get the hell out of this damn building right now. You ain't gonna move? All right, I'm gonna drag you out this building. We ain't got time to talk.
Yeah. And I mean, like, bro, like, this is the reality of things, right? People would rather, and I just had this conversation with my wife not too long ago. I said, man, we live in society now where people would rather a pretty lie. I mean, a pretty lie over the ugly truth any day, just to protect their feelings.
Because the truth hurts.
Just listen to that. They would rather a pretty lie over the ugly tree to protect how they feel in that moment. Not to grow, not to be better, not to learn, not to be able to build off of, because you can't build nothing off of a lie. It'll fall. So if you're building
Now,
off of the truth, you're standing for something. At
now
least
I'm
you
gonna
know what
use.
you're dealing with.
I agree, my brother. Now I'm gonna make it fun and easier for some of the people. I'm putting a little sports analogy. Yeah, anybody knows me, like I like to throw it like in sports, and I'm gonna use football. Let's say you have two quarterbacks, and let's say, ooh, this is gonna ruffle some people's feathers, but oh well. You have Sam who's on the football field, and Sam's mother is like, "Keep my baby on the field. He's a great star player." Well, Sam on the field just threw 4 interceptions and got sacked 2 times, and now he's nervous. And you over here in the on the crowd say, "Keep my baby in. He can do." Sam is rattled. Sam is rattled. He need to get on the
Scared.
bench and he need to get his head together. He ain't ready. He out of there. But we're like, keep Sam in the game. He can do it. And then he throws another pick. But it's all right though. He gonna
Because
figure
that's
it
our
out.
baby.
That's
Yeah,
our
he gonna
baby.
get it.
He
That's
gonna
our
get it.
baby. And we're gonna
But
stand behind him.
you do that
Your
crap
baby
in the NFL.
ass. Get him out the game. God damn, that's your baby. Take him outside in the backyard and practice with him from time to time. You got him
That
out here on
part.
this Friday Night Lights. That's what I'm saying. Like people, they do not
Your
want.
baby
They
gonna
want
make
to
us
skip
lose
the
this
work.
game.
You can't skip the work, bruh. You can't skip the work. And so and going back to the politics, if you're rolling out policies, like for instance, when she rolled out the policies that catered towards black men, let's pull that up, man.
Was that about the I think the loans or the ability where like black small businesses? I think I heard that on the radio earlier this morning. Are you referring about that one? As you trying to look
Yeah,
for it.
man. So we get a rollout of loans that are forgivable. I want to say up to
Was
$10,000.
10,000? I'm
Is
gonna
it?
see if I can keep
I
talking. I'm
think
gonna
it's
see if I can
20,000
find it.
loans, but I think $10,000, up to $10,000 is forgivable, right? So we're getting loans pushed down our throat. They're also going to decriminalize marijuana crimes. Uh, let me see if I mean, I looked
I'm
at the
looking. I'm
list
looking
here.
for it as
Oh,
well too.
here you go. I got it right here.
You got it.
Yeah,
Post the
it's
link
pulling up.
in the chat so I can pull it up in the private chat.
Okay. Let me see. I'm about to go ahead and send it to you right now.
Yeah, that way as soon as I get the link, I can post it so everybody can see what you're talking about. Because I heard about, I got it.
So
I heard about that earlier this morning. I think it was on, was it the Breakfast
yeah,
Club?
you're right.
I'm pretty sure it
20,000.
was the Breakfast.
20,000.
I think it was on the Breakfast Club they brought that up.
Education and mentorship programs forgivable up to $20,000 in loans for black entrepreneurs.
Right.
Protect
Yep.
cryptocurrency investments so black men who make them know their money is safe. Launch a
Right.
national health initiative focused on the illness and disproportionately impact black men. Legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for black men to succeed in this industry.
Got it. And thank you for reading that
Man,
off.
all the black
So
people I know that's going to succeed in marijuana, they already are succeeding, if I got to be honest with you.
yeah.
The taxes and the money to start up an actual legal marijuana business, there's not many black men in that business today that can afford that business.
Nope.
You get what I'm saying? The loans, we just had an entire rollout of loans. We still currently do. Look where that's gotten us. A lot of fraud. Biden opened up the statute of limitations up to 10 years. They will be knocking on y'all doors. Don't think you got by. We're looking at supporting education and training mentorship programs. We just had some gentlemen on that said they have programs that educate as far as mentorship and that are helping out and reaching back to the community. There's no actual plan behind these policies that are catered toward quote unquote black men, right? So as a black man, and the sentiment that I get from speaking to other black men who have their own voice, who are strong-willed, they're asking, what's in it for us? Now, some of the other brothers who do look a certain type of way or are easily persuaded by, some of our good women, some of the other older people in there, because they want to see history. And I'm down for history as well. I just want to see history done the right way. My biggest question is, what does this mean for us in the next 4 years? And I've never gotten a clear answer. Every time I've asked those questions, they say, well, it ain't Trump.
Because people love to live in a fantasy world. And I wish Jasim was able, because like he was, I'm just being dead serious, because people love the fantasy and like I'm optimistic, but I would say over optimistic to make them feel good. Which goes back to what I'm saying. Like, we care so much about people's feelings nowadays, to the point where it's aggravating me now. It's very annoying. And I'm like, we need to actually look at the reality of a lot of different things, because what I find crazy is, and I'll put it like this: a lot of the people I either read books or inspire or watch, like Eric Thomas and much more. One thing that they keep saying, and they all had this in common, is they say, "Get out of the victim mentality." You can't reach great success if you are stuck in that victim mentality. And what I'm seeing nowadays is you're seeing more people, especially in politics, or it pushes towards the masses of the majority of them, saying it is okay to have this victim mentality. And having that mentality makes you basically give away your power and become hopeless. It's saying it's okay to pretty much accept defeat and think that everything is just going to be a certain way. But when you shift your mindset to thinking that things are possible and that you can find a solution thing and get outside that victim mindset, that's when you're going to start moving and getting things rolling. And when people start doing that, that's when they're going to actually have great success, instead of just waiting for things to happen. So what do you feel about that, Myron? I don't know if you like probably buffering, but like, did you hear my response?
No, I agree with you 100%, man. And that's mentality. I mean, I was in court. They talking about, man, my people were saved. Like, bro, your people were raised here as a free man, and they use, different things that no one wants to hold no one accountable. One thing that my father taught me when I was young is you're gonna be who you want to be in life, not who they want you to be in life. So there's no such thing as you waking up and you saying that you want to be here and you're not applying yourself. You're waking up with a bunch of excuses. You should be willing to accept the life with what excuses bring. A lifelong of a lot of letdowns. But this is just reality. I've never seen someone actually try and put in the effort to be better in life consistently fail. And you can't work at something without failing.
And so many people are afraid to do that as well. And we're giving so many great haymakers. I'm gonna have so many highlight reels for everybody. You're gonna have highlight reels to put on your TikTok and much more. I'm being joking, but we are definitely giving some great value. But let's check out what they're talking about on ABC when it comes to elections, because I think they're having some more updates coming up as we go.
It's all there, but it isn't too early to say. Look at a county like Schuylkill, where the 538 benchmark would have Harris needing to get 28, 29 points. Not there, not even close. In some of these counties, they're not that big, but they've got most of the vote in already, and you're seeing Donald Trump tick up a little bit from his margins last time around, and that adds up over time, even if these
County
aren't
by
big
county.
places.
No question. Let's look at Allegheny County.
Yeah, Allegheny County, Harris is hitting her number almost exactly, but again, it's not right now enough to kind of outweigh what's happening elsewhere in the state.
The Erie County, which was obviously one of these boomerang counties.
Yeah,
she appears to be holding on.
She appears to be holding on. We have a lot of votes still outstanding.
Benchmark is here.
Yeah, she's doing well
outperforming
beyond
Erie
it, but
County,
there's so much vote outstanding, and it's hard to say what it is. Scranton is another great one to look at. Kamala Harris is not quite where 538 would suggest she needs to be, not quite where Joe Biden was, a little bit better than Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, Trump, look at the other side of that. Trump is doing better than he did either time that he ran in Lackawanna County.
So 123,000 votes separates the two of them. Donald Trump in the lead in Pennsylvania right now. Michigan, what are we looking at?
Yeah, in Michigan, we're
key
seeing a lead right now for Harris of almost exactly the same, and we have a lot of the urban areas in the state still to go. I mean, start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor. You talk about your college towns. Here's an interesting one where Trump is doing a little bit better again than the benchmark. So that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there, but so far we're seeing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed into Wayne County. That is Detroit. It's also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population that's been critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden Israel policy. Not a lot of vote there to learn much about it yet.
And what's the benchmark? How is she doing compared to where she needs to be
She's
in
doing
Wayne County?
far better, but there's so little vote in there,
Right,
and we
right.
believe it's the early in-person vote, which happened for the first time in Michigan this time.
We're looking at margins of 100,000 votes in Michigan, 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania separates them, and 1,500 votes in Wisconsin?
That's right. That's 5,000 votes.
Yeah.
It's less than 5,000 votes in Wisconsin. And again, that is the only path she has left if North Carolina and Georgia don't go her way. And we've had some significant news in North Carolina. We were talking earlier about that big vote that was out in Charlotte. Well, we got a lot of that vote now. It's 90% reporting. Kamala Harris did very well. She picked up 170,000 votes out of Charlotte, but she's still losing by 130,000. And those big blue dots are getting smaller. Less and less of that outstanding vote there for her to make up significant margin. And that 135,000 is significant when you're already in a state that has got 84% reporting.
Yeah. All right. Well, North Carolina, it's narrowing the chances in North Carolina, which really then looks like the Rust Belt would be the only path. Virginia's been interesting to me. How close is this race still?
Yeah, we're seeing Harris begin to open up a little bit more of a lead, but again, this shouldn't be close. That's I think really going to be the story of Virginia, is that there really wasn't a world where this should have been close. And you look at some places where Kamala Harris is running significantly below Joe Biden, Loudoun County, which is the suburbs of Washington D.C.
So let me get your take on this, Myron. Do you think, from what they're saying as they break this down, that Harris is actually underperforming what they expected? Because it seems like they keep saying the same thing when they
I mean,
different states.
I mean, they going to every state, and a lot of these predictions are really based solely on the popular vote. I mean, they're going with what the news anchors are saying, and especially what we're looking at on ABC right now. So if you look ABC, Fox, and potentially even sometimes CNN. I know CNN has changed a lot of their points of conversation the last few days. It's kind of like they kind of already getting geared up for the change of seat. But all predictions solely based on the popular vote. They had Harris coming out, this being a lot tighter race. They had Harris coming out really, leading the race for the majority of the time period. Of course, they had a lot of those strong states that they knew that Trump was going to win, like Texas, Louisiana, but
They
states
had
like
Harris winning
Florida.
Texas?
No. I mean Trump winning Texas.
Okay.
Trump winning Texas and Louisiana, but they also had Harris, potentially winning Florida as a swing state. And now we're looking at that. You
went
see
south.
Trump.
Yeah.
That went south. You had a lot of these states. Even look at Colorado right there. They were just talking about it just a minute ago, where Harris was up, and now it's a red state. And so I think this race is really showing where a lot of the American people are currently sitting. And a lot of people are tired, but the last 4 years have been some of the hardest years for a lot of the American people, especially coming off of COVID, right? Prior to COVID, people were all happy, and you hear this sentiment: "Oh, you're going to vote for Trump because you got stimulus checks." If you really realize, we didn't actually get a stimulus check until Trump was really out of office. He was on his way out. So I mean, the economy was in a much better state. We of course, there's always something happening in the states, and of course, one of the main conversations in this political race is immigration. Immigration has
Yeah, that's
always been
one
an
the biggest
issue.
one.
Exactly. But when you're looking at immigration from the standpoint, let's say if they let a million people in, and you got reports from just last year, they let over 3 to 4 million people in, and they're literally picking these people up and on buses, putting them on planes, and flying them to some of these refugee cities to take
You know,
over.
you know what this is making me? It makes me go back to what Baker was saying, and it's like making me like that makes sense when it comes to the minorities. And I know we're increasing, but let's say blacks, Hispanics, and much more. Like we're not the majority when it comes to America. And as I look at these results coming in, when you look at a lot of the advertisement, to me, honest, and this is my own opinion, it made it seem like America was pretty much wanting more of, I would say, probably the victim mentality, or more push for the abort. I mean, women's rights and much more. And I had to kind of think in the back of my head, like, who are they targeting as an audience? And it was probably the mostly minorities. And I'm saying that too because if you look at it statistically, the majority is, as we put in these different states, are saying strongly what they've been saying for years, like we don't want none of that. And so when it comes to these polls coming in through the states, it's showing like more of the majority of the states because they popular pretty much populate majority the state. This is what we believe and want. And I think when we bring into the fact when Obama ran for his campaign and much more, of course we did our thing and came to the polls. But the difference is, and anyone can say whether you like it or not, is Obama had more support from the majority than you would think. It's way more than Biden. Like you had actually more from the majority saying like actually like Obama as a president, and of course he had the minority vote absolutely. But when you compare this campaign to his, you had some of them on the majority that actually aided and want him to win as well, which made it more easier for him to win the states that he probably would have never had before.
Exactly. Exactly. And now, like, it's because of that, because of these ads, because of what everyone's been experiencing, it's motivating people to go out and vote that may have voted, you know, for Biden the last 4 years because he said he's going to forgive student loans, which only targeted private institutions and art institutes. I just have to throw that in there. Because I was one of the people that I didn't vote for Biden last time, but I was like, then he won. Let me see. I went to college 4 years, got my degree. I'm a in the working class, doing something with it.
Right.
I got student loans, and your main
Shoot, me
your
too.
main thing you ran off of, I'm going to
Student
forgive student loans. You never
loans,
said, hey,
man, get rid of
I'm
that.
going to forgive the student loans for the people who fit this criteria. You have to been paying your student loans for at least the last
Because
10
we were
years,
trying to like, hey,
or
look, I can't afford it. Let me go and put that and give me a little bit more time. Give me a little bit more
exactly.
time.
Exactly. What is this forbearance at, right?
Yeah.
Nah, forbearance up. They need payments.
Yeah, because
That student forgiveness. Now she's saying, "Oh, I'm gonna make sure I get that done." She put me into office. Nah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, the shame is on you. And that's why I'm gonna always keep bringing that up because it's like, bro, after the last 4 years, what have people received that says, "Hey, I'm about to go back out and vote"? The quality of life. Think about that. The quality of life while both candidates were in office. How were they? Were you able to go to the grocery store and get a dozen eggs for less than $2? Because you can't do it now. I mean, it's just the quality of life in the whole. Like a lot of people they're not knowing what affects inflation, what policies affect inflation, what tariffs affect inflation. Things are much higher in life because of a reason. Things don't just happen just because, hey, we got a presidential race going on. So let's just
Yep.
raise the price on goods. It doesn't happen like that.
Yeah. And people need to realize, and we keep saying this over and over again, that your local officials and much more have a way more bigger impact to what's going on to you personally than anything. And make
every day.
decisions on your own. And of course, the president, that's one of the most popular ones, and it impacts a certain amount. But to those of the local officials that's closer to you, make more of an impact, and in your own decisions as well. Now, let me say this too. Like, ooh, I know it's still early, but oh my goodness, it made me remind me what Baker was talking about, man. Kamala Harris loses this race, and then just thinking about all the what we were talking about, how he had Megan a Stallion, all that pretty much dancing. It's just gonna pretty much
Hmm.
confirm even more. It's like, see, this is what y'all get. Came on this platform, shaking your tail and much more, and we told you y'all don't deserve to be on here. And I was like, this is, and you brought up too. Is like there's a place for everything, but not that. Like, come on now.
Exactly. Exactly. Nah, and I love them. You know what I'm saying? I love
Mm.
them stuff, man. They out there doing their thing, making them $1 and
Yep.
$3. Man, I would have jumped up there for Kamala if she would have sent me a few dollars. I would have did my 1-2 step, had everybody live and up, you know what I'm saying? Doing their little TikTok dances, left,
Yeah.
1-2, because it's a different type of dance, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
I would have did the same thing for that check. Now,
Right.
would I say it would have been appropriate? Honestly, no, but it's a check. So I can't blame them, right?
Right.
I can't blame
Yeah.
them. It's the parties. This is what people are showing you what they feel about your vote. This is what they feel about your mind, how you process who to vote for. That's more offensive than anything. So there's no hate towards any of the
And
performers
that's
or
why I
anything
also
like
said
that.
like pleasing to the, and that's why I also said like, is this pleasing to the majority? Because like
Yeah,
of course, like I keep saying, yeah, get support from us all the time. Yeah, all the time. But you have to keep in mind the number wise. When we look at numbers, it doesn't make sense. So you're going to pretty much get basically um, approval for like 20, or I'm paraphrasing, but like a less of the majority of the population, 20 or whatever percentage that is, and think you're going to win something majority if you pretty much ignore the rest. It mathematically doesn't
exactly.
make sense. It just is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I'm speaking to the majority every time.
You have
Damn,
to.
damn because you speak to minority when you meet the minority on that level, right? And so
Hmm.
what I mean by that is when we have these national conventions and we leading up to the election, that wasn't the time or the place. At those conventions, it was a time and place to actually answer serious
Oh, you see
questions.
this
I
on the
seen
screen?
a
Ted
bunch
Cruz
of different.
projected winner.
Ooh, see, there you go. And I'm sure a lot of
Oh,
those ads had a lot to do with it, bro. Man, you only got
oh.
one time with a lot of people out here for them to see you vote for anything, or for them to question your morals. And in Texas is one of those deep, deep South states that the
You got one
majority
time
still
with
hold on
us.
to old Christian morals,
Thank you. I'm so glad you said that.
old school Christian morals. Ain't none of
Old
that.
school, none of that new.
When you step
Old
outside of
school.
Houston, Austin, San Antonio,
You went
and I
back
would
into
even
the
question
very
Dallas in
old
some
school.
areas. Majority of this is old school morals. All
You
that,
might as well
what
say
you
you went to
claim
like
you
East
is and what
Texas.
you feel like, all that's pretty much like they tell you,
Out the
man,
window.
well, baby, just take a nap, sleep on it. That baby mentally sick. That you know what I'm saying? They gonna write you off like something's just wrong with that child. Leave him alone. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? But it's in reality when you give someone room to question, and this is where you ever heard that statement? You got to know where you at and who you with.
Right. Yeah,
That's
I've
what
definitely.
probably should have ran across his mind, running for these positions and knowing what he's dealing with. And like I said, that rebuttal ad, that probably should have, all that information should have been in the first ad. So ain't no question if he wants to actually make this a bigger race than what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Man, oh man. Let's see what they're talking about on ABC real quick, because I unmuted real quick. But yeah,
In the end, amidst a changing political landscape here in Texas, Ted Cruz survived the challenge just a few minutes ago. In his victory speech, Cruz specifically thanked Latino voters in this state, which he says have proven all the political prognosticators wrong.
John Quinones on the ground there in Texas. John, thank you. And look at the margin there. That's a much bigger margin than even Beto O'Rourke when he took on Ted Cruz. Came almost within 2 points of defeating Ted Cruz, Rachel.
Yeah, within 2 points, much bigger margin this time. And that is because Colin Allred really underperformed in some of the big cities. So let's take Harris County. This is home to Houston. You can see the 538 benchmark that we have has him at 58. He got 53. Let's go over to Austin. This is Travis County.
Wow.
74% is what he needed to meet. 71 is where he was. David, I will tell you, Lindsay
What did
already
we
said
just
it,
talk
but, you know,
about?
Ted Cruz
We
deeply
just
unpopular.
said
Even
this.
in
What did we
He
just
tried
talk
to
about?
rebrand his image to be more approachable, to be more
Look at
bipartisan. I don't
every
think there's anywhere
name.
else in this country where Cancun was talking about more than in this state.
Hey,
You
we
remember
know a
those
little
images
something. I'm just
of Ted
saying.
Cruz at the airport.
We need to
after
be on
that
I'm
ABC.
Went to
just saying,
store.
bro.
We
Colin
need to be
Allred
on
went
ABC.
ad
We know a
after
little
ad on
something.
that, but ultimately
At least
Ted Cruz
at
remained
least
victorious in this
talk
state.
about it in Texas.
Rick Klein, you're over at the big board as well. What are you seeing in some of these key battlegrounds?
And
How's
so
Pennsylvania looking at
my
this?
question,
Yeah,
my
Pennsylvania
question
right
to you,
now is
Chris,
still
is
a
what do you
problem
think
for
this
Kamala
means?
Harris, an advantage
Because
Donald Trump,
you
100,000
got a
votes.
lot of people who voted for Colin, especially a lot of women. They voted for him specifically due to Ted Cruz' stance on women's, women's choice, women's pro-choice, women's rights. What do you think this means going forward within the next few years
Ooh, you gonna
while
make
they,
this.
they have to accept that, hey, we still got Ted Cruz. Let's see what we have to
Why
deal
you
with. What do
set
you
me
think?
up to?
What is the sentiment
Why you set me
for
up to
a
be the
lot of
villain?
our women and a lot of
Why?
people who voted for Colin right now? I need
Why
to
you
know.
set
I
me?
just
Why,
want to
why,
know.
why you set me up to be the villain? Because you know I'm gonna tell you how it is. Look here, Texas.
I
Look here,
just
Texas.
want to know.
Look here, Texas. Look here, Texas. We are still that old school southern state. That is what that screams out loud and clear. Now, of course, the bigger cities that we just got through talking about are trying to become more of the new modern. But Texas is that old school Christian values. If you look or travel throughout, like a lot of people need to actually come to Texas to see what we're talking about because they just go off of what they see off of the propaganda or what they see from the media. And that's what I was talking about. And it aids on to what you were saying because with the rally, it was a strong push for abortion and women's rights. That is the popular thing that's going on today, especially as a nation overall, through propaganda and media. I'll say that again, through media, because it's something that goes towards the feelings of making us feel good. Because I will not deny we are in the time period where women want more rights and more respect and their voices to be heard. I'm not denying that at all. So I will agree with that. But when it comes to elections, when it comes to specifically, I'll just speak to Texas. Texas is still old school Southern Christian values. And when you start talking about abortions, they're going to start saying like, no, this is not the right, or I mean, this is not the value. I mean, not the value. This is not how it is meant to be in the text when it comes down to that. And I know you have a lot of people that will argue that. But again, this is going to old school Christian values. And that's what is not accepted today in the media sense. But when it comes to Texas, specifically, it's the other way around. So that goes into like no matter what you promote through media, if a certain state has a strong traditional view on different things, you will find out at the end of the day. You can put all the money you want to, but if you are not actually changing the minds of the people in this state of Texas, like I'm speaking of specifically, it's not going to change. And I'm pretty sure you agree with this as well, Myron. When it comes to Texas, we are very strong when it comes to the church and what we put as moral values of right and wrong. And of course, we have our Baptist churches, other than non-denominational and like, certain small communities. But if you look at the majority, especially in Texas, it's not that old school Baptist kind of viewpoint when it comes down to it. It's not. And I can't.
Right.
We both grew up in that environment.
Right.
But me being realistic and looking to the majority of Texas, it's not that viewpoint. I'm telling you, it is not. It is not. And this just pretty much shows that
Not at all.
right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and a lot of that too. You know, when dealing even with Ted Cruz, and I think really like his race, and a lot of people miss a lot of points as far as like a lot of things he was pushing as well, because a lot of people are kind of just caught up with the woman's right, woman's choice,
Because it's popular.
and so
It's
that
popular.
is, yeah, it's a popular conversation. It's a popular topic into a lot of surge in a lot. It's a lot more women that are voting right now than there are men. I mean,
I
if
would
you check
definitely
the
agree with that.
demographics, women are almost them there like beating men voting 2-1.
They are because
It's not by
because more men, well, I would speak on, blacks at times feel like the vote don't count. And so with this push with the women's right, you have more women going to the polls because they want to hear their voices being heard. So I agree with you. It's basically that shift because now more women are going to the polls because they're like, we want our voice to be heard. We want to pretty much tell you that we should have basic control and the choice to do what we want to do in our bodies. And meanwhile, the men are like, I seen what happened in the past election. It ain't gonna change nothing. Like, tell me something that actually made change. Like, that ain't gonna happen. I had family members who said similar stuff like that. I pretty sure you have family members or their friends or family members that said something similar where they feel like it don't count. Why would I even go to the polls? And that's why I feel like you see a lot more advertisement trying to get people to go to the polls because now more and more people, in this time period, in my opinion, especially men, are saying like, I'm wasting my time. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, no, facts. A lot of people are saying like, yeah, we're wasting our time. My count doesn't matter. You know, who am I going to be voting for? You know, if I don't necessarily align or if I haven't heard the right things come up out of, on a larger scale, if I haven't heard the right things from Kamala, necessarily don't really align with Trump's racist rhetoric, because we're going to get those cutouts out of those speeches in a compilation that's going to be wrapped up in a perfect gift wrapping paper and put out to all black media sites as far as who Trump is, right?
Right.
And I find that funny enough itself because it's like, bro, you just go watch that
All right,
entire
so
speech.
this is street topic, so I gotta say this as well, and this may hurt somebody, but look, someone has to say it. When it comes to a woman in position of authority or power, you think you're gonna tell the majority that this is okay, or even I'll even go this far. You think a lot of black men are going to be like, oh, we want this? And I've heard a lot of times, especially in conversations, especially in this time of era of this, it's like, oh, you afraid of a woman running? The answer to that is yes. A lot of men are saying that.
What? You think so?
Ask the barbershop from the people I be talking to, especially if you
Nah,
ask.
man. I think the old school generation, if you ask them that, but you gotta put things in consideration, right? Because we're millennials.
The majority. When I say
millennials.
Not the millennials, I'm talking about. I'll just say like whites.
Majority overall, right? Okay.
Whites.
So
if
we're saying majority overall, I can agree with you on that because a lot of times, like it goes back, especially in Texas, old Southern, Christian
that's what I'm
beliefs.
going to.
A lot of people,
man,
do not believe a woman can lead. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you helped me kind of clean that up. But yeah,
I see what you're saying. And I can see a lot of people are opposed to seeing a woman lead the country. But you also have to remind them, like Mexico has a newly elected first female president.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico has had a historical past of nothing but male presidents, and look how bad, and how bad we hear things are, how bad we've seen things get. And so they said, hey, what the hell? We about to do something different and add a woman to be a president. And I wish them the best. Now in America, you have a lot of people of an older generation. Now I can't see a woman being president of America. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You have to put things into context. The older generation is getting older.
I'll
Millennials
say
on down. A lot of these,
I'll say further, but you're probably afraid to say it. If this is gonna sound so fucking horrible.
what's that?
If this was like 30 or 40 years in the future when we have the old generation
I'm
die
saying
out, I can see
exactly.
Kamala Harris actually having a
It's gonna
chance
be a
to win
woman
this
president. I'm
because
telling you. And you
I
know
can
why?
actually see a better
You
fight. Like,
have
and I'm not throwing out it's not possible now, but I could say like it would be a better chance then because most of the old school values or
they're gone.
traditions they're gone.
They're gone.
There's
They're
room for the new.
gone. They're gone. And guess what? Majority of people now, including people that we grew up with, they're raised in single family households. So how do you tell someone who's raised by a woman who is raised the correct way, who is raised and these are people who've never been in trouble, never they seen their mom sacrifice day in and day out by herself and did it without a
And
man. And you telling
and
them that a woman can't lead.
I'll go ahead and
You
say that
gonna get
because
into a fight.
yeah, you definitely will. And I even said test that because my
You
own
gonna
mother,
fisticuff.
my
Lead.
own mom pretty much did that and did what she needed to do on her own to raise myself. So I can agree with that. So
So you know what
100%.
I'm saying? So you're gonna have a lot of people with that mindset stating, well, it doesn't matter if she's woman. Let's put her into the office and let's you know what I'm saying? Let's do something different because Trump has this racist rhetoric, especially with clickbait videos, right? Especially if you don't listen to and majority of people, we're all guilty of it. We're not listening to these long,
But let
drawn
me say
out
something on the
political
clickbait though,
conversations.
because a lot of people hate that, but it grabs and forces attention, which went into his favor in marketing. And do I agree with all the methods? No. But if I take my emotions out of it and look at it logically, it makes sense. Now I'll say it like this. I'll use a fun example. Look at a show called the WWE, which used to be WF. Why
Yeah.
are they still so relevant today? Because they know how to tell a story. They know how
That's
to
the best show on
form.
TV.
They know how to form villains. They know how
Yeah.
to make it and survive. And kind
hmm
of to the more of the recent fans, and this pretty much shows right now what I'm talking about. And I see a great comment out here too. Is I don't know if you've seen recently, but remember Roman Reigns? Have you ever seen some of the previous episodes of wrestling in WWE? Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
heat of everything, he was the most hated villain. Every time, and he had the title.
hmm
Every time that he came, he was hated. But it skyrocketed views. People couldn't wait to see him lose. People can't wait to see Trump lose. See, people can't wait for something to happen to him. People are gluing to their TV sets and skyrocketing the views, not even realize it because they want something to happen to him. But here's something crazy though.
hmm
The character that you hate the most, so for some odd reason, but I know it ain't so odd, it just makes sense, turns into the most heroic, because they're always talking about glorified figure after he goes through his hill phase. Because I guarantee you,
Exactly.
and I'm not pretty much calling it, but when when Trump, if I say if, just to keep it even because I know we got both sides. I'm trying to stay neutral. If Trump wins, they are going to put the storyline of this America's fighter survived assassination attempts, even through adversity of a convicted federal convictions and much more, was able to showcase the justice of the justice system and show that if you have heart and thrive, you can thrive as a hero today. This is what it means to be an American. They're gonna throw that story just
This is
like
gonna
that.
be on your kids' pop quiz, your grandkids' pop quiz later on. Name one president who survived 2 assassination
Nation,
attempts.
see, they gonna
The
make him into the
greatest president we've
hero.
ever seen. Say, you'll be like, 2? Say, brother got his ear grazed. And then he had his
For
stiff
real.
truck and was rich. I've never seen an old man heal that fast. Man, I had
You
stubbed
ain't
my
never
toe the
lie.
other day. Man, look here, man. I had an ingrown toenail on my big toe. I pulled it, man. That thing is still healing. I'm
I ain't
trying to
gonna
see how the
lie.
brother ear just healed up that fast.
I ain't gonna lie. Me myself, I got riled up. This dude literally took a gunshot. It was like, next day, hey, I'm still here. I'm still here. I
I'm
was
still,
like,
man. That was the most gangster I ever seen any
that
politician
was at
stood
one
up.
point. I
Then he
was
stood
like,
his hand
look,
up.
I was like, I can't
Hey,
even
I
lie.
had to put my hand
That
up
was some
too. I was like
gas.
this. I'm with you.
Oh man,
Hey,
this bus
soon as I
down
seen
like
it, I
pitch
was
me
like,
drunk,
hey,
but
yeah, that's my boy.
the and the
Nah,
memes on
it's
TikTok
crazy.
had me rolling. You just had things in the back of Mini Man. We're sitting on
Nah,
all
cat. Real talk. After that, I was like, yeah, that boy, he got all the brothers in the hood, even though they not voting, because we gotta keep it real, keep the thing.
Yeah, right,
Everybody
right.
in the hood was like, yeah, we rocking with Trump, even though I know ain't nobody registered. It
That
sounds
part,
crazy.
that little spot. That's my detail,
hey,
right?
hey,
Hey,
they're
you know,
like,
he
man,
ain't
we
nobody
rocking with
rest.
Trump, man. He the only one. Mama ain't never been through nothing like
Oh
that.
God.
Hey, but
So,
ain't nobody registered. That's the crazy
so
part.
I know we went ahead, but I want to bring this comment because this is a great point. The Bible says something on the subject of women and leadership.
Yeah, we just recently read a verse on that, and there are women who lead in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of women that lead in the Bible. I'm still looking over that, I'm still studying that. I mean, I remember like just briefly over my head, we've been in church together. I mean, we've heard the pastor preach many sermons on that. But I know in totality, right?
Right.
Thinking about the people that actually are here day to day,
I
the
got you.
likelihood of us seeing like a
I got you.
woman president, you got to get those old people up out the way, man. And as long as they can scoop and roll them chairs up to the voting polls, they're gonna make sure that they don't see that.
So like, here we go. I'm gonna kind of skim over and share the screen. I'm gonna stop sharing this one, share the other one. Ooh, I gotta keep my camera going, though. All right, so 10 women in the Bible that God used to try to make this a little bigger.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through it fast, but this is the headline: 10 women in the Bible. 10 women in the Bible that God used to save and lead others. So keep this in mind. You know
Mm-hmm.
what you do. You got Miriam, you got Deborah, the judge.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Yep.
Esther, the queen. Mary.
Right.
I mean, we all know about Mary.
Yeah.
That's obvious. Um, then we have the woman at the wall, or the woman with the scandals past. That is true. I forgot about that one. Mary, the Mark. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anna. I didn't even think about that one. That one
I ain't even thinking
was
about
right
that one.
there. Yeah, the teacher.
Forgot all
I
about
should.
that
I
one.
should. I should have known better. Yeah, I forgot about that one too. This one surprised, but yeah, that does make sense. The entrepreneur and then grandmother. So yeah.
And so,
Yep.
the good book, I mean, it speaks on it. I mean, like I told you before, it's very, very much so powerful. And that's something that I would never overlook just because I would never overlook a candidate just because of the gender of a person.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I would never overlook a candidate for the race of a person. I think that those are very ignorant based decisions. You know what I'm saying? If you're making decisions based on the gender, race, or the ethnicity of someone, you're not speaking very clear and logically. You need to start, thinking more so as far as policies, what those people stand for, and what they're actually doing. And I think
Right.
in this case, in today's election, people are overlooking all those things and saying, here's what you did in the last 4 years. This is what Trump did in the 4 years prior. I think that we'll be better off on those 4 years that we got prior. You guys have cut billions of dollars in checks to Ukraine in a war that should have been stopped long time ago.
Now let me go ahead and
That
say
war
this
is
too.
already over, if you want me to be honest. That's a whole nother conversation though. But that war is over. And we just throwing away dollars, senseless dollars, over into a country that's already been ramshacked. Women are being R-word. The kids are being snatched up. And if you don't believe me, turn off your news and really tap in. that stuff over there is over, and we still sitting over that money.
And let me say this too, because like at times I forget about this and it has to be a reminder. Even like whoever controls the house is very important. It's very extremely important. And the reason why I'm saying that because you can win the election, but if you don't win the house, it's going to be very hard to get
It's
certain
gonna be
things
hard.
to get across.
Push.
And right now, I'm going to try to pull up the numbers. It looks like if if Trump wins, it looks like majority of the House is going to be Republican as well. That's going to make it easier to put in motion whatever they want if it turns out like that.
What wasn't the House just recently Democratic though?
Let me see.
Majority.
Let me see if I can pull it
That's
up
why
real
they.
quick.
That's why they've been cutting all these checks and getting all these policies signed since they first got in office back in 2020.
Yeah, here's the numbers. I'm gonna share my screen, and this is why I'm bringing this up. Give me a quick second, because I'm seeing it more pushed towards the Republicans right now than ever. So that just even shows in society. I mean, for America, there's a shift on that as well. It's like the American people are telling them what they want, regardless of how you feel. It is
Yeah,
what it is. Look and see. Look,
that's
this
how
is the
that's how
House.
it's supposed to be. That's
United States
crazy.
House right now. You having the Republicans. I know it's still early, but the Republicans are up by 171 to 148 right now. Now it will get interesting because we know a good chunk of. I'm not gonna lie, California's gonna be Democrat. They're gonna need that one. Usually,
And Washington State as well. Don't forget about them. A lot of people were
yeah,
surprised last election.
yeah. Right now,
Washington
yeah, they're
State
gonna need
will also
California.
be Democratic.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Washington and
Georgia.
Oregon are usually like those Democratic states as well. But I'm not gonna lie to you. If Trump has to swing one of those states, man, they might as well gonna have to wrap this up. There's no way she's gonna hit that 270.
Yeah, hell no.
That's a
Yeah,
wrap,
those are
bro.
crucial states.
Because you gotta
But
think
we'll.
about like Biden won Florida last time.
That is true. That's why, like, I think in the earlier they were showing like how a lot of people at these rallies, like right now, are kind of concerned because she's not hitting the numbers as expected in certain
Yeah.
states. So I know it's still early, I can't call anything, but it's not the trajectory that they were expecting. Let's see
Nah,
what
this
they're
is
talking about.
we definitely seeing a tell. It looks like the votes aren't matching up to the hype behind all the elections. I think everybody that danced out, they feet hurt. They've been doing all the TikTok dances at all the rallies, watching the little,
Did they
everybody
even
just
go
getting
vote
right.
though? That's
I
my
don't think
question.
people voted. It don't look like it. Because I would have thought this would have been a more closer race. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You seen more people like man these last few days. I know if anybody has social media, like everybody
Everybody's on
does, right?
social media, but didn't take that tail out and
You
vote.
see
I'm
what
on social media
everybody,
and I even went vote. Come on now.
but that's the thing though. We live in that world, bro. Like it's more grandiose and satisfaction to get on social media and tell them, hey, you better vote for such and such. You got to vote for this, and this
And you
is
on
why.
TV and didn't do a
But
damn thing. Didn't
but
do
you ain't
nothing.
get up and go register yourself, or you never
And you,
voted yourself.
man, I just didn't have time. You got early voting, you had all these other areas. Come on now.
See, I would never get
Come
on
on.
somewhere and never tell anyone, hey, you gotta vote for this person. You
And don't
gotta
vote.
vote for this person and don't vote.
You are contradicting as hell. You are a walking
I
contradiction.
a walking
You are
contradiction.
a
I would never tell anyone that
I'll
to
be like,
go
don't
vote.
you ever tell me nothing ever again. That's like me doing this podcast talking politics, and I ain't even take my ass out to go.
You know what I'm
They're gonna be
saying?
like, what
Like
the
what
hell? They're gonna be like, I don't even want to listen to your show.
they gonna look at you like Tony Yayo. Tony Yayo look, man.
Not the Tony Yayo. Shots have been fired.
Tony Yayo on the vlog,
I'm
man.
bleeding.
Every time it's a lie.
Hurry over here, man. It's shooting me up. Jeez.
Real
She
though.
said Tony Yayo.
It has
Man,
to
oh
make
man.
sense, bro.
It
Like
has to.
it has to, and that's what I'm saying. Like the hype behind a lot of these polls, a lot of these conferences, a lot of these conventions, it's not following. I
Mm-mm.
And just a food for thought, a few weeks ago when she was down here in Houston and Beyonce came out, as beautiful as Beyonce is, and Kelly Rowland. Um,
She won
a lot of
Houston.
people were more so. A lot of people were more so upset, and Beyonce didn't perform. So
Oh,
whoa, hold on now. You didn't hear about the booing when everybody else got up there talking.
See, I
They didn't
wish
want
I
to hear
would.
that shit. They wanted to hear some music. Thought they had a
See,
free concert.
look. I would say I would look. I will take the L on this one because I was at that rally by luck, and
You try to
I
get
had
your
to
little.
I had to leave a little earlier, and I was like, man, I wish I could stay because if I would have stayed the whole time and saw that, I would have blew up Becker's phone, be like, I know you got something to say. I know you got to
Yeah,
say something about that. They were pissed.
man. And that's all. Like people was like, man, they didn't get an opportunity to see Beyonce perform. Some people thought she had did an early performance. That's how salty they were. Like, man, I knew I should have got there early. But hey, that's what lets you
That
know the mindset of
that right
people
there.
when it
I
comes to
was about to
this
say
in
that they didn't give a damn about them
general.
damn votes. They wanted to see Beyonce.
Bruh, who don't? Who don't? Them tickets be $1,000 to come see her in the whole time. You think I ain't trying to go see her on a free show with Kamala up there, man? Kamala, go ahead, tell us to vote for you. Go and get off the stage.
Let's
Let
see.
the real one perform.
They'll be like, give us one quick song, real quick,
Just
before you head
something.
out.
So can we get the halo, halo?
Hello.
Yo, something. Something.
And so
Uplift our spirits.
when they saw her just walk out, they were like, wait a minute.
Man, all you hear was booze, bro. But they ain't gonna talk about that on the news.
Hell no.
Nah,
Hell
nah.
no.
They
You
want to
upset.
keep the
Hey,
self-esteem high,
we
keep
had
the
to put
morale high.
each other in the battlegrounds and the bomb shelter because the beehive gonna come after us now. You can say it too much. No.
Exactly, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I would really like to get a Kamala supporter on here, bro, and just really get the idea behind why they support. Honestly, without because that's something I've never heard in this entire year. That and I would say last 60 days, 75 days
You know
since
what's
Kamala
crazy
had
though?
threw her hat in.
You know what is
Yeah,
crazy? I can't. I hate to keep sounding like a broken record, but I can't tell you how many times I have wanted and tried to get a woman on here that supported her views, and I was like, look, just jump on. Your voice matters. You'll be okay. Don't worry about getting attacked. Look, it's gonna be you have fun. But I did that because I was like, I need to get your your viewpoint on the show. And it seems like every time I ask, it's like, oh, I don't want to be on there. Oh, I'm
exactly.
like, but
Yeah,
this is an opportunity to showcase your opinion. Well, I don't like the energy. I'm like, but you complain about not having a voice, and I'm giving you the opportunity, and I'm saying like, look, I will pretty much direct everything. Just speak your opinion. Of course, you're gonna get a little rebuttal, but I got you. We need your voice though. Oh no, I don't like it. Don't match my brand. Don't match this. Don't match that. And whatever. And I'm like, and it's not just talk coming from one person. It's like the same thing I'm hearing over and over and over and over again. But you know what's crazy? They will be quick to respond in comments
oh yeah, of course,
all the time. And
of
I'm
course.
like, your voice really matters when you come on shows like this or go to the ballots or like when the majority can see what you're talking about. Because believe it or not, whatever the hell you say in the comments is not going to be seen where you want it. It may be seen in your little news feed and much more. I get it. It makes you feel good because your friends are seeing it. I get it. I agree with that. But when you really want your voice to be heard, get your ass on a goddamn mic or platform and speak up or
Man,
pretty much protest into the public, which they have. But I'm
exactly.
saying, like, even in areas of adversity, you need to speak up loudly.
This is where it kind of where that fall in lines with, and that's what it reminds me of. You ever had a argument with your significant other?
Oh
You
God, don't
all
get me in
have
trouble
an
again.
indifference of things.
Okay,
You
let's
got an
go.
argument with your significant other.
All right, let's go. You about to get me cooked again.
You have logical facts as to why
Oh
you did
shit!
something
Why are
and
you going
feel a
down this
way that
alley?
you do.
Why you
Your
going down this
significant
alley?
other says she feels this way. She has no facts to back it up
Oh God.
outside of her feelings. Even though you provided her with facts, let's say, and she claims you did something you may have never done.
Right.
You got the facts to prove it. She
Yep.
doesn't want to hear it.
I
She doesn't want
been it.
to. I know you heard this
Definitely.
conversation. I just don't want to talk about it no more.
I did that
Come
for a
on
reason.
now.
Keep going.
Come on now. This is the reality that we're living with in real life. This is how not only just your significant other, but this is the sentiment of majority of people who cannot fact
I'm gonna
base
say
or, or,
I'm
or
gonna say
check,
something's gonna
fact
piss me.
check, some of the things that they said.
I'm about to say something's gonna piss people off real quick. I'm gonna be the antagonist. And you want this shit to be run the country? You want me to throw logic out the goddamn motherfucking window? I can
Say,
show you evidence. Clear today, A, B, C, D, all the way to goddamn Z. And I can have all the reasons and more of why you should or should not do something, but you want me to justify something based on your emotions by itself
don't work like
with
that.
nothing to back it up. But
It don't
if
work like that.
I come with that, I am considered an asshole, the bad guy, the much more. We're going to attack him. We're going to pretty much crucify him. We're going to pretty much cancel you.
Yeah. That's why
But
I
as
would rather
soon,
step into that than get comfortable in the BS and lies. But like because once you there has to be some type of moral comfort that you have for oneself, right? When you go to sleep at night, because the way I look at it, you come into this world by yourself, you're gonna leave this world by yourself. We're not all about to hold hands and kumbaya our way up out of here. That's not
definitely
about to
not.
happen.
That's
And
most
so
definitely not.
every decision you make, you have to have some type of moral compass that brings it back to who you are yourself and what you stand on and
Right.
your word and what you stand on, right? I cannot have a group of people who follow me who say, hey man, I really like your advice as to what leads to. Can't nobody cut me a check or can nobody sit here and hold something over my head as far as position or some type of leverage to manipulate people around me. That's where a lot of people are at these days. They would rather sell out the group of people that follow them for a check or for some type of popularity vote. And so you
Yeah.
have a lot of people who say, hey, I'm gonna vote for this person, and they can't tell you why. That's the only thing
Because
that questions, where's your
it's
morals?
popular or they seeking validations. One of the two. Either they're gonna do something that's gonna like prove for their validation, or they don't want to go against what's not popular. Every
Exactly.
single time, and that will get you burned. A majority of time, and it's like emotions will get you killed. That's an old school line. Emotions will get you killed.
Especially as a man. Don't let that go over your head. Do not, and that's for any man. Do not act in no emotion. I'm
Just
seeing boys
imagine if I was like, man, I can't
free
stand you. I'm about to
5
kill
to
you
10.
right now. Which
Yeah,
unfortunately
they
happens. I'm about to
in
kill you
jail.
right now. Pow, pow, pow. Life without
In
parole.
jail. All the
Let's see
free
what
booty you want in your life.
let's look at ABC real quick. We had way too much time fun with this. I'm glad.
Hey, hey, man, I'm telling you, bro.
Most
Life is
definitely.
real.
It really is. Let's see what they got going on. This guy look
The
concerned.
crowd has thinned out just a
Boy's
little bit. You know,
depressed.
we've spoken with
Look how he
campaign
looking.
sources who they tell us that they think
He got
that
that
Look how he
off.
they
looking, bro.
can still
He
hold the
had
blue
that
wall. But
off.
when we talk to people within the Democratic Party, there's a real concern that's starting to build as they look at the margins in these blue wall states, in Pennsylvania, in
Look how they sitting
Wisconsin,
on.
in Michigan. There's nerves, a lot of nerves tonight about the numbers that they're seeing coming
Go
in
get dinner
and
and
just
go
how
home.
she's performing versus how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. One of the
Hold on.
things
Let me mute
the
this real quick.
campaign, the Harris campaign keeps sending.
Let me be the
I
antagonist of
know
the
you
show.
heard that.
And let me be the attack. Yeah, I heard it. Let's not forget. Yeah, I had to say like, let's not forget. Harris would have never been the lead for the Democratic Party if Joe Biden would have never sat down.
No, no,
Let
no,
that
no.
let that sting for a little bit.
But One thing, Kamala is doing better than what Joe would have done. Because he led on an election full of lies. He didn't stand on anything that he said he was going to do outside of what he did for the LGBTQ, LMDZU, and the Chinese people, which he did the hate crime bill within the first 2 months in office.
I
Outside of
will say
those
that.
two groups of people, he not step and stand on any of the things that he stated that he was going to do. And she co-signed most of those things that they said they would get done.
I will give you that.
This is the bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. When
It
Trump got into the
is.
office, outside of that wall, he did it, and he needed tax dollars to get the wall done. And then on top
Yep.
of that, he stated that he was going to get Mexico to pay for the wall. The president at the time said they weren't going to pay anything. It takes two to tango especially once he's going to claim that somebody else is going to pay for the wall. That's one thing. But everything else he did in office. What are the things that we could stand on? What no one was going to vote for Biden. Let's put that out there. I think she's doing much better than what Biden was doing. I think she was the best candidate coming out of the Democratic Party at such a short notice. To be honest, Sleepy Joe, guy who's sleeping on the podium, they probably should have got him outside of the office about a year ago and told him like, look like you've been on NyQuil for at least a month straight. You need to go ahead and go sit down. Let's let Miss Kamala take over from him because she's doing it behind scenes. Especially if you're not awake through the podium speeches, we know you ain't doing nothing in the debriefing meeting.
Oh yeah.
You probably in there on straight snooze mode, you know. And so you got to put all that in consideration. Like, man, what are these last 4 years just some type of test just to see how we were going to react to sudden change? And because it went from Democratic for 8 years, jumping to Republican for just four, with some, racist rhetoric behind his whole presidential race and his whole presidential stint. We went back Democratic 4 years.
Right.
How do people feel?
All right. So real quick, we'll do a mic check real quick. Dennis, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
So how you feeling about the election so far? So we're like we talked about this way earlier before the show, and it
Yep.
seems like America is showing how they actually feel, and they were just saying like how a lot of these states that she need to win, people are really getting concerned, and we were talking about earlier like you need to appease the majority, and we
Right.
were saying like she put I'm she put too much focus now on the minority. I'll say that as much as that probably will hurt and make someone mad, but
Yeah,
you
I was
have to.
listening to y'all the whole time. So yeah, I know exactly what you were saying on that to cut down on your recap of that. But yeah, to what you two brothers was talking about, um, number one, you spent too much time, as I would call, you spent too much time, as old schools would say, you spent too much time hot dog and mustering it up and trying to be, cool and trying to be urban and all of that stuff. And she didn't spend enough time to be serious about her campaign. She wasn't serious about her agenda to convey to people that have the means and ability to get you into office, right? It's one thing to win the popular vote, but it's a whole nother thing to win the electoral, you know, seats as well. So there's a lot of that she missed on, right? So she missed a lot of that stuff. So that's where she kind of misstepped for her campaign, and that's what she messed up on. A lot of that. So things are not what they seem because of the missteps that she's took um, as a um, woman that could have done better, but she made some decisions, and those decisions cost her in this election.
Yeah,
What do you guys think?
I think it definitely did cost her. Looking a little bit
Hmm.
too much into the entertainment. We were saying like and Myron's about this
Right.
too. Is like you got to be serious and pretty much to prove the majority. Like pretty much having Megan, nothing against Megan Thee Stallion much more, but you don't do those kind of things on the platform because you got to get the approval for them to get into the office,
Right.
and you have to play the game. It's a mental and psychological thing too, but you have to know how to play it to actually win in this game. You can't
Correct.
not know how to play within the rules or kind of leverage to your own kind of way to win because it's not going to happen, like it or not.
Yeah,
And
I'm looking at the Colorado thing right now. Um that's pretty iffy
Another blue
on those
state.
numbers.
and let me say this now too is like if there's any women that want to just jump on the podcast and I've been trying to get y'all on, like please, I will put the link in the, like we want you on. We want your voice to be
Well, the
heard.
numbers haven't been up too as far as on the the numbers haven't been high enough uh for, people to come on too.
Yeah. But
Not
like
right now. But yeah, but we're doing good so far.
yeah, we are. But like, if you have any opinion or like you want to say for 2 or 3 minutes, you want to stay on, just say, look, like I'll drop the
I'm
link
good.
again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you have
right
that
now
opportunity.
I'm looking at former President Trump. He needs to take Pennsylvania, and
Hmm.
he also needs to take Wisconsin right now. That'll definitely push him way closer to his 270 for his electoral.
Right.
And
Last
also,
time I checked,
and
Pennsylvania was a
go ahead.
landslide.
Right. I'm looking at him for you know, getting some few more votes. I know there was a little bit of hanky panky going on with Arizona. I know some of the Native Americans had some possible issues going on with them trying to vote with the with our Native American people,
Hmm.
saying that their machines and their equipment wasn't malfunctioning, so they couldn't vote
That happens in every election too.
in Nevada. So yeah, you had that going on. So there was a little bit of that, eyebrows type stuff going on, if you will. So yeah.
And it, and then the thing about like I mean honestly, there has not been a single election that is not like 100% like non-faulty. There's always something going on if you
There's
really
always
think
some
about it.
kind of eye raising experience or something that you got to shake your head and be like, is that going on?
Going
Is
on. Hmm.
right. You always got to kind of keep one eye open and keep your head on a swivel when these elections go.
You better, or else you're gonna pretty much get robbed.
Yep. I mean, we still looking at, we were still looking at on the votes for like in Ohio, and then the West Coast was looking a lot of that was going to get tight too. In
Hmm.
Seattle, also in the Oregon area, and California's kind of a shoe in already because they can get because California gives them about 50 to
Hmm.
about 55 electoral votes come out of California. So by them getting California, that helps them tremendously out when it comes to
And that's to be
getting
expected too, because that's
those.
the stuff
Right,
that they always
exactly.
get.
Right, exactly. But look
If
like
they lost
California,
California, I would have said
well, he
like you
got
go and call this over.
well. He's going to be. He's already He's already good in North Carolina. He has that. He has Georgia. Look like he's going to win Pennsylvania. Um, Michigan, I think he's going to win Michigan too, from the numbers I seen earlier on the other guy's channel. There on that, yeah,
Right.
that's exactly what was already
Yeah,
projected.
and that
I'm
will
looking
pretty much
for
wrap it up
yeah,
if he gets
them
that.
three right there. I already know, and then Michigan's supposed to come in. So
It's not looking good for her, to be honest. It's
no, and then
it's
Arizona is tight for him too. They just playing with numbers
yeah.
to keep the
Let me play the
to
audio real
keep
quick so they
the
can
TV going on.
keep it going. See what they saying.
Michigan, it doesn't matter that she's lost North Carolina or even that she loses these others. The other possibility that could be intriguing, given what we've seen out west, is that she pieces something else together.
Bad business,
Pennsylvania
man.
is an absolute must-win. No question about it. She needs to win that state. But she could win Wisconsin in addition to Arizona and Nevada and get 270 electoral votes.
They're just shooting in the dark right now.
And end up in the same
You don't
place.
even have.
This does change.
You don't even have those states right now.
Where things stand just by our 538 calculations. Donald Trump already at around a 70% chance of winning, just based on the North Carolina call, not even taking into account the other trends that we've been talking about of the kind of red shift that we've seen across so many communities in this country.
So let's
It's called. I'm just filling in airtime right now.
The Donald Trump lead has grown, and is this a surmountable lead for the Harris campaign?
There's definitely still votes on the table where it can be made up, but it gets harder as the night goes on. There's more vote comes in because some of these places are places that Republicans will continue to pick up votes. Just looking there in Wilkes-Barre, 24,000 votes there. Donald Trump's winning that county 60-40. Lancaster, another place, another 13,000 votes there. So once you get into Philadelphia and the suburbs, it's a lot of vote that's still there. We're still talking about 250,000 votes in Philadelphia, but Kamala Harris isn't going to win all of them, right? She might win it by a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 margin. Then you start to chip away. The suburbs are still very big, and there's a ton of vote there. And just to add this up, that's 228, that's 200, that's 400, that's 750, 800, 900,000 votes, but they'd have to break very decisively for Harris to come through. Certainly plausible, but that doesn't take into account that there still are Republican-leading communities that are still to report, and so many of these places, as Rachel talked about before, that previously had looked a little bit bluish, are tilting to the reddish. And when you start to add things up like this and overperform, Donald Trump overperforming his numbers by 4 or 5 points in places like this, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes there. That is
What are the other counties that's outside the cities in Pennsylvania?
Looking at right now.
Well, I spent a lot of time there during my time as governor, and those 900,000
they have already called
a big deal. But it just keeps getting tougher and tougher there. You got over a 200,000 vote lead now, so it gets tougher. But that part of it's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris in a pretty good position in Michigan. And as Ryan has said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out as we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before, that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well. And given the way this is moving, I think you have to assume that. The reason is that gives him 52 votes in the Senate, not 51. And if you assume that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might not be amenable to some of the choices a new President Trump might make for his cabinet, 51 would have been a potential problem. 52, even if he loses both of them, he gets to 50, and J.D. Vance can break the tie on any controversial cabinet members or judicial appointments. So the Moreno win,
it's already a wrap. They just trying to linger it out.
Governing win for Donald Trump,
assuming
that John Tester's beaten in Montana.
And Sherrod Brown was closer to Moreno than John Chester is a challenger. And
you got to ask yourself, is anyone really
John
surprised?
Chester trying to hold on to his seat in a very red state, third-generation farmer, but it's going to be tough if you look
right
at
now. I mean, right now he's close.
Is they've had people from outside Montana move into Montana. It's kind of like Florida. They have a whole new population in many places in Montana, even though Tester has won, he's trying for his 4th term. It's also a wild race. They have a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL running against him, Tim Sheehy, who has been very controversial because there are charges that he lied about a gunshot wound he got. A park ranger said that he had told her in 2015 that he accidentally shot himself, but he had been telling the story that he got the wound in Afghanistan. Now he is a combat decorated a veteran, a Navy SEAL, but that particular gunshot wound allegedly did not come from those battles.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio. Obviously, a lot of eyes on John Tester at this point. But Sherrod Brown is a major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after trying a couple of times to get him, they got him this time.
Yeah, it's a huge win. And again, David, I just want to go back to the map here because this is important. We talked about the importance of West Virginia, a state that Donald Trump won. Also, Ohio, now that we've called it for Sherrod Brown. This is basically it here in Montana. Jon Tester, the last statewide Democrat, as Martha just mentioned.
I want to show
Democrats
something
have
real
a
quick.
razor-thin majority in the Senate. Reminder, Democrats currently holding 51 seats, Republicans holding 49.
As I showcase this, it looks like majority of America, based on just the votes itself, is going Republican. Like if let me pull up the map, just so you can see what I'm
Yep.
talking about. Because people gonna be like, "Who do you know what you're talking about? You know my feelings." No, I just did it on camera. I don't care.
Right.
But just looking at just look at it. We can go from the Senate. Look at the map. Majority. I know it's still pretty early, but majority right now you have the Republicans up right now, and then if you leave and look for the House, same thing, Republican. And then let's see, I don't even know about governor. It's still early for this. It's way too early, but just from the House and Senate by itself, are
Right.
we going more back towards a Republican?
I'm looking at the Republicans on that side of the house on the gubernatorial. Um, it's pretty close
Mm-hmm.
on that side as well. Uh, but like all three of us on the talking on the show tonight here is that we want to make sure we have a clean sweep, right? So we can have a unified front, a unified agenda for the most part when it comes to policies in all three phases of the government. Um, so and also we're going to look at um, how our judicial side of the three branches is going to operate with the majority of the other two sides of the presidential, and then also with the the legislative side, right, which makes up the
Mm-hmm.
House and the Senate. So we just want all of those plates got to spin in a way that's favorable for the American people and to help the economy from hemorrhaging the way it is, so that way we can be in better position to live our daily lives, provide for ourselves, our families, et cetera, et cetera. No matter if somebody's single, married, whatever, nobody should be around here, struggling the way that the economy currently is under the current administration, which also is an indictment on Harris because it's on her watch along with the president. And
Right.
so if the president has been incompetent, let's just say for 2 to 3 years, I say he's been incompetent before he got there
Mm-hmm.
with some medical background that I know. I did some medical school, but I got family members and people that are doctors and specialize in memory care and stuff. He had a lot of that before he got in office, so he had early stages of it in the beginning, and it wasn't caught. And if they did catch it, they overlooked it because uh, I think they put her there strategically when she had dropped out of the race back then because they knew that she was somebody that they could, the powers that be, and I'm hypothetical at this point, guys, and to the audience out here, but my hypothetical is that they knew that she would be somebody that the powers that be felt like that they can work with her to achieve some of the things that they needed achieved for their interests. Because a lot of the stuff that was done past, a lot of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, somebody that has that level of mental challenges as as the president have
Mm-hmm.
a lot of that has to be put on her shoulders, and that's on her watch. So
Yeah.
she's paying for that as well. Is one of the reasons why she's not going to win. Um, and so a lot of people who have like Myron said, if you have critical thinking skills, you can see right through that, and you can kind of start putting the dominoes together and see why she is not competent for the office at this time. And also, from is neither candidate morally and morally is right, in my humble opinion. But if I look at their which one is going to make the better um, choices that are more aligned to more of a conservative values that most of the country has, then you got to go with the you got to go with red. So, and then when it comes to House and Senate, then you got to move towards your individual person that's going to align at your local state level, that's going to align and not going to put you in a liberal bind, that's going to align more family oriented person, more solid in their values, because no human being is perfect anyway. So it doesn't matter color. I'll just go by the individual people and how they vote. Says a lot about their character, says a lot about them. What you guys think?
Byron, go ahead and take it. I'll be after you. I'm putting some edits.
No, so I agree with exactly what you just said, man. And I think that's where a lot of people are standing at now, right? Because they looked at and they have the same sentiment that you just said as far as, you know, they don't necessarily agree or have all their eggs in one basket for either one of the candidates, but they're looking at a total of a lump sum. They're taking a whole assumption of what has been done out of the last 4 years, and they're kind of angling that towards the decision for the next 4 years, right? And then even with her, like you had touched on, she prepared herself in getting ready for this presidential election. I don't think any of us would, because Trump has been saying that he's going to rerun since he lost. I mean, the actual day that he lost the election, he was like, "Don't worry about I'm rerunning," right? And so he's been having this. He's been having a platform for himself, or he's been making a platform for one criticize the current House of
He knew what he wanted
Representatives.
to do.
And you know what I mean? He already knew what he was going to do, so he criticized every chance he had, every opportunity he had. He criticized the current sitting president and vice president. And then as far as like the whole scandal with Joe sleeping on the podium and how bad it and how worse it got, it just exposed a lane for him to really go down and really just call everything out and to shed more light on this and to shed more light on how they've been running the White House. Because there's one video where Biden falls asleep on the podium. Well, all Trump has to do is turn around and say he's been inadequate to run the United States. He's been sleeping in all the meetings. It's been Kamala running the White House behind closed doors. They pretty much stole the White House right up under him instead of being truthful to the American people. Now, if you say that one time to the whole and speaking to the whole, what is everyone's thoughts going to be? Well, the Democrats are lying. They're not honest people. If this is who he has been since he's been in the office, and this hasn't been who we've gotten, now we see why a lot of those made promises have pretty much fell by the wayside. It was kind of like uh, smoke and mirrors per se. You know what I mean? They want you to see or they want you to believe certain things that they may not actually have a plan for. And so I don't think that Trump is anyone's very first choice if they had to go all the way back to the polling areas to actually select a representative for the Republican Party. And I'm sure Kamala may not be who the people wanted to represent the Democratic Party. Um, but then we also have multiple other parties, like individual parties that may not have just gotten the light or the marketing dollars to really push themselves as well. And so I honestly do feel like I think Trump will do a better job in the next 4 years. I think Kamala, I think she's still young. I think she'll still have an opportunity to come back and run for president if that's what she would like to do. But I think that she would need to one zero in on the actual strategy instead of trying to pander to the black people or minorities or the minority specific groups like the LGBTQ. When you try to pander to these groups and not having an actual plan, you will only get a percentage of the popular vote. And as we see, that only did so much.
Man,
That's
y'all
good, brother.
gentlemen, y'all gentlemen pretty much covered most of it. And it was like trying to choose like the lesser of the two evil. I mean, I'm trying to see like because y'all did like a great job in both and everything already, and that's why I said originally, we already had our experience with Trump. We the plus and minuses of that, and then you have of course the history. They both have their dirt behind them. Let's be honest. And I feel like
Yeah.
America was like, I don't really like either candidate strongly, but I can compromise with this one. But at the same time, I think what really pushed it is, and when I was talking to Baker, I was like, when Kamala Harris was pushing the whole thing with the abortion thing, I was like, that's gonna ruffle a lot of people the wrong way, especially who are old school Christians. And when she pushed this, of course, you're going to appease the upcoming. But again, we still got a lot of old heads in the office or major contributing, especially in this election. And if you don't pretty much balance that out, you're going to lose the campaign, like it or not, despite your feelings. And so,
Yeah.
like, that's how I say on that. It's like not too much I can add off what y'all just said. So let's see what's going on the polls as we
Yeah.
break
I mean,
through
the
this.
biggest thing I'm pretty sure they're gonna be punching the air about is all those free concerts they gave out.
Right. Went down the drain for them. They didn't have no good. They didn't have a good R. They didn't have a good ROI on that, right? That wasn't a good
Yeah,
investment.
there's no return on
But
investment on that
here's the
at
other thing
all.
too. Right. But here's the other thing I want to throw out there, guys. So check this out into the audience too. Think about this. I want everybody to pontificate on this. Is that a lot of times, depending on your belief system,
Uh oh, you about to go there? Let's go.
but depending on your belief system, has a lot to do with how you're voting, right?
Ooh,
So you can't be for one and hate the other one and vice versa. So you can't say people use a lot of these tags loosely. For example, they use the Christian tag a lot, but then
yep.
if you look at the actions, or better yet, even Christ in the New Testament said, don't listen to what people say, look at how they move. I'm paraphrasing that.
Look at the
Look at
fruit
how
of the
people
tree.
move, which is what is called fruit, right? So a
Hmm.
lot of people say I'm Christian, but then you look at their lifestyle,
It don't
Look how they
match.
it
move.
don't match.
It
It
don't
don't match
match.
Bible. So you can't say that you're a Christian, but then you're gonna vote for people that are into murder. Well, Bible tell you don't murder if you're a Christian. Now, if you don't claim to be a Christian and you don't claim to live that lifestyle, then it's understandable your choices. But when people put a label on themselves, like I identify as this, now you have certain expectations come with that title, right? For example, it's kind of like an athlete. I can't say I'm a professional athlete, but then I go outside and I don't perform like professional athletes supposed to perform, or I don't, do my end of the bargain for the
What we
amount of money
talked
I'm getting
about.
paid, right?
What we
Or I
talked
lie
about.
on my resume, say I'm this thing, and I get to the job and I'm lost, don't know what the heck I'm doing, right? So a lot of people say a lot of stuff and they think they're Christians, but then if you just give them something simple like, well, do you even follow just the Ten Commandments? We won't even get into the other stuff. Let's do just do the basic Ten Commandments. Can you follow that?
Just the 10.
Just the 10.
No.
I won't even get into the other stuff. Just the 10.
No.
Well,
No.
let
Go
me
ahead,
add this
bro.
as well, because
Go
like
ahead,
I
Chris.
feel like a lot of times too is society or depending on your tradition, your culture, or who you're around with, they
Hmm.
place you in a box. And so, to go along with your argument, based on your upcomings, you may see voting or moving a kind of way, either right or wrong, based on your own belief systems or what you've been taught through your parents or
Correct.
tradition or your
Correct.
religious belief and much more. And
Correct.
so, when you think about this election, especially as society moves, majority of this country still follows old school traditions, and they will go against anything that's new or modern day. And
What?
of course, they try to go against that with all the advertising, much more.
Hmm.
But at the end of the day, people are going to have their foundation of what they were raised on, and you're
Well, I'd
seeing.
say that too, Chris. But think about it like this, sir. Think about it like this. So I wouldn't say old school. It's either it's either it's either going to be one way or the other. It can't. It's not going to be a gray area. So it's either somebody is going to vote biblical principles and lifestyle, or they're going to vote heathen. I was going to say another word, but it wasn't appropriate.
Secular. Just say secular.
Right. But secular too. All of those are cousins of each other.
But
So
here's the interesting thing too. I like how you laid it out like it's like either A or
Mm,
B, but
right.
then there's the answer choice of C because people like to mingle in between both of them.
They like
think
what
what
does it say in
it's
the
not
book
really
about
it doesn't allow
establishment?
you though. It doesn't allow you because
Yeah.
the reason why I won't allow you to is because, and I think Myron believes it the same way I do, possibly. The reason why I'm strongly about that is because if you claim a certain type of title, hey, I could consider myself a Christian. However, the other layer to that title is then the next thing people are going to put another layer of a title is I am part of or affiliated with this denomination. Now, I will tell you from experience, neither one of those has nothing to do with with the original formula because being a Christian is a title. The lifestyle is what separates you.
I agree.
I say again, being a Christian or associating yourself with a denomination has nothing to do with the lifestyle you live. It's all about the lifestyle. So if your lifestyle, as I said in a aforementioned comment, if your lifestyle doesn't match the title of Christian, then what you're basically saying is,
You're not a
I
Christian.
am a lie. No, I'm a liar,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. It goes back to
So
that. Yeah.
then on top of that, the Bible says, don't lie, right? So liars can't go to heaven. And this is for me and anybody else. I'm not saying I'm above nobody on earth. Trust me. But all I'm saying is that less a lot of people want to live in the comfortable areas in the crevices of life by saying, "Oh, I'm this and I'm that," but they want to
That's what I'm
kind of
saying.
yeah, right, Christian. You have these good conversations all the time, but a lot of people want to be like Putty. Stick me in these crevices and these little corners that makes me feel good about my life choices that I do. But then in reality is you conveniently moving the needle when you want to fit your lifestyle or to fit your argument or
Exactly.
to fit this.
Yeah.
And so at the
That
end of
goes
the
back to what we
day,
were just saying.
right. So we're at a
Mhm.
point now in history where I personally see a lot of repetitiveness of history for people perish for the lack of intellectual property or lack of knowledge, according to what the Bible says. So a lot of people are repeating history because a lot of people are not students of the history. Well, a lot of people say, well, they hid this from me. No, it's there, but the Bible also tells you, seek and ye shall find.
Oh, pause right
Exactly.
there because you said seeking that shall find
Seek and ye
because
shall
So
find.
so then when I challenge a human being, male or female like that, so then it puts it back on them to say, okay, I understand somebody told you a lie, but it's also 50% of that is on you to see how hungry are you to
okay,
find
so
to find the truth as
this
well.
I hate to cut you off, but like this
Go
is
ahead.
actually going to glorify what you're saying. You said seek. A lot of
Hmm.
people don't want to take action to seek. It's like
No,
a lot of people
Yeah.
want things given to
they
them
take the easy
or
way out. That's the old schools would say.
yeah, the easy way out or it handed down to them. So like when you have a person like yourself that pretty much challenges that and you're like, okay, show me what you have seeked for information or like, validate your past actions or for whatever you're arguing or your actions, a person nowadays will get offended because they don't want to take the responsibility for not seeking out the knowledge, but they want to pretty much cover and keep pushing out the lie that they're
Hmm.
comfortable with.
hmm
Well,
And I
that's
think that's what's
what those type of things is Chris and Myron, as you know, gentlemen. That is the immature adult.
that's
So a
what's going
mature
on in
adult accepts
2024.
responsibility, or a mature adult will say, you know what, that was on me. And then now they'll take that and learn from that and be a better human being. But to take the easy way out is childlike behavior. So you can't mature in life if you don't want to accept your fault or your errors or your contributory actions towards issues that happen in your life or in society as a people group.
I feel like there's a lot more immature adults now.
Of course it is. You got a lot of people age-wise are adults, mentality are children. It's like the old saying goes, babies having babies.
You know how many times I heard that from my grandma or cousin? They're like,
Hmm.
look at all these babies having babies. They're
Right.
like,
And so what this
More the
so what that
physical
says is
part.
right. So what they're saying, Myron and Chris, what they're saying in our culture is you have immature people that have procreated and are responsible supposed to be raising up another human being, but because they're mentally handicapped, they are not fully mature in the mental status because their actions are shown like fruit on a tree that says otherwise. So a lot of times they ain't gotta nobody ain't gotta tell me and you or none of us on the call nothing. Their actions will let us know what's going on.
I gotta say this now. I'm gonna let y'all speak after I throw this question.
Go ahead out
Because
there.
you just made me think about something. I was like, I'm about to piss some people off with this. So of course you have, let's say, immature
Right.
adults procreating. All right. So the whole movement with the I have a right to abortion and much more. I'm like, okay, now this is the setup which is gonna probably get me thrown in the furnace. You say that, but at the same time, ain't you accountable for your actions to get you place yourself in a situation where you probably got yourself pregnant? Now, I'm not talking for those who got raped, but what I'm seeing a lot of times, and I
Hmm.
wish I had the statistics to pull this out, but I think, and this is my personal opinion, what's going on is you have a lot of immature adults that may be getting pregnant at a young age or are not planning to, and then they get offended or don't want to take accountability what their actions have led to, and now they're looking for a bailout.
Well, here's the deal on that, which is a good point. So before all of us were born, what I call you have a certain sector of the elite class in this society, in this country, devised a plan to keep certain people on a what I call slavery part two plantation program.
Not part two. Not
All
part
right.
two.
So now I ain't gonna do you how the first generation was, which means I had you in shackles and I had you picking cotton, right? Type of slavery. So we're gonna move from that, and then I'm gonna put you in the illusion that you free type of plantation, which is worse than the
Wait a minute.
first.
Rewind for the people in the back because I don't think they got that. They probably got
I
lost
will
when you
say
said that.
again,
Oh.
you're in slavery part two. You just don't know you're in slavery because you have been given the illusion that you're free, but you're not. Well, what do you mean by that? What I mean is that if you were truly free, it would be equality of humanity amongst all people here in this United States and on a global platform as well. However, when I evaluate through my eye gates and I listen through ear gates, I can notice and see the same habitual generational cursive and destructive behavior going on in humanity that lets me know we haven't progressed at all. We're in the same cycle of rotation, just like a album on a what? On that they're playing on the record player, which means that they have found a way to be very wise in how they handle us and that they keep us in a version of a slavery that still serves them and their agenda and purpose without us ever progressing to the equality or equal levels that they live at here on the earth. Now tell me I'm wrong.
And you know why
So
though? And,
Talk
and,
to me,
and
man.
it's adding to it's because you talk to anyone these days and kind of go back to what we talked about earlier, Chris. They've traded what we've went through and what our ancestors been through and said, hey, you're a victim. Victims need to be heard. You need to express how you feel victimized and what your people have been through. Don't worry about the future. Let's talk about now. Let's talk about the past. That's why you still see slave movies. Why they don't talk
But,
about all these black people? Why we haven't got a George Washington Carver movie?
ooh.
well, part of that is history on one level Another level is, like you said, it want to keep you in a certain cycle, so you never focus on the real agendas that you need to focus on as a humanity group of people to get you to where you need to be. The other level is that from a biblical perspective, it's the time of expiration on that version of slavery is at an end, and now we're coming into the awakening phase. That's another topic for another show. And that's a whole deep one. Most people are not ready to have that conversation because they would have to have a lot of back historical context information to even start that topic with me or others like me who have years of knowledge of studying that. So now we move into progressing that we have generational cursed behavior in our community. Well, what do you mean by generational curse? Well, when the system was implemented in the late 60s, early 70s for the Democratic they rolled out the welfare program. That was a form of slavery program. Prior to that, the black community was in the 90 percentile. Once again, we were above 90% of dual parent households. So
This is facts. This is
So
facts.
now they found a way to extract the man out of the house. Because little do people think, they know what the Bible says. So they know if the man is not in the house to keep the house covered, then they know they can bring destruction upon the house.
So
Now, anything else that's talking about, and we can get into them conversations later. I want to finish my thought, and I'll let Chris come in with that point he want to make. So now, when you extract a man out of the house, now I'm not talking every man is meant. Every man ain't marriage material, just like every woman ain't. Let's be very, very clear about
say it
that.
loud for the people in the back.
It's in the Bible, actually. It's in the Bible as well. So everybody's not meant to be married. The Bible does say a lot about a lot of
At
things. If
all.
people care to read it, actually the Bible is a good history book if you care to read it. Pick it up sometime. It'll help you. And so one of the things I realize is that we as a people, we must get with people who care to show us the way to get us out of the habitual bad behavior that we have put ourselves in by allowing ourselves to be hoodwinked of getting the man out the house for some pennies, thinking we would be better off without the man. And coming to find out 50, 60 years later, we realize that, oops, we made a mistake by doing that. And also with that, we were also in bed with the enemy to help them put our own males in a slavery system, which is the penal system. Now you want to cry about that where the men at, but I'm not. This doesn't go for every woman, by the way. That's the disclaimer. Every woman is not in the situations. Every woman don't think a lot. So I don't generalize it like that's every black woman, because that's not
I'm
true.
glad you cleaned up because that would have been an argument to this day.
Oh no, I'm not that ignorant. So I know it's not every woman, right? It's not every woman like that, but it's enough of them to where it does impact our community though. So now when we look at that, in order for us to get out of the situation, that means we got to have, like the old folks would say, we got to have a come to Jesus moment, and we got to say we got to get ourselves out of this. And how do you get yourself out of this? You got to do the opposite of insanity. So you can't stay in the same system and expect different results. So in order to reverse that, that means that everybody got to move to the proper locations that our ancestors was in prior to the welfare system. That's how you reverse it. But everybody got to clean up. Right? Men got to do their part. Women got to do their part.
Everybody's held accountable, and
Everybody held accountable for their actions, like you said, because at the end of the day, you can't sit there and one can't blame the other. There's stuff on the internet
That's
about
what's going on today. That
finger
irritates
pointing
my
and blaming
soul. That
and
irritates my
dating
soul
and
to
all
the
that. What you bringing to the table? Well, both of you are valuable.
I say it.
Both of you have stuff to bring to the table. The problem is, where is the respect from both sides?
It's not. So
One side is more disrespectful than the other, though. But both sides got to show respect to the other side, because without respect, you can't have a hostile relationship. You can't have a teamwork. If there's disrespect on a football team or a basketball team, how you going to win championships?
It's gonna crumble every time.
Every time, bro.
Every
And
time.
I want
Every
to
time, B.
I want to
And
say
that's the
something
reality
else.
we live in right now.
It
Yeah, yeah.
is.
Go ahead.
And I think that's a shift in the election as well. I'm going to showcase this and I'm going to show the broadcast in a minute. But I definitely agree with that. And one thing I noticed, and it's a manipulative tactic, is like, of course, us guys can agree to this, but I, we will move so much further as a society when we can take accountable for our own actions, both of us, men and women. And what I'm seeing, especially in the politics, and it goes beyond relationships, because I know people will be like, oh, you're talking just about relationships. No, this goes beyond that. Is like when it comes down to, let's say, women in power, it's quite, I see often it's like your fault. But when I say like, okay, let me take fault for my actions, but you also have some fault as well. I see this quick common thing of it's like, no, you're not taking accountability. But wait, I just said I'm taking the fault for my actions. But what's wrong with me saying let's both take accountability for actions? It's like, no, I'd rather just point the finger at you. And I think that's go
Well,
ahead,
I'm
D.
gonna say this too, Chris, and I'm gonna say this what the Bible says. The Bible tells you don't argue with fools. So that whether you talking to a male or a female, because if you do that, you don't have high blood pressure.
It's gonna be pretty much
And brother, you're gonna have a heart attack.
Right? So
you wasting
so
your
I
time
don't.
and
So if I
energy.
know I'm talking to somebody that is incompetent of comprehension of language, and they can't have a mature human conversation with, I'm wasting my time.
And time and energy and
Yeah.
stressing yourself out.
And
Right?
just even
Now,
think
I'm
about
not
this.
saying they're a bad person. I'm not saying nothing, but they are foolish in their ideology and their mindset to think that they don't have to reflect themselves and see that they probably contributed to destructive behavior in relationships. That's
Okay,
what I mean by that. That's what the
so
Bible means by that.
so real quick, and then I'm gonna bring this up on the screen and go back to broadcast. I don't think I never asked for this, so go ahead and tell your qualifications, Dennis, because I don't think I really
Which
brought that
ones?
up. Whatever you want to throw out there, because you know the audience gonna be like, "What? He was just blowing it. He think he know it all." I'll go ahead and tell a little bit about yourself. I'm being dead serious.
Little history about me. I'm a born and raised Texan. Born and raised in East Texas, just east of Houston. Um, Served time in the federal government for a little company called the Marine Corps. Um, had a degree in petroleum engineering. Got some schooling and went to school and got some schooling also in global business management, minor in HR and finance. And also my last one was in global supply chain and warehouse management. Got certifications in legal side and some legal stuff. I got some certifications also in counseling, different forms of counseling. So I'm certified, got paperwork to prove it. Um, so that's just a little bit about me. I've traveled probably almost half the world already. Um, Before the passport bros was a cliche, I've been there, done that. Um,
That's
um,
crazy.
so you know, um,
I love the honesty
that's
though.
nothing new, right? That's not
Yeah,
nothing new. It's not a
yeah.
bragging thing, and not in the way of what most people think when they hear the term passport bros. What I mean by that is that I was a traveled man um, through my professions, right? And some of it was pleasure travel with family and friends and stuff as well. So um, I I'm not the typical brother that that all I know is East Texas, all I know is Houston or whatever type of cat. Nothing against nobody else. It's just I'm just diverse, from my ideology, and I see life different than a lot of my other peers may not have the opportunity. That's all. They just haven't had the opportunity. So I always tell a man, if you have opportunity and you're not being held back by the legal system to get your passport, always have a passport. The reason
Yeah,
why you
got
need to have a passport as a man is because it affords you the opportunity for choices, and it has nothing to do with women. That's not the angle I'm coming from. It affords you opportunity to travel to keep you from being ignorant of other cultures and how the world works. It also
and my
can open
professors
up
told me that too.
opportunities. Yeah, it can open up a lot of opportunities for you for business, for employment. So you always have better options, right? If you look at history, sometimes you may have to be nomadic, right? So
Hmm.
you never, as a man, you can always have options so you can lead. When I talk to men in my classes, and Chris knows that he's been to some of them. So when I talk to men about, especially being married, one of the main things I make sure that I always talk about men is that there are certain prerequisites that you need to achieve as a man to eliminate any pushback or any type of disadvantages that you can face in life. And also, when you put yourselves in that type of position, it's hard for a woman to look at you in a different way than what she may have had experience with. So if a man doesn't have those things, then he's going to put himself behind the curveball starting out. That's why you have a lot of
Taking
relationship
advantage.
issues. Well, not on that, but you just have a lot of challenges in a lot of different areas. The other thing is, I also tell men, if you don't know how to interview a woman for a lifetime partnership, to take on your last name, to be a co-owner, co-partner in your estate and build legacy with, you are ill-equipped to give somebody your last name. And until you went through that type of training and knowledge, don't do it, because all you're gonna do is hurt yourself and hurt somebody else in the process.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Now, this is
And
the stuff
Pastor,
that doesn't sound good on the internet podcast shows because it's not, it's not fire. It doesn't have the cliche words, doesn't have the catchphrases, it doesn't have the latest trendy words that people are saying in this modern generation. But the things that I talk about, these are the things that have lasted through humanity. It's general stuff through general cultures of the earth, and
yeah,
it's been tried and true. And if you follow those, it breeds success because success leaves clues.
Right.
100% agree.
What you think about that, Myron?
Nah, I agree with you 100% on that because that's what you hear a lot of these days. And I know we kind of pivoted from the presidential talk, um, but we all like young men. I think I may be the youngest because I'm younger than Chris. And with your experience, I know you got maybe just a few years on me, but just listening to a lot of the things that you said, man, you hit the nail on the head, man. I think we have a lot of people out here that are blindly going forward, wanting to, jump into marriage, like you said beforehand. We have a lot of men who are just going based solely on what they were raised or what they were told to do, not actually analyzing and getting to know themselves and knowing what they need out of life and what they need out of a partner in life, right? And so that kind of is a telltale as to why the divorce rate is so high. I think it's what every 2 out of 3 marriages will end in divorce as of now, as of today. That's the rate. Every 2 out of 3 marriages will end in divorce, something like that.
Now, let me say this as I'm about to go back to broadcast. I feel like that it still applies to election because people vote based on their experiences, either like especially when it comes to divorce, marriage, and much more. Because you having more women out there that feel like they have to take the lead for a lot of different things. So when they see a person like Kamala Harris standing, and I've heard this from women, they feel like that person represents me. That person represents my fight in this country, and that's what I'm hearing. And they are. I know. It's make you sit back.
No, I sit back because, bro, like, have
But
you
that's what I
ever
keep hearing.
questioned any of these people and say like how, right? Because
Yeah,
it's gender politics. That's
it
all I'm
is.
hearing. Identity politics. Hey, do I identify with these people? Hey, do I identify with these people? But you don't necessarily know these people. It's like, for instance, I think this is so weird, and it's maybe just me. I think it's weird for someone to want to date someone based on what you solely see on social media.
Holy shit! You said a whole
I think that is
mouthful without even getting a
strange.
chance to actually know
I
the
think we live in
person.
a weird world at this point in time. And that's what I believe when I hear people say, hey, I see
It's like the
Kamala stand up
validation is
and she
based on
said
just
this.
that.
Hey, this is who I identify with. No, that's not. You
Mm,
don't know this woman.
right,
No,
right.
like
That's
going
It's
back
dangerous.
to what Miss
it.
what Mr. Dennis said. What is the fruit? What's the fruit of this person? What are the
And,
things that she's actually? What is the fruit of this tree?
Right.
Are
keep
they
in mind, there
ripe?
may be a
Are
time
they
where the
sour?
internet.
Right. Well, all of that thing I said earlier, gents, and to everybody that's everybody listening on the podcast, all of that ties into tonight's election. Well, what do you mean by that? I know
That's
how
what
to
I'm
bow
Yeah.
tie
saying.
it back in because all of this has to do with the nuclear family. And so the presidential election tonight is a direct reflection of people want to have the nuclear family the way it's supposed to. That's why people voting red. People are more conservative than what people try to say they
They're
not.
sick of it.
Right?
That's
They're
what it
sick of
Yeah.
is.
that.
Yeah.
So politics is a blood sport of I'm gonna divide and conquer the weak-minded people to give them two sides of the same bird. Now, the adult, male or female, has to have the intellectual property to understand I can't go by the rhetoric. I gotta go by what you have history of voting for and voting on when you're in office. If you're a repeated person trying to come back to office. So I got to look at, I really can't go by, not all the time. You can't 100% go by the individual person because if you go by that, none of us on earth is perfect. So we don't fit the perfect mold. So let's just throw that out. Everybody got to throw out, well, they not perfect. Honey, a
Nobody's
girlfriend, or
perfect.
homeboys, these guys, look, none of your girlfriend, none of your homegirl, look, that dude, nobody gonna be perfect on earth. So just
Nope.
get that crap out your head. That
That's
don't
right.
exist. The number two,
It's not. It doesn't exist.
how is their moral character? How do they move and shake? How do they live their everyday life? That'll tell you a lot about them. When they say they be a Christian, okay, what type of Christian do you say that you are? That's why Jesus asks people, for those who believe in the Bible, but that's why Jesus said, no, tell me who you think I am. Who do they say I am? Right? So when you dating somebody, or just like when you're looking at these candidates to evaluate even from your local all the way up to your national level, you say a lot of stuff on the campaign trail, but what have you voted on? What do you really believe? You got to ask questions that's going to make these people uncomfortable a little bit enough to where they got to tell you. Because look, a lot of them are great orators and they're good at verbal manipulation and lying. So if you don't know how to ask the right pinpoint questions, that's going to get them to kind of put them in that position where they got to say something right. That's going to have to make them decide on, do you believe in killing and murder? See,
Exactly.
I don't use the word
And
abortion. I don't like using the word abortion because the word changes the emotional tug on you to where you don't think of it as murder. No, I'm gonna say it's murder. So, do you believe
it's
in
murder.
murdering?
All right. So
Nah. Okay.
It's
So that
murder.
means okay, good. Well, women should have a way to their body, their choice. Look here, miss me with that
Oh,
fresh
nonsense.
new nonsense talk. You always had a medical choice in your body, and if you're talking to your
Always.
doctors like a grown woman would, or a husband and wife team, or whatever your situation is, you always had a medical choice.
right.
Now,
So
the problem is people want to politicize and they want to tweak it and they want to mess with stuff and try to make it a lot more than what it is. No, you're just trying to play on words. Don't hear me
Yeah.
this my body, my choice. Well, you already had a choice because you got a choice when you dating. You got a choice who
You
you
have a
laying
choice
down
every
with.
day. Every day.
Women have
Every day.
access to the sex. If women control access to sex.
I just
So
had a
just like
question.
so at the end of the day, don't come at me with all that foolishness you talking because outside because you're making a choice with a male, if you're a heterosexual woman, you're making a choice to say, okay, yeah, I'm approving the adult activity.
Let me ask you a question though, Dennis.
Other than that, it's going to be called the R word. We can't say it on this
But
feed, but it's
yeah.
that word, right? So now, so that means you consciously agreeing to something. So that means you're negligent in your actions if it's like, oh, I had a kid, so now, it was in the moment and now I gotta kill it now because I really didn't want it. No, that is called the consequences of your actions.
Actions.
But it's called
Accountability.
I made my bed and I gotta lie in it. All of
Yeah.
those things line up. So both of you were irresponsible because both of you were hot in the pants.
Takes two to make
So
a
let
Right.
me ask you this question, Dennis. just to
Yeah.
add on to what you're saying here, right? The
Mm-hmm.
way that the way I look at that, because you are right. Every woman does have a choice. Every day they have a choice. They have a choice. They the ones who open up to who can have sex with them, who they can lay down
Mm-hmm.
with, who gets their
Mm-hmm.
time, who's able to
Mm-hmm.
see them in their birthday suit, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're moving away to where we're pivoting away in a day and age to where most men will not have a choice. And what I mean by that is, I know we've all been young and we've all probably been in this situation. This may ruffle some feathers, but how many times have you got had a slip up and you probably told her, "I don't want kids." And what she
I,
said, "It's my body."
I've never been in those positions. So for me, I got emphatically no. I've never put myself in them type of positions, but I understand
Right?
other men have.
So you see people be in those situations, and the man will never have any say so, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so you have to say, and but at the end of the day, a man knows at the end of the day he's going to be held responsible for that, regardless, whether or not he said he wanted to have a kid or he did not.
Mm-hmm.
A man has to, unfortunately, he has to accept responsibility for his actions every day, whether he wants a kid or not. What we're saying is, moving forward, women have a choice, yes or no, whether or not they want to lay down with each man. But if they get pregnant by this said man, a lot of times they don't
Mm-hmm.
know what they're dealing with until afterwards. And so then that's when you know, the termination talks are begun, right? Because now there's some type of remorse for bad decisions. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's where a lot of this comes from, how strong this conversation has been for this election, because we live in a generation where people make terrible decisions every day. And unfortunately
Yeah,
for a
it
lot
go
of
back
people,
further than that, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But it go way
yeah, yeah,
that been going. Yeah, it was going.
it go
Put it
way
like this:
further,
they've been
way
doing this
further
way
back.
before me. All of us were born on the call, right? But you on the right track,
Right.
right? You're on the right railroad track, and heading in the right direction. The problem is the only way you stop that is you cut it off. Well, what do you mean by
Mm-hmm.
that?
Yeah.
That means if you shut down all the facilities that give you the opportunity to quote unquote get rid of your mistake, as they like to say it, right?
Exactly.
Then you're going to be thinking twice about making stupid decisions like that,
And I
right?
think that's what I think the whole meaning behind all of this is in a nutshell. Me personally, that's how I look at it.
No, you're good, right?
It's
Exactly
it's
what it is.
it's an opportunity for you to start thinking twice, because you have to think about this. Just in Houston alone, Houston, the numbers have risen so high within the last STD numbers,
Mm-hmm.
specifically
Mm-hmm.
syphilis, chlamydia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
These are things that people are not
Gonorrhea, all of that. Yep.
about. The
Chlamydia,
numbers have
all of that.
risen as far as children born with these diseases.
Correct.
This is things people don't. I had a woman a year ago. She was born. She had a child, and she couldn't breastfeed her child because she had HIV. And
Mm-hmm.
the hurt in her eyes tell me a lot. That's all the lesson I personally need about promiscuity. You know what I'm saying? Promiscuity, right?
Promiscuity, right?
Myself, but there's a lot of people who are saying, "Oh, this may not happen to me. I may be," everybody thinks they're different, right? Until it's their turn.
Yep. Into this
And
daytime. But
then,
here's the other thing
right?
too, like you to add what you're saying. But here's the deal. Once I'm gonna give you some homework,
Hmm.
and anybody that's listening to this podcast tonight, and go back and hear it on the replay. When you go back and do homework and look at the abortion numbers and look at STD numbers prior to having the opportunity to make that choice, you would, now you would get to the root cause of that, right? Number two,
Yeah.
in our community, as people as I like to say, melanated people of color, when we had a higher two-parent household prior to the welfare system, remember that choice created a problem by people who had ill will against us or who didn't want to do right by us. as human beings. So now, prior to that choice, women didn't take that choice. So they found ways, like they always have in history, of working with their husbands or the men in their life that they was dealing with to find a better solution, whatever that solution was. That, hey, we're going to do right by each other. We're going to do right by the child. We're going to try to make this thing work. Statistically, economically, they were doing better financially.
All right, real
So
quick.
the men didn't struggle as much and the women didn't struggle as much because they both understood on how to work together.
All right, let me
Man, have a
Go ahead,
choice.
Chris.
dive back into the broadcast. So, like, I know we can update so much more. It is definitely not looking so good on Kamala Harris right now, as the more and more the numbers
looking
come
terrible.
in. You can see from the crowd. I'm
It's
gonna play
bad.
the audio. Yeah,
It's not a
people
close
are
race.
realizing that the truth is
No,
about
it's
to
a
set in.
landslide.
Yeah, because like the stakes that she needs to win, the numbers is not coming in like they projected. But let me
Hmm.
play the audio so you can kind of get a feel
Have
what's
so
going
far
on.
on Arizona. They're going to ask us to pause here in a moment, Rick. So just be aware of that. This just means the rest of the country is going to rejoin us here. But in the meantime, where do things stand in Arizona?
A little more than half of the vote. Most of the vote comes right there in Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Scottsdale. We know those retirement communities. It's a battleground county. It's a county that Donald Trump carried the first time, Joe Biden the second time. Right now, Harris is up there, but just by a little bit. Looking at another battleground county out there in Yuma County, someplace that Kamala Harris needs to be getting about 45% of the vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote for more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances. If she isn't able to win a Wisconsin or a Michigan, she will need to carry those states out west, Arizona and Nevada.
Okay. We have 15 seconds here. We're going to go to Elizabeth Schulze, who is on the ground in Arizona. Before we
She
bring
already
her
lost
in, we're just
Nevada.
gonna pause here
On
in just a
another
moment,
channel, I already seen
just
she
so
lost Nevada.
can join us
Yeah,
here.
they're
Let's
about to
pause
update
here.
in a minute.
That's the quietest this room has been all night. Let's get to Elizabeth
I wonder
Schulze,
why.
in Arizona. She's on the ground there.
Reality.
Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the
I
results.
wonder
What are we
why.
looking at so far, and what are they saying as far
Man,
as how long we have to wait?
Chris, we're going to have to throw in a conversation
David, the
about that
Secretary of State
Project
told me earlier
25,
today
man.
that
There's a
it
lot of
could take up to
misinformation about that.
13 days for the votes to be fully counted in Arizona. And what we're seeing here in
Yeah,
Maricopa
we need to
County,
have
they
that.
are counting those votes. They're going to be doing that 24/7, but there are still a lot of votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to say which way this will go. But I will say I was just talking to one official with the Arizona GOP. He says he likes what he is seeing in other states, and that bodes well for Trump here, especially when it comes to Latino voters. We are seeing Trump
People need to go
outperform
ahead and
in
say
some
that
of
he
those
got
more
this.
rural counties of Arizona that could tip him in a state that is so close. Remember, David, this race was decided by just 10,000 votes in 2020. This is expected to be tight again, and because of that, this counting will go on. It will take time. Officials here, we're talking to them, they say, be prepared to be here for the long haul, David.
Elizabeth Schulze right there in Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been diving into the exit polls for Arizona specifically. What are they saying?
And virtually every possible metric, David, Trump is outperforming himself from 2020. When you talk about women, when you talk about Latinos, those without a college degree, senior citizens, and independents. Let's look at independents in Arizona in
color of
particular.
money is
40%, by
green.
the way, of those in Arizona identify as independent voters. Donald Trump getting the best of Kamala Harris by 4 points there. And if you take a look at by age, senior citizens, a number of retirees out there in Arizona, those who are 65 or older, which 31% of the electorate there, he's getting Kamala Harris by about, if my math is right, 8 points there. So he's getting more than half of the vote there. And if you look at his performance from 2020, he's increased by 3 points with regard to that older, that 65 and older group.
Lindsay, thanks. That's the portrait of Arizona. We have another state to call, and this is a big one, Georgia. And as we heard from the Secretary of State earlier, forecast at this moment, 16 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. He wins the key state of Georgia. He lost it to President Biden 4 years ago by about 11,000 votes. He was determined to win that state back. He has done exactly that tonight, a margin about 100,000 votes or so between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a in a very significant way now, because if you now put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and that doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here, give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice.
And this is why I said, like, I feel like they're kind of dragging it. So let me pull up the map. I may have to switch my screen again multiple times, but that's all right. But I want to make sure I show this. So let's look at some of the key states real quick.
Yeah, let's look at that.
We all know about these states. These two, yeah, most likely. But these key states over here, we're talking about that. Let's start with, for example, I think they were talking about Pennsylvania, 19 votes.
It's close in Pennsylvania, but he might win it outside of the two major cities of Pittsburgh and Philly. He'll have enough votes in the rural areas or the smaller towns to carry Pennsylvania, and also looks like he's going to win Michigan. And I did see that he was in a landslide leading in Nevada as well.
Because this is like Pennsylvania right here. And
Right.
you see the numbers. It's pretty close, but he's leading in this state. And then
Right.
we go to another one. Like, just give me a little time. I'm going to have to pull up multiple screens. What was the other one that you mentioned a while ago? Would you say Michigan? I think you said Michigan. Then we have. Yeah, Michigan. I'm share the screen on that one. This is again. That's why I'm saying, like, it's not looking too good. Then we have Michigan over here, as you can see.
See there? It's like I think a lot of that, Chris, is going to be Trump from what I've seen earlier.
And that's Michigan.
There's not enough numbers in there for her to win that. And go to Nevada, please, because I want to say I seen him flash it that he was like way high in Nevada.
If he got Nevada, it's a wrap. She's done.
And I want to say he got Nevada too. And if he got Nevada, yeah, there's no mathematical way that she's gonna win.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like they don't want to disclose it because I'm clicking it. I would share it, but it's showing everything 0% because they know, like, if people are watching this and they see that, they're gonna be like, I can start watching now. This is over.
Well, I already caught them when they showed it, and then they turned it back off.
Down.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I said I knew the numbers were around 90%.
Let me show you this one.
Go ahead.
I feel like it's not looking too good. And then we got Arizona. Look at the numbers on this. They didn't show Nevada, but look at Arizona.
What have we got?
Oh, bye. Still got these.
Yeah, I'm convinced now. I think that everyone who said they were voting for Kamala out loud voted for Trump in private.
Yeah, in private, because they didn't want to get.
I think everyone just did all that just to protect like they friends' feelings.
They didn't want to get attacked and all that. But
they didn't want to get attacked. They ain't had a boss to say no. That's, you know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well,
and with everything that you were saying earlier before I started showing that, it just shows with a mindset of where America is.
Right.
And then everything, because I guarantee someone's going to come like the abortion, all the other stuff didn't make it matter this election. Yes, it did. Because it is the perspective of the voters, of the American citizens. And you had a very big push towards women, towards abortion rights. And when we were discussing about, okay, so you say you want, the choice of your bodies, but also take accountability for your decisions as well. And I think what America is telling us is like, we're sick of shit.
Well, not only that, but think about it like this, man. Look at it like this, everybody, and those who listening. You got to understand this. It's crazy talk because it's manipulative. It's very strong manipulation of language. What I mean by that is, how long have Planned Parenthood and other clinics of that ilk have been in existence way before this election, way before the last election, and before that. So to come up with this whole rhetoric of, oh, no, my body, my choice. No, you had the choices way back then to go over there and go get it done. What's the problem? And even if your state or your county doesn't have it, they were always in Florida. I know, and I've been living for a little bit on Earth for a good little minute. So women have always found a way to go somewhere to get it done. So all of this stuff coming out is just a bunch of hogwash, and the people have voted, like you said, Myron. A lot of people have voted, man, and said, you know what, to heck with this. Y'all silly, y'all talking foolish, y'all talking like crazy women. For those who talking like that, not everybody, of course. Let me make that known.
Yeah, you got to, because
Don't come from me. Yeah, I ain't worried about cancel culture, but you just got to be, you just got to let people know that you're not ignorant of knowing that everybody doesn't fit that whole statement. So
a lot of people like to take a
right.
broad assumptions and just run.
Yeah, a lot of people think when people say stuff, they're like, "Oh, he said all of us." No, quit being ignorant. Don't assume everybody's saying everybody. They got some people ignorant enough to say it like that, but not me. So I'm speaking from. I can hold my own. I can take the heat. I've been in the Marine Corps for a long time, so that ain't gonna worry about. That ain't gonna worry me. So long story short, though, back to that. But the election has spoken, like you said, on a lot of topics of, where the American people mindset is, where they're at with looking at for as being more conservative in lifestyle choices, how they move, family, the nuclear family. Like a lot more Americans are leaning in that vein than the ones who are liberal. And it's not as many as people think it is.
Right. And I want to take a quick moment to say this, like, for those of you, and much more appreciate for like staying on. I know probably gonna end the few. I'm trying to wait till like they pretty much say this is official.
Right.
I've been like hanging in for about a good 4 hours and 40 minutes, but definitely the longest. So
I like it. I like it.
But we are definitely dropping a lot of gems and much more. Just want to make sure I put that out there. Yeah. And it's like I said, we had the live stream. We had Donald Baker in with his contribution as well. Got some great brothers. It looked like we got him speaking real quick, so let's go and pull this up real quick.
You overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Never an easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, hold on here, and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And what a marked shift from how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a challenge. Kamala Harris herself said repeatedly, we are the underdog here. But they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days, did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her. And I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition that her campaign talked about so often, that they felt was going to really propel them across the finish line. We are not seeing that broad coalition at all showing up here tonight.
Everybody be getting going on.
And there's going to be, I think, a lot of soul searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to what went wrong. That said, they are still holding out hope. That's a very somber-centric Richmond there, delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close, they do still see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping for.
An extraordinarily narrow one mathematically at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something
They
a
voted.
few minutes back about
They definitely
President
voted. They just
Biden,
didn't
whether
vote
or not,
for the person
obviously there'll be a
giving
lot of
free
questions if and when this race is called. And if it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way,
Republicans has
the
the
obvious
House
questions
and
would
the-
be
they got the Senate.
a lot of attention on President
That's
Biden,
pretty
whether or
much
not that
wrapped.
decision should have been made
I
sooner.
got a
So the
point, and
Democratic Party could
I
have
got
looked
a
at Kamala
feeling
Harris and
behind why
others
she
and
really
what
didn't
have
get
you.
a
This
lot
has been a
of the vote.
conversation we've heard before.
Let me
It's just going to get
hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, shoot it.
This is why I feel like she didn't get a lot of votes. If you guys remember when things were coming down to the haywire, right before early voting first started, we had a ring of a lot of let's say foreigner caused assaults and murders that recently, took place here in the States. I'm talking about a ring just across from, I'll say from the west to southwest region of just numerous amounts of identified foreigners who, either committed murder, committed the R word, or, assault on some Americans, right? Every time they brought those questions up, and I've seen it about 3 times, there's 3 different people. Every time they brought those questions up to Kamala directly, she brought up Trump instead of an answer. And then she stated, hey, there's been an issue with the border, always been an issue with the border, but we're going to work on it. Now, to someone or to people who are in fear, and this is something that's been kind of ringing across their TV screen or their news feed for like the last few months to a year, and then it's really showing a little bit more prevalent now in the latter days leading up to the election, and that's your answer. Just like we spoke about, a man needs to be in a house to provide security over the family. That's more so what a lot of people look at the president being, that security blanket over the American people. And if that's your answer, a lot of people will take somebody talking crazy about race over someone who ain't willing to do
Which
nothing
happened in
over people.
the 2000 election. I mean, you know, yeah, I'm wrong, but you know what I meant.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, man, I mean, you gotta think, man, people are scared. Not only are they scared for themselves, they're scared financially, they scared, personally. This is a time where I feel like Trump is gonna win because there was a lot of things that people are scared of as of now and in this day and time.
And I kid you not, like I was talking to like, and we know, I will say this, when it comes to logistics is huge in America. And I can't tell you how many times I've talked to other truck drivers, and they 90% of the time were saying like, I hope to God that she is costing me money, like the expenses and much more. When I do, it's not the same, and like I do not want her to win at all.
Oh, the
And this
trucking
came
industry
from,
been trash since 2022.
yeah.
That was the last good year in the trucking industry.
And I've been hearing a lot of comments from people who
Trust me, I know firsthand.
that's so go you actually do it, so go ahead and speak on it so people won't be like, oh, he's just saying it out
Yeah,
loud.
like we ain't just BSing.
Yeah. So what I did was I got ahead of the curveball. I would tell everybody for any business because I teach this as well, but let me know if you hear this. Reach out to me. Say, hey, I heard it on the show, the election show. I'm not trying to plug my business, but if you want to reach out and talk about that, you can, or let Chris know.
Go ahead, go. We already did that, so like, you
Right,
can do so.
but
You good.
so the thing is that you got to understand business in general. So I seen it the way I had my legal document structured to where it wouldn't affect me if the other entity that I was in partnership with, if they didn't do their part, it would have no negative blowback on me. And so when they could not uphold their end of the contractual agreement, I stepped away and I shut my operation temporarily down. And so I seen I seen the weather signs, right, that the industry was heading in the wrong direction. So I have mine on pause. Now I'm looking back at it. So about time things gonna get worked all the way out good, it'll be towards the end of first quarter, second quarter next year. And then we're definitely gonna see a lot of better momentum from an economic perspective is what I'm personally predicting what's going to happen. I think a lot of experts and economists think the same. If which Trump is one now, so a lot of that's going to kind of come to fruition. So we should all see a lot better headwinds as far as in business or anything like that. But the window only going to be open for the time he's in because we don't know what's going to happen from the red team or the blue team because we don't know who they're going to put before the people and how that's going to play out. So now be the time, if you're thinking about doing it, now's the time to kind of jump in there. If that's your desire, jump in there, get it while you can. Be wise with the money, save it, stack it, and see what the next presidential election going to be, because it may be continue a good thing, or it may be a whole different ball game by then.
Yeah, because like after this, like just projecting like when he wins, like he can't run again. So you don't know who's going to be in office
Correct.
like that again.
Correct.
And so let me be a little devil's advocate real quick. So you don't have people to be like, I can't believe we allow a convicted felon to win this election. This is a disgrace to America.
And
How do y'all feel
that's,
about people make those comments?
well, I look at it like this: if you wasn't one of the jurors, or if you wasn't physically in the courtroom, where did you hear, or where are you getting your information? That's the first question. And then depending on what they say, whoever they are, that will let me know a lot about whether or not they do their due diligence, like we said earlier on the podcast tonight. Are you somebody that's searching for truth, or are you somebody regurgitate information or regurgitate words? I digress.
Without fact basis.
Correct.
Without fact
So
basis.
are you fact checking people that tell you stuff? And what I mean by fact checking, I'm not saying that new word that everybody coming up with social media. I'm talking about old school fact checking. That means, are you literally going to the public registries and getting documents and reviewing stuff and reviewing cases that's open to the
That's too
public?
much
So,
work for some people. They gonna be like,
oh
oh,
my
you
bad.
telling
But yet
me?
it's
Nah, that's
comfortable
not
for
too
you
much
to
work.
just it's comfortable for you to just say hot takes and keep little phrases off of these major legacy media outlets that you don't know if they're telling you the truth or not. Most of the time, they're not. And so you don't research to make sure that you're being told the right information. Even though, once again, I'll say it again, even the Bible tell you that. Oh, I forgot. I don't like to read the Bible though.
Uh,
My bad. Because the Bible tell you too, don't trust humanity or a man that's preachers, to make sure that they're not going to mislead you as well. So when people talk about, oh man, I'm church hurt, or man, all them preachers, no, all them preachers don't. So when people tell me that's why I don't want to go to church, because no, you don't want to go to church because you just don't want to go to church. Just be a woman or man about your, just be a woman or
Yeah.
man and stand on business. But don't use it as a
Stand
cop
on
out
your
word.
word.
Stand on what you think.
Yeah.
I don't believe in church. Okay, just say that then. I'd rather you say that than to lie and be like, well, that's the reason why I go. No, that ain't the reason why you don't go. The reason why you don't go because you don't want to go. Because you want to be because you want to live, you want to live your life how you want to live it. That's your choice that God gave you though. So you can't say God ain't good, because God ain't forcing you to worship him.
yeah,
Now
With
tell
no
me if that,
punishment.
think about it like this.
the free will.
You have an intellectual being that created humanity, that doesn't force you to worship him, but he give you the ability to make that choice, to do it if you want to. But you say God ain't good. How you gonna fix your face on now? Riddle me that. Make it make sense.
They don't want to.
He gave every human being on earth the choice to want to live a Christian lifestyle or not. It's not a forced lifestyle. Remember, keep that in mind. So when people talk reckless, I talk calm because I
You
know you
have
talking
to.
out of frustration or ignorance.
You have to
Because
because they have a
right,
temper tantrum. They don't want
correct.
to. They feel like they're
Goes
not
back to that
aware.
immature mindset, right? What we said earlier on tonight. Immaturity breeds a certain type of verbal outburst, right? So it ties back into the political side. When
Right.
you listen to how these people are stomping on the campaign trail,
Mm.
are they talking from a form of manipulation, immaturity, and ignorance, or are they talking from a knowledge perspective? They know what they're doing, but they know the audience is ignorant and ain't going to fact check them. I think it's the
They
latter. I
they
think it's the
hoping
latter.
they don't. Yeah, they hoping they don't get fact checked.
Why? Because statistics already tell them that most people don't really go and really do no real research on stuff. So they say what they say on, and, both sides. I'm guilty of it. They say what they say, but then you get mad at them when they quote, "Oh man, they promised all this stuff, but they didn't do it." Well, did you do your research? Have they came through on a lot of stuff that they did? Because I don't expect them to come. I don't expect nobody and the president, to be honest, to come through on every single thing. Because you know why? You got too many checks and balances in our governmental system.
And I'm glad you brought that up because
That's going to prevent that.
Yeah.
So there's going to have to be some flexibility in that.
Right.
But see, people who are lack of intellectual knowledge, or people who went to school within the last, let's say, 15 to 20 years, a lot of, from what I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not really taught the three branches of government at the federal level.
What the hell?
Probably couldn't name them.
Right? Exactly.
They don't know the three.
They don't know the executive, the legislative, and what the judicial, right? So
They still
now,
think the popular vote choose the president.
no, popular doesn't. Electoral college do, but then,
No, I know that. I'm saying they still do.
exactly. And this is the problem, though. But this is the problem, right? So a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know. How does a bill become a bill? See what I'm saying? So all of this
system is like our president.
Exactly.
This is what other people think. They think the president. This is the bill, and this goes through. No.
Nope.
There's checks
That's
and balances.
That's called dictatorship.
Dictatorship. And a lot of people throw dictatorship and don't really understand that we are. Yeah, that's ignorance.
But I digress, right? So, hey, another thing that technically doesn't exist that people think. Do people know the difference between a republic and a democracy?
Oh God, you about to hit him with this one?
My bad.
Slam. Nah, go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? Technically, there's no such thing as a democracy. This is a republic. So before they stopped making kids say the Pledge of Allegiance in school, it used to be I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Right? So where does democracy come from? We spreading democracy. No, you're not. You're spreading thugism and you're spreading colonialism. Oops, my bad.
Yeah.
Right? So when you understand the Constitution and all that, and then you really study that stuff, understand this is a republic according to the original documents of the founding fathers.
For which it stands.
Right? So it's a republic. It's not a democracy. So the challenge is for somebody who first time hearing these words is, when did they start using the word democracy and when did they get away from republic? And the next thing you got to do is, why would they switch? Because remember, human beings do things with a purpose. There's a reason why I switch and use them from one type of word to the next.
Selfish interest.
Bingo. It means something to people who in power. They use a certain word because it gives them a certain type of gravity and energy and power to do certain stuff that they want to do.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So this is the problem that people in general have to be mature adults and stop all these tantrums you having on the internet, being keyboard gangsters, and be real and have dialogue with other people that may or may not understand, or I ain't gonna say that don't necessarily see the life like you see it, but you can be mature enough to have dialogue and conversation and be like, you know what, I didn't agree on everything he or she said, but they had a couple of points that did make sense. I give them credit for that. I walked away with those positive things from the conversation, right?
Yeah.
So that's how human beings should act as mature adults. We live in a society, and unfortunately, a lot of people of different age groups are very, very childlike in their behavior.
And we glorify it.
Yeah.
And outside of this country, because I can talk because I've got passports to prove it and documents to prove that I've traveled. A lot of societies don't operate, and their mindset not even on that level. I'm gonna tell you how something is different than what a lot of people don't know who have never traveled outside the United States. So when I was living in Asia, particularly Japan, Korea, and those places, South Korea, let me be specific. So when at night, when you're at an intersection, People are so courteous and mindful of other people that they turn their headlights off at night at the intersection so it won't blind you in your eye.
Wow.
When they cross through the intersection, they turn their headlights back on. This is how advanced and mature they are.
Meanwhile, we're gonna blind the hell out of you over here.
Meanwhile, we at the light, with off-road lights on at the intersection for no reason, thinking we cool, right? It's a lot more courteous in those places. That's why they live longer because they're more courteous. They don't get all hyperventilating with their attitude and actions. They don't move around like that, right? So when they go to a lot of places, they come in, they greet the owner, they greet people at the restaurants. They don't be like loud and that loud talking. That's American stuff. That loud talking like that, just talking loud at a high volume.
Oh God.
That's accepted in America. You go to other countries, that ain't accepted.
Hell
See, this is
no.
people. So if people never been nowhere outside the United States, you don't know that.
I never forget one of my homegirls like went out the country and she was trying to speak out of tone and one person like, girl, you like stop. You get your ass killed. Like, that's not tolerated.
So a lot of things that I laugh on the internet because you got foolish people out here talking about, well, we can be passport women and all that kind of passport sisters or some crazy stuff like that. And I'm like, you got to understand, like, what men can do, you can't do, and vice versa. That's just the way life and nature works.
It's not fair. We
Right?
have the same.
You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. Right? So that's why a lot of them unfortunately go to other places. I just seen a sister travel to some foreign country by herself and she ended up being unalived. Why? Because they see you by yourself, you're female. Come on now. But see, this is the foolishness of the individual who think you can do what men do and you thinking I'm independent and all that. See, all of that don't work well for you. And I'm not disrespecting somebody that's unalive when I'm saying I'm using it as a training module to say, look, some stuff you just cannot do. You got to be wise. Think before you act. These are old school sayings that people have been saying in our community, right? Think before you act, son, or girl. That's what old schools would tell us. Our grandmothers and great grandmothers, that's the stuff they would tell us.
If it ain't broke, don't fix
Oh,
it.
you made your bed, you got to lie in it. What that means the choices you made, there's consequences in it, and now you can accept those consequences. That's what old schools was meaning by that saying. Right. We don't want to lie in our bed of consequences. That's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one, ain't it?
They don't.
So now politically, people are going to lie in the bed of the choices that they make, and the consequences was read. I tied it back into the political thing, right? Because I just been, that's just how I'm wired. But so what I'm saying is that we all are responsible for our niche environment that we live in. And the only way we're going to be better is we got to talk to other people. That means being an extrovert. And we got to talk to other people so we can eliminate unnecessary self-inflicting wounds as our life journey progresses.
Right.
I seen some weird stuff on the internet. Remember, they got a lot of weird stuff on the internet, as we all know.
Of course.
There's this big thing about being an introvert, like glorifying being an introvert. And statistically, introverts are tied to depression and some other stuff.
A lot of people don't want to consider that.
Right. So it's not good that human beings should be alone. Where did I hear that from? Oh, I forgot that book that people don't want to read. It's called the Bible.
Why do you think that solid confinement is a punishment in prison?
Correct. Because it breeds depression. Being in solitary confinement makes you depressed and miserable.
Yep.
It's a good one, Marv. Right? So there is a correlation to being somebody that want to be isolated. isolation in the military term, when you isolate it as a in military jargon, that could be the death. You know, as they say, that could be the death of you, right? That could put you in a bad or precarious situation.
Right, right.
So you never want to be in that frame. A lot of people who unalive themselves are usually were by themselves in an introvert state.
Correct. All right, so this one I'm gonna do real quick. I gotta fix something real quick. I'm gonna play this a little bit, allow. But if you want to put dialogue into the circle, I'm gonna keep things rolling. Allow you, but I'm gonna mute myself real quick so I can keep this thing rolling because I know
Man, it don't look good.
Well, we already know. I already know it's going to be close in Arizona. He might be able to make it by a few thousand votes, but it's going to be close.
Right.
He already won Nevada because I seen it. Not left they
First of
did
all,
some
you have a
switching.
Supreme Court immunity decision that will empower him. The Supreme Court basically saying that virtually any action that can be tied to your official actions, you are immune from prosecution. Obviously, Jack Smith is fired. The federal prosecutions go away. And the Republicans, when he came into Washington, there were prominent figures in the Republican Party who were willing to stand up to him and had the standing to stand up against him. People like Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, who was the Speaker of the House when he first came in, and they're for the most part all gone. You know, no more Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell will no longer be the Republican leader in the Senate, and you have a situation where he may have the largest Republican majority that he's ever seen in the Senate, and it's a Republican majority that is a Trump Republican majority. 7 Republican senators, David, voted to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial over January 6th. 5 of them will be gone. 5 of them will be gone. 10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach him over January 6th. 8 of them are already gone. 2 are clinging to
People
possible
have
re-election.
spoken and voted them out. That's
The
why.
resistance is gone.
Let's go to Nebraska right here. Senate race.
Think about
ABC
that.
now projects
The
that
people,
Deb
you see what I'm saying, Myron?
will
The
win.
people,
She'll
the
hold
people
on to
voting them
receive the
out.
Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fischer holds on in
But they
Nebraska.
don't want
We've
nothing
called
to
that
stand in the
race.
way.
She faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there.
Yeah, because most of that was
Who you
just,
caucus with.
Just
But Deb Fischer holds
unnecessary.
on to that race.
That's
I
all.
want to continue with this conversation that John Carl just started because
Not
he's
saying he was
surrounded by
innocent of some
sort of
stuff,
if Donald Trump
but the
is
timing and,
president
and the
Senate
optics of it,
and it's
the
still
timing and
impeached.
optics of it was just really,
John
was just
paints a
really
picture
suspicious.
of a lot of these established Republicans being long gone, having left Washington.
You know, and then you
This
got a
was
lot
part
of
of the
people that
closing
also are
argument
trying to
on
make their
Kamala
career
Harris's
off of this,
team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney. General John Kelly, who's not political, came out and talked about what he witnessed firsthand in that administration as chief of staff. Their campaign was, if you reelect him, he will not have the guardrails. Martha, clearly that argument did not resonate with the American people here tonight.
It clearly didn't, or at least half the country that did not resonate. Felony convictions, the call that our democracy would be over, the John Kelly statements about the military, and that former President Trump had said that they were suckers and losers, the men and women who had died during wars, all of that. Some of the voters I talked to, in fact, one of them who is very strongly for Trump and stronger than he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all, January 6th? And he said, absolutely not. The more you all talk about that, the more Trump voters you will attract. So this election was not about that. But in the end, here we are. This is democracy.
Martha, thanks. We do have a major call to make at this hour, and it's the power of the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fischer holding on to her seat tonight. If Donald Trump is named the next president, he will have a Republican Senate. We do not know who will control the House, but this is significant. And now the only question is, Rachel Scott, is how strong that Republican control will be. Will he have a mandate because the majority will be more than just a one senator majority?
Yeah, spot on. It's not a question of whether or not Republicans are going to have the majority. It's just now a question of precisely how much. This is going to be the outlook, at least where it stands right now, Republicans 51 seats. They've netted 2. Remember, that's all they needed to net by the end of the night in order to take control of the Senate. Democrats currently have 41 seats. And again, David, we talked about these key races, but I just want to emphasize one more time, we're talking about Republicans possibly expanding their majority in the Senate. Wisconsin, you have the Republican candidate ahead. Michigan, the Republican candidate ahead, and also in Pennsylvania as well.
So,
There it
Governor Chris
goes.
Christie, this brings us back to what you and I were talking about earlier in the evening. That comes down to everything, including the decisions made right at the beginning of an administration about who you're going to put in the cabinet.
Oh, yeah, no, look, he's got free reign now if he wins. I mean, there's no doubt about that, because not only does he not worry about the margin nearly as much, but as John said, he elected these folks. You know, he wants their vote. He's going to call, if Dave McCormick's there, he's going to call Dave in and say, hey, Dave, you know, you wouldn't be here but for me. I need your vote on this judge, this cabinet member, this piece of legislation. Now, I also want to remind people that as someone who served 2 terms as an executive, that lasts for 2 years. Because when the midterms come in 2026, you become a lame duck. And there are things that you can still do with the power of the governorship or the presidency, but people then begin to move on. And those folks who are going to be very loyal to you in those first 2 years are going to be looking to see who's next. And so, you know, he's going to have a narrow window, a powerful window, but a narrow window. It's going to be 2 years, David, where he's going to have a chance to do what it is he wants to do with Congress. And then after that, they're going to be moving on. His own vice president may be moving on from him at that point and wanting to run for president himself. And I just say this, that's going to be something to watch. Because the first time J.D. Vance holds a fundraiser for a PAC for himself or starts to talk about running for president, it'll be interesting to see the way a new president, Donald Trump, will react to that.
Right. And by the way, this is the first time we will see Donald Trump not running for re-election, not running for election again. He declared his re-election the day he was inaugurated in 2017. And now for and he saw virtually everything through the prism of what would help him win re-election. And now you see a Donald Trump and the minute he gets in, I mean, he said we have a constitution that says he can't run again. He will not be running for re-election. Astounding how that affects.
Just a reminder, he's been running for well more than a year, and Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days.
Yeah.
This is an extraordinary election we've all witnessed here together. Rick Klein, I know you're still drilling down on the Pennsylvania numbers to see if the math is even possible, or how narrow the path is for Kamala Harris. Does it exist still?
Oh, look,
This right here
anything's
tells you a
possible.
lot,
It's just
man.
really
Just
hard
in a
to see.
nutshell.
You have to squint to see the path at this point, I think. We've been looking at these bubbles.
Were they trying to
because that's less and less
soften the
but
blow,
we haven't gotten
but they
a
got
lot of them
clobbered.
out of Philadelphia, 177,000 votes. But even if every single one of those votes was for Kamala Harris, she'd still
So
be
they've been showing
trailing
just
Donald Trump.
Philadelphia
Similar, if you look
as a
around the
whole
outstanding vote
for
in Chester
Pennsylvania.
County, 62,000,
So that is not
65,000
what
in
we've been
Montgomery and
looking
Bucks
at.
County. A lot of these are split counties anyway, so it's very hard to see how she makes up that kind of
Oh,
ground.
there goes the election.
500-something thousand votes would have
They
to
doing
come
that to
across
kind
those
of
3 states. And there's something that's
hold
really
off the
interesting
inevitable
to key into
that's
in
going to happen
Pennsylvania. There are
anyway.
2
That's
counties on
all.
opposite sides of the
Bro,
state.
like an hour
on
ago, they
different
had
demographics.
Pennsylvania already
Erie
blew.
I mean,
County and
yeah, he already had Pennsylvania won, and so they're milking it to try to make it look like there's hope, but it's no hope.
Goes up to Joe Biden. He's able to flip
Yeah, it's a
that
wrap.
county
Same thing
back
with
to the
Nevada. They
Democrats.
keeping Nevada
And then
back, but Nevada
Harris is
already
down
turned
at
their stuff
0.8.
in.
Our 538 benchmark
They were
said
pretty
that
quick
Harris
on
had
theirs.
been
I
doing
think he
better.
won Nevada
Kentucky
like,
said it's Donald Trump up a
I
point.
think he was around 90%
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something
Over
like
the other
that.
side of
I
the
think
state,
I
you
looked
see
at it
New
real
Hampton,
quick,
Topeka, Allentown, and this is a similar
but I could be
story with
wrong.
Donald Trump.
See, this is
Needed to
crazy.
get about 49.5. He got 51.
So
Kamala
now
Harris
I think
is a
from here,
touch
man, I think
below
I'm gonna call it a night,
where
man. I
Joe
think we've
Biden
seen
was.
exactly
And that, to me, is the
what this
story of the
election
night.
is
So many communities like this, whether
it's
they're
summed
red
up
or
to.
more purplish, where you
I
just
Man, I
just
saw
appreciate you,
everybody
Chris.
coming
first
back to
staying
Donald
on
Trump,
this
back to
long,
Donald
so I'm
Trump's
about to put a
Republican
wrap
Party.
for
It had
the
an
show.
impact
Like,
down
I
ballot,
mean,
and it had an
I know the
impact,
news
a
never
big
gonna probably
one
do this
at the
until
top
2
of the ticket
a.m.
when you add
But
up
this
these
should be
numbers
enough
across the state like
evidence. We already know how
And
this
let's
is
go back
about
to
to
Terry
go.
Moran
That's
before we go to break
even
here. Not only did
Harris
they go back
pretty
to
much
Donald
left
Trump, but
early.
in a lot
Right,
of
we can
these
call it.
red
We can
counties, they
call
went
it.
back
Yeah,
to Donald
So
Trump. And a
there's
lot
not
of them
enough
best
points on the board
themselves
for her.
from 4 years ago.
yeah,
And
Nah, not mathematically. She's lost mathematically. That's why she didn't
Yeah,
come out there and say nothing tonight.
yeah,
She had our
because
co-chair of her campaign come out there and say, "Oh, she'll be out tomorrow."
she already knew what was about to happen. So, with that said, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Before I do end the show, tell the audience where they can find you, Any last comments as we wrap things up? And again, 5 hours. It's probably a minute if I do this again. Definitely appreciate it, but I know it was election day.
Nah, did you want to go first, Dennis?
Yeah, I had some technical difficulties. What you want me to say now?
Any closing comments that come to the end or shout outs
Hey,
real quick?
hey, appreciate it. Once again, looking forward to the next show. For those who couldn't make it on the recap, we're gonna have a show on Friday. Uh, Myself and others, we should be in the house talking about the next topic. Looking forward to talking about another topic and putting it all on the line and make it thought provoking, make you think, and challenge your mindset of where you're at in society as a human being. My name is Dennis Ford. On behalf of myself and Bill Us the Elevator, I want to say appreciate everybody tonight.
Right on. And then go ahead, Myron, go ahead and last comments and getting tired. Yeah, I'll say it a lot.
Nah.
And then I'm sure about the music. Let's go.
Nah, I appreciate the time, Chris, and I appreciate it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dennis, as well. Now, it's definitely been an impactful conversation. I appreciate conversations like this that not only, shed light on some information that I feel like a lot of us are missing, but also it's a learning experience for not only for the people who are in the live stream, but also for myself, because I've learned a few things from the people here in this, from Baxter, Mr. Dennis. Also, Chris, I feel like we shared a lot of ideas. We shared a lot of facts that, kind of enlightened us and kind of gave us more things to build upon from there. So, of course, when we having a conversation that's moving us forward, I'm always down for it. I look forward to any future conversations that we may have. And again, thank you for having me. You can also find me on Instagram, Myron the Mogul, Facebook, Myron the Mogul. I mean, real estate is my profession. So if you guys have any questions in that realm, please feel free. Reach out to me.
Awesome. And of course, it's your host, Chris Holmes, Soul Production, and you have been on another episode of Street Topics, where we're keeping it live. This was a special day for Election Day, where we talk to politics and much more, and the things that people are afraid to talk about, but we brought it on the stage. That's what it's all about on this podcast. So make sure that you check me out on my website, soulproduction.biz, or follow me on my social media such as Instagram, _, or follow my YouTube at Soul Productions as well, like all that and much more. Any last comments from myself? Your voice matters. I'll leave it like that, and make sure that you make every moment of your life count. Until next time, make sure you comment and subscribe, and peace out. This has been another great episode. Bye.